Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The sun was eclipsed by the moon, the sky was purple, and there was a wasteland all around. Some monster screamed terribly loudly. A man holding a knife fought against this monster. The monster attacked the man, but the man was able to kill the monster with a knife. The man held his hand in the mouth of this monster, striking from the inside. However, the monster's mouth slowly closed. Still, the man was able to kill the monster and survive. Then he sighed heavily and wiped his face. The man was about to say that he was finally able to kill the monster with his own hands when suddenly someone called out to him, calling him unawakened. There were many people in front of him, as well as many terrifying monsters. One of the hunters asked the man what he was doing, because he must work normally and collect drops since he became a porter. A man in glasses and a mask called him blind and asked if he really couldn't see the corpses. The porter became agitated and apologized. The hunters standing on the mountain turned away and called the porter useless. The man just stood there, looking after them. He was unhappy about something. We then learn the story that the world changed after the discovery of the Abyss. The Abyss is another dimension where monsters that existed only in fantasy actually live. After the discovery of the Abyss, extraordinary powers awakened in people, and with them, humanity began to destroy monsters and conquer the Abyss. Because of all this, people are now judged not by personality or effort, but by their awakening rank. If you have a high rank, then you are guaranteed a good life. The porter, meanwhile, plunged his hand into the monster and pulled out a glowing purple stone. He looked at the stone with sadness, realizing that he would not see a good life because he was just a porter carrying the things of the awakened and who failed to awaken at his 35 years. He understood that until he awakened, he would not be able to live their lives. The porter turned around and shouted that he had collected all the loot here. However, what he saw shocked him. All the awakened ones were dead. There was not a single living person in front of him. Those two awakened ones were also dead, although a couple of moments ago they were talking with the porter. The porter was terrified. He could not understand what had happened and he did not know how they died. Suddenly some creature said that the last enemy remained. The porter turned around and saw a huge creature with horns and many arms. This monster's eyes glowed red, and instead of a face it had a white mask. This is Asmodeus, an SSS-rank monster. The porter, in horror, took out a knife and rushed to attack. Asmodeus extended his hand in response. A moment later, the hand in which the porter was holding the knife was torn from the porter's body. The porter fell to the ground and began to scream in pain, holding his hand. The man stood up and looked at this monster in horror. Suddenly something stunned him. The monster hit the man with some kind of purple blast. This charge hit the porter directly in the head. Blood began to flow from the man's forehead. He wondered what kind of death this was. The man looked at the monster and cried. The porter began to remember that his parents had died in a car accident. He also remembered being bullied at school and being ignored for the rest of his life because he was unawakened. The ray from the monster's finger wounded the man's forehead. Sitting on the ground and crying, the porter wondered whether he would really die as a porter. Before his death, he cursed this life and called himself a loser. He also began to curse awakening. The man was writhing in pain. Blood was dripping from his face. The drop that was falling from it suddenly began to glow. Multicolored spheres appeared around. All awakening conditions were satisfied. A strange creature shining with silver appeared in front of the porter. The porter was sitting at the foot of the stairs from which this creature descended. The man was shocked and did not understand what was happening. The white creature with long hair continued to approach him. The porter turned around in surprise and wanted to say that he was definitely dead. The porter turned around and saw his dead body as well as Asmodeus, but time seemed to freeze. He wondered if Asmodeus had stopped. Everything around became dim. The creature grinned and asked the shocked porter if he was surprised that someone like Asmodeus had stopped. The porter turned to this creature and asked him in surprise who he was. Smiling, the creature replied that someone was calling him a king, but the porter should not worry about that. They seemed to be in space because there were many colorful planets around them. The creature said that he should grant the porter power. The porter sat on his knees and wondered what the creature was even talking about. He also could not understand whether it was he who stopped Asmodeus. Suddenly the creature said that the porter did not need to be so incredulous. The porter was shocked. Extending his hand, he said that he simply recognized the will and tenacity of the porter, and that is why he chose him. The king extended his hand and projected several planets in front of the bearer. The king said that it would be better if the porter thought that such a miracle would never happen again. The porter began to shout and asked the king to stop, asking about his choice. He wondered what was going on. The king extended his hand in front of him, pointing it at the porter. The king chuckled and told the porter to just wait patiently for the moment, because the day would come when he would understand everything. According to the king, then he and the porter will meet again. The porter was shocked, and everything around was illuminated with a bright white light. A huge monster appeared above them, opening its mouth wide. The king said something about his key. The monster used its fire breath and incinerated everything around it. Everything lit up with a bright light. The porter found himself in the dark, but he heard a voice. The people standing above him said that he was sleeping. The porter began to open his eyes with effort. The people standing above him called him names and said that he was crazy for ignoring them. They decided that they needed to wake him up. The porter half opened his eyes and immediately saw how they were going to hit him. Some guy in a shirt slapped the porter. The porter was shocked looking at this guy. This guy asked if the porter was awake. 3 schoolchildren stood in front of the porter, who was about to fall. The porter recognized one of them. His name is Hexu. This bully said that the porter only listens if you beat him. The hero wondered how this bully from high school ended up here. Hitting the hero again, Hexu asked him why he was silent. The hero thought that he had just been in the abyss. Hexu hit the hero again. Taehyung began to remember the power that he was endowed with. Suddenly, some kind of notification appeared before the hero's eyes. On the system window it was written that the hero's name was Kim Taehyung. He was 19 years old and had an F rank. He wondered if this was a status window. Kim noticed the line that stated his age and wondered if he had really gone back 16 years. Meanwhile, Hexu continued to beat Kim. However, Kim was glad to be back in time and grinned. Kim threw back his head and laughed. The hooligans were shocked and could not understand what made him so happy. Hexu took a step back and wondered what was wrong with this crazy guy. Sitting on the ground, Kim continued to laugh. Hexu asked if Kim had really lost his mind. Hexu began calling Kim names and shouting that he was asking for it. But at that moment Kim attacked him. Kim punched Hexa in the face. From such a strong blow, Hexu flew back. His hooligan friends were horrified. Kim smiled silently. He thought that now he too was awakened. Kim was so happy that he cried when he realized this. Hexu lay unconscious on the floor. Kim wiped away his tears because he understood that he had to fight. He was attacked by hooligans who were also awakened because one of them used fire and the other used ice. While attacking, they shouted that Kim was nobody and he had gone crazy. The enemy fired fire, but Kim quickly dodged and prepared for a retaliatory attack. Kim hit his opponent with a powerful uppercut. He then quickly turned around and kicked the green-haired boy in the stomach. Sweat was dripping from his face. He thought that for 35 years, all his unawakened life, he had done everything he could, starting with physical training, ending with studying all the information about the abyss and its monsters. Kim also collected data on various skills, even about wrestling skills. The hooligans attacked Kim again. However, the hero thought that he would never lose to some bullies who don't even know the very basics. Kim easily punched one opponent and then sharply kicked the second. Both opponents fell to the ground. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Slamming his fist into his palm, Kim said that he would need to train again. Kim turned around in surprise because he heard the voice of Hexu, who was clearly very angry. Hexu stood up from the ground. There were some strange appendages on him. He was clearly surprised that Kim was awake. Then more stones appeared on him and he angrily shouted that Kim was now a corpse. These stones on the body are Hexu's skill, Stone Skin, which strengthens the body with stone growths. Hexu began to attack Kim. However, Kim was able to dodge. The enemy's second blow also missed Kim. Kim raised his head and looked up. At that moment, Hexu jumped on him, raising both hands and about to hit him. The impact was so strong that stones were scattered everywhere. Hexu exuded a red aura as a cloud of dust hovered around him. Suddenly, Kim appeared from this cloud of dust, about to attack the enemy. However, Hexu immediately noticed him and began to turn around. As soon as Hexu turned around, Kim immediately hit him. Blood splatters appeared, and Kim was shocked by something. It turned out that Kim's blow did not damage the enemy, although the blow hit Hex in the face. Hexu then asked Kim how he was doing, smiling evilly. Kim realized that with this blow he only harmed himself. At the same moment, Hexu attacked Kim. He flew back from such a powerful blow, but he was able to block it with both hands. Kim's landing was not the softest, as he fell onto the concrete. Kim was lying on the ground with a bloody face and groaning in pain. The enemy began to approach him, saying that Kim had better know his limits when it comes to acting. He also asked if Kim had finally come to his senses. Hexu grinned arrogantly and said that Kim was a non-entity and an unawakened worm. Continuing to approach, he asked Kim what he would do now. Would he run away again? Hexu asked about whether Kim would continue to try with his awakening skills. However, Kim was exhausted and continued to lie on the ground. He thought about how all awakened people receive a skill and rank. From F rank, when you are almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, to S rank, when you are worthy of being called a monster, the physical abilities and skills of the awakened ones grow exponentially. Kim was annoyed that he received a predator skill unknown to anyone, and also a worse rank. He realized that there was no way he could handle Hexu, who had a C rank. Suddenly something shocked Hexa. A red aura emanated from Kim. Kim, exuding a terrifying aura, said that somehow he didn't feel like he would lose. The aura around Kim only grew and became even larger. Hexu was shocked and wondered what it was. Hexu was horrified and could not believe that Kim had really awakened, because he had always considered him a non-entity. Kim looked at his hand. He wondered if this was his skill as a predator. Kim felt the magic obeying him. Kim's eyes also emitted a red glow. At this moment, Heksu said that he did not know what was happening, but he knew for sure that everything would end if the caster was killed. With these words, he attacked Kim. Kim extended his hand. At that moment, it was as if they were in the mouth of some giant monster. Heksu was shocked as the stones began to peel off his skin. Kim stood with his hand outstretched. Something strange was happening. It was as if he was drawing strength from Heksu. Suddenly, Kim squeezed his palm and red rings appeared around his hand. Heksu began to scream in pain and horror. Gradually, all the stones fell away from Heksu. He was scared. Meanwhile, the people who were nearby did not notice anything. However, a huge amount of red aura suddenly appeared, eclipsing everything around. A cloud of dust rose. It seems that everything is over because the aura around Kim has diminished. Heksu fell to the floor, passed out. He fell right at Kim's feet. The hero was very exhausted, a lot of sweat was dripping from him. At this point, the system reported that the devouring was completed. The system also reported that as a result of absorbing the target, Kim's rank changed to E. Suddenly, stones began to appear on Kim's skin. He acquired a new skill. Kim's hand was completely covered in stones. The system has registered the stone skin skill. After that, Kim went to the infirmary. The nurse sitting there was shocked. Kim brought to her 3 opponents whom he had just beaten. Kim greeted the nurse as streams of blood flowed from his face. The nurse was shocked. After the fight, Kim carried the children, including Hexa, to the infirmary. The nurse cured Kim with her healing skills. However, of course, Kim had to lie to her. The nurse asked him how they got hurt, and Kim replied that they rolled down the stairs. He managed to persuade her to continue without further questions. Kim walked down the street and thought that he was now completely healthy. And that's great, he woke up and also got even with Heksu. But nevertheless, Kim understood that there was a problem. The problem was in the predator in this skill that Kim has. Kim's rank, which he was unable to raise by training his entire past life, was able to change after the first battle. He thought that it might be an F rank skill, but it has the same power as a C rank skill because it can even absorb other people's skills. As he climbed the stairs, Kim wondered why this guy, the king, gave Kim such power and why he regressed him. Kim, looking forward, decided that, in the end, there was only one thing left for him. He stood and looked at his house. At the same time, he thought that he needed to learn more about the predator. Kim looked at the house with a smile and said that he had not been home for a long time. He remembered that when his parents died, he stayed with his uncle. A wide smile appeared on Kim's face. Entering the house, Kim said that his uncle would be late and therefore he wanted to look for information about such skills. However, upon entering, Kim was surprised. He saw 3 bandits in front of him and a boy sitting on the floor. This boy recognized Kim and was surprised that he came here. Kim asked this boy, Hwan, why he was not at school. Kim suddenly remembered something. He looked at the overturned box of money. Kim remembered that even before his regression, Hwang wanted to make friends with other bandits, so he took all the money from the house and got into trouble. The bandit stood up and asked Hwang who he was. Hwang began to hesitantly explain something to them. Hwang then began to whisper something into the ear of the blonde bandit, who placed his hand on his head. Kim remembered that this situation from the past happened today. One of the bandits said that he was wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was Hwang's cousin. Kim looked at them warily. The blonde bandit took a step towards Kim and told him to score and get out if he didn't want to get hit in the face. The bandit added that they would take what they needed and leave. He stroked Kim's head and called him unawakened. Kim looked at him calmly. He then smiled and said that was great. Kim said that he just wanted to try it. The bandit wanted to ask what Kim wanted to experience, but Kim immediately began to attack him. Kim hit the bandit so hard that he fell to the ground. The bandit groaned in pain as he lay on the floor. The other bandits, as well as Hwang, were shocked. The blonde bandit looked warily at Kim, who, apparently, was about to attack him again. Kim pointed his palm at the bandit, and in the meantime he asked him to stop. Kim, standing over the bandit and pointing his palm at him, tried to use his predator skill. Kim smiled in anticipation of absorbing the enemy's skill. However, he was shocked because the system reported that the predator function was not available. The bandit looked at the surprised Kim with incomprehension. The hero began to get nervous. He once again pointed his palm at the enemy and tried to use the skill, but nothing worked for him. He wondered why the skill didn't activate. At this moment, the enemy let out a dissatisfied exclamation and attacked Kim, who had not yet had time to understand why his skill was not activated. The bandit hit Kim in the face while calling him a crazy worm. Kim fell to the floor. The bandit pointed his hand at Kim and shouted for him to die. One of the bandits used the C-rank skill, Chains, and the other used the Poison skill. The blonde bandit used the Bleeding skill. They simultaneously attacked Kim with 3 skills. The hero was terrified and didn't know what to do. He just watched and waited. Suddenly there was a strong surge of aura. Purple smoke enveloped the room. The bandits did not see anything. The blonde bandit asked how the unawakened one dared to pretend to be awakened. He also said that Kim doesn't know her place at all. Suddenly something shocked him. In the purple smoke, Kim's silhouette was visible, from which a red glow emanated. The system notified him that skill usage had been detected. A large amount of red aura appeared around Kim, as well as a huge creature, just like last time. The system notified him that chain, poison, and bleed skills were confirmed. Thanks to mystical power, Kim gained resistance. Kim's hand began to become covered in stones. He said that the skill suddenly didn't work and then neutralized the enemy's skills. The bandits did not understand what happened. The blonde bandit was terrified. Kim immediately attacked him using his stone skin skill. Having smashed the bandit's face, Kim said that he didn't know what was happening, but this skill was terribly strong. Some time passed and Kim returned to normal. He stood at the window and looked at the bandits who were lying unconscious on the floor. The hero said that he has now learned two things. He realized that the status window was visible only to those who were awakened. In the status window, all the information about Kim, his skills, as well as his characteristics was written. Kim also realized that the status window displayed information about the awakened person, but not all of it. First, there was no shortage of mana, but the predator still did not activate. In other words, in addition to what is written, there is something other than mana in the activation conditions. Additionally, the predator's passive effect is not listed in the description. It neutralizes all negative effects such as bleeding or poison. Kim put his hand to his chin and thought. He thought that he would gradually be able to confirm his assumptions. However, he suddenly thought about what was much more important now. Kim looked at H-Wang, who was lying on the floor, bowing before him. Kim asked him what he was doing. H-Wang raised his head and began shouting that he, having seen the incredible sight of Kim, repented of what he had done. He nervously asked Kim to forgive him. H-Wang started nodding his head and talking about how he would do whatever Kim said, even if it meant licking his shoes or barking. Kim knew that H-Wang was such a fox, but he couldn't even imagine that he was such a fox. H-Wang started barking, making Kim feel uncomfortable. Kim at that moment thought that the problem, however, was not H-Wang. The city was in danger and Kim understood that the danger lay in what would soon happen. Kim said that he would forgive H-Wang and he immediately asked in surprise if this was true. With his arms crossed and his head thrown back, Kim said that in return, however, H-Wang must come with him. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the gloomy industrial area. A sign at the entrance stated that this was a prohibited area and entry was limited to authorized persons only. 3 people nervously looked at some luminous object. They stood in front of the gate and realized that this was a breakthrough of the gate. A gate breach is a phenomenon where a path from the abyss suddenly opens up for monsters. If nothing is done, everything can devolve into a dungeon disaster. A man in glasses and a suit said that 10 years have passed since the last disaster. According to him, that time the gate suddenly appeared and the monsters began to crawl away. The long-haired girl in the suit said that considering the monsters, if they don't do anything, disaster is only a couple of moments away. The short-haired girl was very worried and asked if the surrounding areas should be evacuated. However, the man replied that this should not be done. With his back to the portal, the man said that they had his B-rank barrier skill. The monsters, meanwhile, were desperately trying to break through the barrier. The man said that, in addition, the rank of this gate is only C, which means that the strongest monster that can come out of it is also C rank. However, suddenly the barrier began to crack under the onslaught of monsters. The barrier was broken and the monsters burst out. The man wanted to talk about what would happen in the event of an unforeseen crisis, but the girls started shouting at him, calling him a leader. Their leader immediately turned around. He was able to kill several monsters with a kick. With a kick he knocked off the monster's head. The blonde man with glasses said that as B ranks, they would be able to hold back the breakthrough. Meanwhile, H-Wang and Kim were running somewhere. H-Wang asked if shouldn't everything be okay. Kim ran ahead of H-Wang. H-Wang recalled that Kim said that the management staff was already there, which means everything should be fine. Kim felt awkward and asked H-Wang to stop calling him sir. Kim, continuing to run forward, said that he was right because the initial mana of this gate is at the C rank level, and the personnel who arrive there are B rank, so C rank monsters are not a hindrance to them. H-Wang was sweating profusely and nervous. He exclaimed that he said so. However, H-Wang was shocked because Kim said that it was only good if it was actually a C rank gate. Near the gate, meanwhile, there were many dead monsters. A blonde man sat above the monster and, looking at it, thought that this was strange. The man wondered how these low-rank monsters were able to break through his B-rank barrier. Suddenly, he turned around and thought that this could not be because he felt that the mana emanating from the gate was of a rank higher than him. Monsters continued to emerge from the gate. The girls shouted to their leader that there was something inside the gate. The monsters continued to make their way. The three of them looked nervously at the barrier. Suddenly, one of the monsters was still able to break through the barrier with its roar. The man looked up, stunned, and wondered what it was. The monsters completely destroyed the barrier and burst out of it, and behind the small monsters stood a huge monster with large fangs. This monster with 4 red eyes is a rank ogre giant. The blonde man was stunned. He said that this is not a C rank. A fire suddenly burst out in front of the man, just as he said in horror that it was an A rank. There was a strong explosion. H1, meanwhile, continued to run after Kim and began to think about what would happen if Kim was right. Following Kim, H-Wang said that this was all nonsense and asked how Kim knew all this. The hero thought that this was because he had already gone through this. H-Wang exclaimed that it's not that there are no monsters, they're not even evacuating the area. Kim only replied that it was intuition. H-Wang asked in surprise. Kim continued to run calmly and once again repeated that his intuition told him so, but H-Wang exclaimed that Kim was lying. And then, unexpectedly, the heroes came across a huge number of people running from monsters. People running from the monsters shouted for other people to run too, because the gate had been broken through. Kim was unperturbed, but H-Wang was so shocked that he was stupefied. Kim told H-Wang to do what he told him to do. H-Wang turned around excitedly and asked what would happen to Kim. At this moment, H-Wang was even more surprised. Kim used his stone skin skill and headed towards the monsters. He said that he would sort out this abomination and would be there. Meanwhile, the city was quite quiet. A man stood and looked out the window from a high tower. The man, turning to someone, said that as this someone said, the situation is quickly heating up. He reported that the C-rank gatebreaker turned out to be a rank. According to him, it is impossible to send reinforcements since the rest are busy in the dungeons or exploring the abyss. Turning around, the man said that the only solution to the crisis now was an awakened a rank. There was someone else standing behind this man. Addressing this man, a man with a small beard said that he was their only hope and asked for help. This man had yellow eyes and brown hair. He cried. His name is An Hyunsu and his nickname is Blade of Madness. He is an a rank awakened. Crying, Hyunsu told them to hold on, because the hero, An Hyunsu, was coming to them. Its peculiarity is the 8th grader syndrome. Meanwhile, someone was fighting monsters. Then this man killed the second monster. It turned out to be Kim. He easily dealt with them. He defeated another monster and it fell to the ground. Kim pointed his palm at the fallen monster and began to use his ability. The hero used the skill and absorbed all these monsters at once. Kim realized he was right. He looked at the fatigue indicator and wondered if the predator didn't work due to fatigue. At the moment, Kim's fatigue is 52%. The hero realized that if fatigue exceeds 70%, then the skill is not activated. He began to think that most skills used mana, but that didn't mean he should only worry about it. Because there is fatigue, which increases if you use skills or move, and the higher the fatigue, the more the power of the skills decreases and the heavier the body becomes. Kim continued to absorb monsters. He was sorry that he had to think about so much, but he realized that he could absorb the bodies of monsters, thereby restoring mana without spending it. A window appeared in which it was written that the target's vital activity had stopped and mana would not be spent. The system also reported that Kim had succeeded in the hunt and had restored his mana. Kim smiled happily. Kim's rank has been promoted to D rank. His skills also became the same rank as himself. Kim was glad because he understood that the more he uses the predator, the stronger it becomes. He thought that at this rate, he could become S rank or even SS rank. Then he decided that he could become the first SSS rank. Kim walked down the street strewn with the corpses of monsters. Kim said that the job was done and that we should return to H1. He turned around in surprise because he felt something. Kim looked up and saw the awakened one fighting against the giant ogre. Hensu jumped on the monster and swung his mana blade at it. Hensu shouted that he would take revenge on this monster for the souls of those killed. Hyunsu cried as he attacked the monster. Hyunsu spoke about himself in the third person and shouted that he was a hero who would bring justice to the monster. Kim looked at this with shame and could not understand what was wrong with Hyunsu. The giant ogre raised his hand to strike. Hyunsu also continued to attack him. Hensu dealt many blows. The blood of the giant ogre spilled. There was an explosion and a blast wave, and a beam of light hit the sky. Kim looked at this in shock. The hero was surprised because Hyunsu easily defeated the A-rank monster. Kim thought that this must be the same A-rank awakened one who allowed the gate to break through in Kim's past life. Hensu stood on the monster, sticking a month into it. Kim recognized him and admired him because he realized that Hyunsu was strong, as they say. Suddenly Hensu smiled and winked, saying that this pathetic monster died from his sword of justice. Kim thought that Hyunsu was as simple as they say. Hyunsu then began to pray with his hands folded, and Kim wondered why Hyunsu was here, because before Kim's regression, Hyunsu was fighting an ogre in another part of the city. Hyunsu silently prayed and addressed the residents, saying that he hoped they would be at peace. Kim looked at Hyunsu nervously. Suddenly Kim felt the skill being used and was shocked. A bald man with scars on his face stuck a dagger into Hyunsu's back. Hyunsu was shocked and blood started flowing from his mouth. The bald man smiled and said that Hyunsu was caught. A real nightmare was happening in the city. Clouds of dust covered the entire city. We are transported to some room in which, it seems, there is no one. There was a girl lying on the sofa. She was unconscious and Hwang was standing in front of her. The girl was put to sleep. Hwang was very nervous and wondered if this was normal. Hwang remembered with horror that Kim had said that many people would die today. Standing in front of Hwang, Kim said that one of these people is their school nurse, Nayeon. Kim said that she would die because she would help others instead of evacuating. He then asked Hwang if he could put people to sleep with his sleep skill. Hwang stammered and replied that he could. Kim then ordered Hwang to tranquilize and evacuate Nayeon. Kim turned around and said he would handle the rest. Hwang stood in front of the sofa and wondered how Kim knew about all this. Suddenly he thought of something that shocked him. Hwang began to think that this made sense because there was no other way to explain it. Hwang was very excited and his thoughts began to get confused. Hwang exclaimed that Kim was an awakened one with the skill of precognition, but the person standing behind him said that this was not the case. Hwang was horrified and started shouting that foresight was very cool. However, the guy in the robe standing behind said that this was not so. However, he immediately wondered if something could go wrong. It was night outside, but the moon gave off a fairly bright light. Kim, looking at the wounded Hyunsu and the man standing in front of the awakened one, realized that something was definitely going wrong. Hyunsu, holding the wound, exclaimed for this man to reveal who he was. The scarred men were holding 2 machetes. He laughed and said that even with holes in his vital organs, Hyunsu remained alive, which was surprising. He also said that our ranks are completely different. When this man smiled, he looked crazy and scary. He said it would only be more fun. This man is a B-rank villain, Han Sando, who has the stealth skill. Awakened ones who commit crimes are called villains, and the villain Han Sando is one of them. This is a murderous maniac who, while breaking through the gate, killed people for his own joy. Kim stood aside and, looking at Han, thought that he was sure that Hyunsu and Han had never met in a past life. Kim wondered in surprise that the future had really changed because of him. Hyunsu started to beam. He called and exclaimed that Khan is a villain. Hyunsu rushed to the attack and exclaimed that he would punish the villain with his own hands. However, something happened and Hyunsu stopped, starting to look at his feet. They both felt the ground shake. The monster they were standing on suddenly began to rise and exude an aura. The giant ogre stood up and began to growl with anger. Hyunsu and Han jumped aside, but they reacted completely differently to this. Hyunsu was shocked, and Han was delighted at the giant ogre's regeneration. The monster immediately regenerated and his arm returned to normal. He immediately hit them both, but they managed to dodge. Upon landing, Han laughed and said that nothing could be done, and therefore he decided to leave Hyunsu to this monster. Khan turned around and looked at someone with a crazy expression on his face. He looked at Kim and said that they had an observer anyway. Han began to attack Kim, shouting along the way that the more victims, the better. Kim was shocked because he was being attacked by such a madman. Han, wishing Kim dead, attacked him and almost cut off his head. However, Kim immediately used his skill and his neck became stone. He smiled and called Khan. Kim then kicked Han in the face. Han lost ground and began to laugh, shouting that Kim was awakened. Han was surprised because Kim called him by name and even mentioned his rank. Kim began to slowly approach as his hand became covered in stone. Kim said that Han is a psycho who loves to kill using his stealth skill. The hero asked if it was Khan. Kim extended his stone hand and, smiling, said that it was great that they had met. Han attacked him, but Kim blocked the blow with his stone hand. Han attacked with his second sword, intending to hit Kim on the head. However, the hero put out a block with both hands. Han attacked and Kim defended using his stone skin skill, and so they continued to attack each other for some time, but no one seriously injured each other. Han jumped back and grinned, saying that Kim was quite skilled to be confident. Kim was serious and looked Han in the eyes. Han said he couldn't imagine that the blades wouldn't work on Kim. Han was talking to Kim while in the background Hyunsu continued to fight the giant ogre. Han said he doesn't know how Kim figured out who he was, but Kim probably thinks he has a chance since Han's attacks don't work on him. Kim was very wary and prepared to continue the battle. Khan smiled madly and began to use his stealth skill. He said Kim should have realized that the world doesn't follow plans. Suddenly Han disappeared. Kim realized that this was a stealth skill. Kim prepared for Han's attack and wondered if Han was using stealth after all. Kim turned around sharply. At the same time, he thought that Khan didn't know that this wouldn't change the fact. Kim hit a seemingly empty spot, but it was Han. Kim exclaimed that Han's attacks were not taking him down. Han was behind and shocked Kim. He asked if Kim was sure about this. Kim blocked Han's attack with a stone hand, but somehow Han still managed to damage Kim's arm and wound him. Kim was surprised as blood leaked from his wound. Khan started laughing madly. Continuing his attack, Han asked if Kim even knew how many people like him Han had killed. Han was very fast and attacked Kim from different directions, delivering many blows. At the same time, he talked about worms who believed that their skills were invincible, but realizing their weakness, they immediately become lost and die from the desire to escape. Kim was very excited. He tried to defend himself with all his might. Han exclaimed to make Kim understand something better before he died. The villain said that all skills have weaknesses. He then attacked again and, judging by the blood spatter, wounded Kim. Kim's blood spilled onto the ground. The hero was breathing heavily. It was clear that he was exhausted. Kim stood and thought that he did not know that stone skin had such a disadvantage. Stone skin does not completely block the attack. The unbearable shock breaks the stone and the destroyed part is replaced by stone with noticeably reduced strength. Han began to reveal his secrecy. Kim felt that crazy look. The hero also realized that Khan had been achieving this from the very beginning. The stony skin on Kim's face slowly began to crumble. Kim smiled and thought that now he was definitely sure that he could withstand a one-on-one fight against a B rank, because his physical abilities are far above the average D rank. In an instant, the smile disappeared from Han's face and he was shocked because Kim said that it seemed like it was time to finish the tests. Khan again rushed to attack. As he approached Kim, he began laughing and shouting that Kim seemed to be going crazy when he was pushed into a dead end. While Han was running, Kim asked if Han knew why Kim wanted to meet him. However, Han laughed and asked what Kim was babbling about. Suddenly a red aura lit up everything around. Han was shocked. Kim, after starting to use the Predator, said that he wanted to meet Han because he wanted to take away his skill. Khan stood still in fear and wondered what this ominous motto was. He also wondered if Kim had been hiding her all this time. However, Khan started laughing and smiling like a madman again. Han began to move around Kim at incredible speed. He said he didn't know what the skill was, but asked if Kim thought she could hit it without seeing it. Kim's skill, meanwhile, was almost ready to be used. Kim asked if Han himself didn't say that all skills have weaknesses. The hero said that he realized this when he absorbed the monsters. According to him, some of them constantly left his field of vision. But, in the end, the Predator caught up with everyone. The Predator began to catch up with Khan. The villain was shocked that the Predator was catching up with him and looked at it in horror. One of Kim's eyes glowed red. He said that no matter where Khan hid, no matter where he ran, the Predator would catch him no matter what. At that moment, Khan began to scream. The Predator caught and devoured him, tearing him into pieces. Meanwhile, the sun appeared over the horizon and began to dawn. Hyunsu was lying on the ground. He was exhausted and thought that if only the villain Khan had not injured him. Hyunsu looked forward and thought that even he, the hero of justice, Hyunsu, could not defeat death. The giant ogre was heading towards Hensu, who was exhausted and lying on the ground. The monster swung and began to growl. The giant ogre hit Hensu with incredible force, but the monster was surprised and angry. After all, Hensu has disappeared somewhere. Kim wondered what was going on and said that Hyunsu was sprawled on the ground. Kim stood behind the monster, holding Hyunsu by the collar. Kim, calling on the Predator skill, said that this was not surprising because, after all, it was much easier. Some more time passed. The man and woman opened the door and were shocked. H-Wang and Kim stood in front of them. H-Wang, turning to his parents, happily said that he was home, and Kim asked his uncle if everything was fine. H-Wang's parents burst into tears. They started screaming that they thought monsters had grabbed them, but H-Wang replied that nothing of the sort had happened. They started going home, and H-Wang's parents said that maybe it didn't happen to them, because they weren't at home. But in the house, according to them, there was such a mess as if someone had turned the whole house upside down. H-Wang felt awkward and started talking about how nothing happened. He asked Kim if this was true, but Kim laughed awkwardly and replied that it was difficult for him to say, and so they entered the house. After some time, Kim held the phone in his hands and watched the breaking news. The reporter said that according to government statements, the current threat of breaching the gate has been completely eliminated. The presenter also said that given the possibility of another breakthrough, the government ordered nearby schools to close for a week. Also, the survivors have begun to successfully recover and the public can breathe a sigh of relief. The same fair-haired man with glasses, walking through the hospital, said that it was not a C rank, but an A rank. The nurse whom H-Wang saved spoke in surprise that when she woke up, she was already here. Journalists, of course, did not leave Hensu alone and surrounded him with attention. However, Hensu began to shout that it was not he who defeated the giant ogre and that the real hero was another person. The reporter said that, however, since the corpse of the giant ogre was not found, and the identity of the villain who attacked the people is not known for certain, people are worried that the security measures may not be sufficient. Kim, looking at the phone, said that this was great. He turned off the phone and was glad that there was not a word about him in the news. Kim smiled with joy and said that then it was time to move on to the next step. He was standing on the train tracks in front of the tunnel. There were 3 skills in Kim's status window, namely Stealth, Predator skill, and Stone Skin skill. Kim realized that he now had 3 skills, and also realized that gaining the stealth skill was particularly successful. However, at his current level, it is too difficult to use all 3 skills at once, because inappropriate use will use up all of his mana, as well as increase his fatigue level, and everything will end quite badly. Kim, continuing to walk, thought that potions would be the best solution. Potions are elixirs created for various purposes, such as restoring mana or fatigue. Walking through the tunnel, Kim thought that potions were expensive, so he needed to earn money. The hero began to walk along a narrow passage between the walls. He understood that to hunt he needed official permission. Even the simple use of skills without such permission is considered illegal. Kim came out of this gorge and decided that there was only one thing left for him. When he came out of the gorge, a large area opened up in front of him, in which there were many monsters. Kim realized that all he could do was clear out unexplored dungeons. The spider monsters looked at Kim and asked him how a pathetic mortal dared to come here. They also wondered how he was able to find them and wanted to paralyze him and have a feast. Kim, standing in front of them, said that they spoke well and asked if they were highly developed monsters. These monsters are B-rank spider sisters. Kim raised his head and said that B-rank was not enough to change his rank and wondered if he would have to kill 100 of them. The monsters were very angry because Kim dared to insult them. They asked if he didn't yet understand the situation he was in. One of the spider sisters was about to spit something at Kim. She spat purple mana at Kim. The monsters happily attacked Kim, saying that they would eat him alive. The monsters began to gloat, asking how Kim felt now. One of the spider sisters asked if Kim felt his body turning to stone and paralysis setting in. Kim's skill activated and his eye glowed red. Thanks to mystical power, Kim gained resistance. The spider sisters were shocked because Kim said that, as he thought, they had a useful skill. From the tunnel came the cry of one of the monsters, who asked Kim to stop. Then more screams started coming from the tunnel. Kim succeeded in hunting and gained a new skill, paralysis. The action moves to the tower of the new South Korean Players Association. There were 2 guards standing in front of the office. 3 adults were sitting at the table in the office. Among them sat the deputy manager, the personnel officer of the new South Korean Players Association, Go Taewook. He was nervous because 2 of the best players in the association were sitting in front of him. The player is an awakened one who is allowed to use their skills for various purposes, such as exploring the abyss, clearing dungeons, and so on. There are now 5 centers of such players in South Korea. The largest Korean guilds, the 4 great guilds: fighters, indivisible, masters, alchemists, magicians, wizards, informants, night walkers, and the authorized agency managing the players, including the 4 great guilds. This is the new Players Association of South Korea. The man was excited because very influential people were sitting right in front of him. Sitting at the table was the blue-haired, green-eyed girl Yuin, the head of the Nightwalkers Guild and an S-rank player. She greeted the chairman and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A gray-haired man with an eye patch sat in front of her. He is the chairman of the new South Korean Players Association and S-rank player, Jai Jinhui. He thanked her for coming, saying that he knew she was busy. Jinhui asked if she learned anything. The girl asked in response if Chairman Jai was talking about the Guild of Villains. The Guild of Villains is a criminal organization founded by the most renegade of even the villains. Members of this guild wear gold rings with 3 skulls. Ian handed over some documents to Chairman Jai. She said that these were the latest movements of the Villains Guild, as well as the list of players they were targeting. Leaning back, she said that she was sure that Chairman Jai did not call her to personally hand over documents, so she asked him why he called her. Chairman Jai, holding the documents in his hands, looked at Ian and laughed. Jai surprised Ian by saying that he wanted to know her opinion. Chairman Jai then asked her about when she passed the player test. Ian was a little confused, but replied that she had, of course, taken the player test when she reached the qualifying age of 19. However, Ian suddenly fell silent. She was surprised by something. Chairman Jai smiled slyly. Ian seemed to understand what the chairman wanted to say. Then Chairman Jai asked her if she thought a high school student could fight a monster. Kim, meanwhile, was sitting on a mountain of monster corpses. Kim had a lot of gems in his backpack, and Kim himself was calling someone. He called one of the 4 great guilds, the alchemists. Kim held a glowing purple stone in his hands. He said he wanted to buy some potions. The 7-day school closure due to the gate breach ended and students returned to school. During these 7 days, Kim and Hwang engaged in physical training. In addition, Kim managed to clear another dungeon. When Kim came to one of the 4 largest alchemist guilds, the people who met him were shocked by the number of magic stones that Kim brought. The guild members exclaimed that they would take Kim to the SVIP and make a deal with the alchemist. Kim bought potions thanks to the fact that he brought mana stones to the guild. Mana stone, a stone that acts as the heart of a monster and is used to craft potions and equipment. Kim's status window has also changed. He rose to C rank. Kim sat and thought that there was still a long way to go. The hero sat at his desk and realized that he still needed to go to school. Surprised classmates approached him and said that there were rumors that Kim had single-handedly pulverized Heksu's henchmen. One of his classmates was horrified, saying that Kim was in big trouble anyway. The girl asked him why. The guy replied in surprise, does she really not know? At that moment, 3 people were heading towards them. The classmate wanted to say that things had come to something terrible, but he suddenly fell silent. Kim looked calmly at those who approached him. Suddenly, these people started throwing chairs around. They were aggressive. One of them sat down in front of Kim and put his feet on the desk. A red-haired guy in a suit sat in front of Kim, and 2 more stood behind this guy. A classmate who was watching from the side said that Lee Jonj would not leave it like that. A terrifying red aura emanated from Lee. He turned to Kim, calling him a friend, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Lee Jonj, an S-Rank awakened. Lee is the leader of the Teasan High School gang. 3rd generation keyball of Teasan Group, a large corporation sponsoring Teasan High School. Memories from a past life began to pop up in Kim's head, namely how he was beaten in an alley. Kim looked angrily at the offenders, simultaneously wiping the blood from his mouth. 2 bad guys stood in front of him, and behind them stood Lee. Kim understood that Lee was the main culprit who set Hex on him only because Kim was not awakened. The hero asked Lee if he was his friend, and then grinned. Kim looked at him threateningly and told him not to talk nonsense and get lost. Lee reacted calmly, but the guy standing behind him started calling him names and pointing at Kim. A moment later, Lee punched the guy in the face. Lee stood up and looked at his falling comrade. Lee, looking at him, asked if he didn't see that Lee was busy talking. Kim sat at his desk, holding his hands in his pockets. He was completely calm. Smiling a little, Lee said that he knew Kim was very excited after defeating Heksu. Kim was shocked. Something red lit up the room. Lee stood on the desk in front of Kim. Incredible power and mana wafted from him. Lee asked if it was necessary to tease an opponent by looking him in the face. Kim, watching Lee's mana, wondered in surprise whether this was the magical power of an awakened S-class. Kim was shocked because Lee's mana was just off the charts. Kim began to take his hands out of his pockets. At this point, Lee told Kim to pay attention when he was told important things. Kim took out his hand and wondered what it would be like for him to meet a predator. Suddenly, some blue-haired woman appeared and told Lee to leave. Henchman Lee wanted to stop this girl, but she froze his hand using her skill. Kim recognized her immediately. It was Lim Iong. Lim told Kim to finish too. He was tense, but he smiled. Kim knew that she was an S-Rank awakened, as well as a future SS rank player, and besides, she was the most promising. Kim thought that she had so many nicknames and there would be even more names. Lim, meanwhile, let go of Lie's henchman's hand. Lim and Lee looked at each other seriously. Kim realized that retreat was simply impossible. Lee began to smile and joke. He said that there was some kind of misunderstanding, because this was just a conversation between friends. Lim asked again and said that Lee had just tried to punch Kim. Lee addressed her and told her not to cross the line. However, Lim was serious and not afraid. She said that if Lee did not leave on his own, she would help him, and therefore asked him to leave. An aura began to rage around them. Kim looked at them nervously and thought that they really should leave everything. Otherwise, if they continued, the class would be in danger of destruction. Lee looked down at Lim arrogantly, and the girl, in turn, continued to look at him calmly. Lee suddenly turned around and said that he was not going to fight Lim in vain. He suddenly started using the skill and fire appeared. Holding a fire sphere in his hands and pointing the sphere at Lim, Lee asked if she really thought he would say that. Lee was already ready to attack, but the bell began to ring. Lim also heard this call and was distracted by it. Kim continued to sit calmly on the chair, keeping his hands in his pockets. Someone started broadcasting a message from the loudspeaker. A voice sounded from the speaker. The broadcast department began to convey some message to the students. It was announced to the students that the Players Association would be holding a special lecture in the main hall. All students must immediately assemble in the main hall. This message was broadcast throughout the school and repeated several times. Lee stopped using the skill, and the fireball from his hand slowly began to disappear. Lee looked nervous when he heard about the Players Association. Lee was unhappy that this was happening now. Lim continued to stand on alert, ready to fight Lee. However, Lee smiled and said that it happened at the right time. Lee walked out of the class and said that they could count themselves lucky. The door slammed shut and Lim relaxed. She turned around and, turning to Kim, asked if he was okay. She wanted to say that Kim might not thank her, but Kim was no longer in the chair, which surprised her. Lim was surprised because Kim was already standing at the exit of the classroom and asked her what she was worth. The hero also asked if she hadn't heard the announcement of the gathering in the main hall. Kim said that then he would go first. She looked at him, stunned, and seemed to have a few questions. Kim closed the door and Lim had even more questions. She was at a loss. Lim wondered if Kim had always been like this. After some time, all the students gathered in the main hall of the school. The students, sitting in the hall, wondered what the lecture organized by the Players Association would be about. They assumed it was due to the gate being breached. The students were surprised because the deputy director of personnel of the Players Association, Go Taewook, was speaking to them. Taewook, standing in front of the podium, said that there were 2 reasons why he had gathered them here. One of them is the lack of response to a gate breach. He began to talk about another reason when suddenly his mana, which is purple in color, went wild. Taking the microphone and looking menacingly at the students, Taewook said that for those of them who are responsible for the future of their new Korea, they are informing about changes in the player exam. Lee made a displeased face during his speech, continuing to think about Kim and calling him names. And Lim, with a thoughtful look, thought that later she would need to find out about him. Kim, in turn, yawned during this lecture. The students began to look at each other and wonder what the player's exam had to do with them. They were at a loss, because this exam is intended for 19-year-olds and this year they will not be able to participate anyway. Taewook at this point said that this has something to do with them, so he is here to make recommendations. According to him, recently an unexpected event occurred, a breach of the gate. Due to the sudden increase in the number of monsters and dungeons, their Players Association admits that they are short of manpower. Therefore, starting this year, they plan to allow even high school students to receive recommendations. The students were shocked and began to wonder and surprised that this really meant that they could do it too. Taewook said the guidelines for each school include testing of aptitude, grades, and behavior. According to him, they plan to select people based on complete numerical data. Kim smiled, realizing that this was a lie. Taewook continued to say something, but Kim at that moment was thinking that high school students could actually take this exam, but the selection itself was already underway. Kim realized that this was Taewook's skill. Taewook, using the skill, watched the students, his eyes glowing purple. Kim knew that Taewook could determine the observer's gaze. Taewook sees some numbers above each student. Observer's eye, the ability to quantify the total number of abilities of the one he is looking at, and even see the player's status window information when concentrating. Taewook smiled as he looked at the students. Seeing the numbers above them, Taewook knew that the numbers here were definitely better than other places. He knew they would be great players. Taewook was excited about something, because among these students there were the most amazing ones. It was Lee, above whom was the number 1924. Lim was second, with 2,335 points above her. Taewook reflected that he had received a list of recommended targets from the Night Walkers, but such numbers were surprising for an unprepared awakened. Smiling, Taewook realized that he would have to write a letter of recommendation as soon as he returned to the association. Suddenly Lee raised his hand and addressed the player Taewook. The deputy director was a little surprised and excited. Lee stood with his hand raised and asked a question. Lee recalled that Taewook said that he would provide recommendations for the player's examination, so Lee asked if there were those who were not at all suitable for this position. Lee lowered his hand. He went on to say that the player exam is a test to determine if any of the awakened are qualified to become a player. Lee then glared at Kim and said that he believed the unawakened had no need to hear this. A player is not only his strength. Of course, the awakened rank, the ability to deal with various situations, the vast knowledge of the abyss, all these complex abilities must be tested in order to qualify to become a player. However, Lee said that the first difficulty is being awake. The disciples looked at Kim and mocked him because Lee asked if the unawakened would suffer if they listened to this. Kim looked at Lee and wondered if Lee really wanted to test whether Kim was awakened by making such a speech. Lee looked at Kim with a smile, wanting Kim to prove that he was awakened, if he really was. Suddenly Lim turned around and yelled at Lee. However, Kim shamed her by asking her if he asked her to help. Lim felt awkward. She felt so ashamed that she quickly turned away, closed her eyes and decided that she would not interfere. Lee said he hopes he gets out of here as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Taewook began to say that he understood what Lee was talking about, but attending this lecture depended only on them. Lee tried to piss Kim off, while the rest of the students looked at the hero with a grin. Lee asked if Kim was ashamed, since he still wouldn't be able to get a recommendation as an unawakened one. Kim stood calmly and looked at Lee, keeping his hands in his pockets. Lee asked whether Kim really doesn't care about things like examining players. Kim was still unperturbed. He wondered if this was possible, because if Kim could not clearly prove that he was an awakened one, then he would not have a chance to pass the exam. Kim looked up and saw the gaze of an observer above him. He realized that he didn't have to prove himself personally to get a recommendation. Taewook's attention was directed towards 3 students, namely Lee, Kim, and Lim. Taewook put his hand to his chin and thought. He understood that although Lee had an S rank, he was just a bully and therefore he was sorry. Taewook turned his attention to Kim. Taewook understood that according to the students, Kim was unawakened, whose potential level was unknown. Taewook wanted to think that he felt sorry for Kim, but suddenly his skill didn't work on the hero. Taewook was shocked because his skill could not confirm the information. Kim stood in a row of students. He said that Lee was right and admitted that he was narrow-minded. Lee was at a loss. Kim began to ask about the benefit of listening to such information for the unawakened, because it would only hurt Lee's pride in vain. Kim said that's why he'll come out. Having said this, Kim gave Bully Lee the middle finger. Lee was furious. Kim told Lee to stay and listen to the excellent lecture. Lee grinned and called Kim, saying that he was completely infuriating. Tuuk, meanwhile, was in shock. He couldn't believe that his observer's gaze didn't work. He was so shocked because this did not happen to the president of the association, and this never happened even to the guild leader Ian. Kim headed towards the exit, still keeping his hands in his pockets. Tuuk looked at Kim in surprise and wondered how his observer's gaze did not work on this brat. Kim continued to walk towards the exit. He was almost at the exit, but suddenly he stopped. Tuuk still tried to use his skill to check Kim's skills, but the skill replied that it was impossible to confirm the information. Kim turned around calmly. Tuuk was even more shocked because he got to see Kim's skills. An incredible aura emanated from Kim, and above his head was the number 5096, as well as that white creature who called himself King. Passed some time. The school was empty. There was not a single student in the corridors. Kim seemed to be in the library, which was also empty. He sat on a pile of books and, while reading a book, said that he was thinking of using his free time to look for clues about the king. Then Kim looked forward with a smile. 3 aggressive students stood in front of him. Kim said there was no point in staying here anyway. One of the students told Kim that Lee was looking for him, so he ordered Kim to follow them. Kim, continuing to leaf through the book, asked what would happen if he didn't want to. Then henchman Lee smiled and said with a smile that Kim, it seems, runs his aunt's restaurant. Kim was shocked to hear this. Kim asked the student about this in surprise. He replied that Lee asked to convey. Grinning, the student said that Kim has no parents and his aunt is already having a hard time. He asked if Kim wanted to make her life even more difficult. The bully was talking about how they would force Kim to go anyway, but Kim's punch at that moment almost reached the bully. The blow was so powerful that the shockwave knocked out the doors of the library. The library was destroyed, all the shelves were broken. Kim had this bully by the throat. Kim lifted him by the throat with one hand and kept his other hand in his pocket. The remaining 2 opponents lay unconscious on the floor. Kim told the bully not to make him ask twice. Kim turned to Lee's henchman and asked where Lee himself was. Some time passed and there was no one in the main hall. Apparently, they came to the gym. Kim came into the hall. 2 guys stood in front of him. Some bald man standing behind Lee, holding his hand in front of him and trying to use the skill, said that this was amazing. Lee asked him what exactly was surprising. This bald man's name is Sol Hongdo. He is a rank hunter and Lee's bodyguard. Hondo said that since Kim arrived here, Hondo has used the status reducing skill several times. Incredible red mana raged around Kimu. Hondo said the skill doesn't work at all. According to him, if Kim has this level of resistance, then he is probably in a rank awakened. Lee grinned and said that Kim was awakened after all. Lee smiled and invited Kim to talk as friends. However, Kim remained silent. Lee reached out and started talking about how he was being harsh but didn't actually mean to hurt Kim. According to him, he rather wanted to find out about Kim. Lee extended his hand and said that after graduation, he would create a guild that would be the successor to the Teeson group, but even a genius like him couldn't do everything alone. Kim was still silent and did not answer. Lee asked if Kim knew what was needed. Lee pointed upward and exclaimed that he needed footage. According to him, he does not need losers like Hexu, but truly talented ones. Lee pointed at Kim and exclaimed that he needed people like Kim now. Suddenly, Lee began shouting for Kim to forget about old grievances and be with him. Lee also shouted that Kim would then have wealth and fame, and his family would be able to escape life in the gutter. However, Kim suddenly said that this was all nonsense. Lee was shocked. Kim began using the stone skin skill while asking about wealth and fame. Kim covered himself with stone skin and angrily said that Lee had crossed the line. Lee looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and exhaled and said that this was true. Lee also started using his skill and exclaimed that it was because the dogs needed to be shown their place. Hondo began to use his skill and magical signs appeared in front of him. He used the space skill. Space is a barrier skill that surrounds space with a shield. The magical powers inside the shield cannot be sensed from the outside. He covered the hall with a barrier. Having finished creating the barrier, Hondo clapped and said that this way the whole school would not know about their fight. Lee immediately rushed to attack, but Kim jumped and dodged. Kim was about to hit back. Lee also had no intention of retreating and was preparing to attack. They hit each other and a magic sphere formed between them. Kim's fist and Lee's fist collided with each other. Kim felt severe pain. He jumped back, but Lee immediately attacked him with his foot. Lee hit Kim so hard that Kim was thrown back violently and also created an explosion. Kim hit the wall and blood started coming out of his mouth. Lee started laughing and asking Kim if he understood now. Hondo stood and watched the battle, but everything was littered with explosions and fire. Hondo watched and kept his hands in his pockets, thinking that he felt sorry for Kim. The hero continued to attack Lee. He was not going to give up. Hongdo thought that Kim was probably in a rank awakened with high body strengthening skills. With such a level of combat instincts and willpower, it is difficult to believe that Kim is still a schoolboy. Hongdo suggested that Kim probably usually couldn't even find an opponent. Hongdo knew that today's battle was completely different. Kim, meanwhile, attacked Lee, but Lee blocked his hand and prepared to strike back. Lee hit using his skill. He hit Kim right in the face. The hero was unable to block this attack. Hongdo understood that the so-called S-rank fruit of talent was fighting against Kim. Watching the fight, Hongdo was sure that Kim had no chance of winning. He thought that Kim should just learn his lesson and give up. However, suddenly something shocked him. Lee attacked Kim, but the hero was able to dodge by moving back. Kim was about to hit back and swung. Kim hit, but Lee blocked and took no damage. Then they swung at each other together. Kim's punch was faster and hit Lee right in the face. Kim slammed his opponent into the ground. The blow was quite strong. Hongdo was shocked. He couldn't believe that Kim threw Mr. Lee away. Lee lay on the floor, groaning in pain, trying to move. He started calling Kim names, asking him how he dared to do this. Lee realized that he could not move. Hongdo was stunned and wondered if Lee really couldn't move. Looking at Kim, Hongdo wondered if Kim's skill was not limited to armor. He also questioned who Kim even was. Kim exclaimed joyfully that he had finally succeeded. Hongdo wondered what Kim did. There are 3 skills in total that Kim acquired thanks to the Predator: Stone Skin, the stealth he took away from the villainous Khan, and also the paralysis he received from the Spider Sisters. However, Kim did not use all his skills from the very beginning. C-rank paralysis cannot easily overcome S-rank resistance. Invisibility is quickly destroyed by a wide range of fire attacks, and the Predator is the last resort, and you shouldn't resort to it haphazardly. Therefore, Kim's goal was to accumulate paralysis in the enemy in close combat. That's why Kim exchanged blows with Lee. The status reduction skill has a greater effect if enhanced by a direct hit rather than applied at a distance. In other words, if paralysis is inflicted several times by continuous strikes, then even with the opponent's S-rank resistance, he will not be able to withstand. Kim used paralysis several times, but Lee successfully resisted, but in the end, Kim managed to inflict paralysis. Kim began to slowly approach the paralyzed Lee. Hongdo was still shocked. He thought it was incredible that Kim had defeated Mr. Lee in direct confrontation, which was beyond anyone's expectations. Kim stood directly in front of the paralyzed Lee. The enemy was still groaning in pain. Lee turned to Kim and said he would admit. Lee took out a purple gem. Lee said that he seemed to underestimate Kim too much, because otherwise, according to him, he would not have been beaten by trash like Kim. Lee began to squeeze the purple gem he was holding. Lee broke this gem. Kim was shocked because there was a surge of mana. Lee stood up, and a fiery monster appeared behind him. Lee's face was on fire. Covering his face with his hand, Lee said that now he too would be a worthy opponent. Kim started to run away. The fire monster attacked him. At some point, Kim jumped forward. The fire monster, trying to hit Kim, hit the ground, but Kim was able to dodge because he jumped. The hero prepared to attack back. Kim's stone skin skill focused on his arm. The monster opened its mouth and began to form a fireball. This fireball was truly huge. Kim struck, trying to break through this fireball. However, Kim's stone skin began to crumble. Kim was unable to damage the monster and it attacked Kim, throwing him back. Kim fell to the ground. Hongdo watched the fight from afar. He knew that this was Mr. Lie's skill, the true form of S-rank Flame Heart. Kim held onto the second floor railing and watched the fight. He reflected that in his normal human form it would be difficult to unleash the true power of the S-class. But before that, Lee used a magic enhancement stone. The magic stone, the heart of the monster, is a product obtained through processing. This stone temporarily enhances magical power. Hongdo was confident that if this was what he saw, then Lee was now capable of unleashing his S-rank power to its full potential. However, Hongdo was excited about something, namely that there was some kind of problem. He shouted to Mr. Lie and asked him to stop. Hongdo asked if he really was going to kill Kim. Hongdo shouted in concern that, besides, this magical power was too strong for Lee and therefore he would not be able to cope. According to him, as soon as all of Lie's blood vessels will burst due to the leakage of magical energy. Suddenly Lee began to attack. This projectile flew straight at Hongdo, but the bodyguard was able to dodge. This attack also destroyed the barrier. Lee, holding his outstretched hand in front of him, ordered Hongdo to shut up because he was just a bodyguard, so how dare he give orders. Kim, meanwhile, slowly stood up, groaning in pain because he was wounded. Lee called Kim names and said he had humiliated him. Lee asked if Hongdo was telling him to stop. Kim looked ahead and was stunned. At the same moment, this monster hit Kim, shouting that Hongdo should not order him. Lee started laughing like crazy and screaming for Kim to die. Hongdo ran towards them, thinking that Lee had gone crazy. He also began to think about how he could stop Lee. Hongdo approached Kim and asked if he was alive. He asked Kim to stop fighting and run. He extended his hand to Kim and said that he would somehow stop Mr. Lee. He wanted to tell Kim to run away quickly, but Kim immediately hit him. The blow was so strong that it threw Hundo several meters away. Kim managed to get up. He asked if he had to run when Lee started the fight first. Lee said that he of course admits that S rank is a completely different level. Kim had just used several potions, his fatigue, stamina, and Manhwa were restored. Kim summoned the predator and terrifying red mana appeared around it. He exclaimed that then he too would become himself. Meanwhile, in the Players Association Tower, Taewook stood in front of Chairman Jinhui in his office. Chairman Jinhui was shocked to learn that 2 students from the school had 1,900 and 2,300 points. He asked in surprise if this was true. Taewook confirmed this and said that Lee had 1,900 points and Lim Eat had 2,300 points. He revealed that they were both S-rank awakened. The association staff standing nearby exclaimed in surprise that even though they had an S rank, Lee had 1,900 points even without training. Another employee said in surprise that this was already comparable to a level hunters. She asked if this was not the level of a Japanese saint. Chairman Jinhui laughed and wondered if a saint-level hunter had finally appeared in their new Korea. Taewook at that moment thought about the saint. As one of the hunters representing Japan, she was 19 years old when she first checked her level and found monsters whose total points had already exceeded 2,500. Taewook thought that even this monster only had 2,500 points. Taewook remembered with horror about Kim and wondered what happened to Kim's points. After all, Taewook saw Kim have a little over 5,000 points. Taewook began to think about it. He thought it was a simple illusion or a mistake in his skill. He couldn't understand what it was, and so they left the office of the chairman of the association, Jinhui, and headed somewhere. Following Taewook were 4 more employees. Taewook was determined. He decided that he had to find out everything personally. Hundo, meanwhile, was in amazement. He watched the fight between Kim and Lee and what he saw horrified him. Hundo looked up and wondered in amazement how this was possible. It turned out that he was shocked that Kim, using his predator skill, began to defeat Lee. The predator began to tear the monster into pieces and, it seems, cut off its head. Lee continued to fight and wondered why this happened. Lee was angry. He couldn't understand why he was thrown away by a worm like Kim. Lee became angry and started shouting that he was the heir of the Tison group and had an S rank. Lee's monster became even stronger. He started shouting that he was Lee Jongsh. However, Kim continued to stand calmly with his hand outstretched. Kim asked why he cared about Lee's S rank and whose heir he was. Kim's eye glowed red as he used his predator skill. Lee continued to fight furiously. Kim said that he doesn't care because he has the skill of a king. In an instant, Kim became huge. He stood over Lee, pointing his palm at him. The predator's tentacles rushed towards Lee. This guy was terrified. He seemed frozen with fear. The red tentacles reached him. Everything around was illuminated with light. From the outside, the school looked normal, but inside this hall there was a crazy battle going on. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion and the school hall was destroyed. The ceiling was destroyed and the hall itself began to burn. Lee was lying unconscious on the floor with numerous wounds. Hundo was shaking and beads of sweat were running down his face. Kim looked at him and said that he surprised him. Behind Hundo lay Lee. Hundo was so tired that he had to sit down. Kim did not expect Hundo to pull Lee out, although Kim was just using a predator. Kim stood calmly in front of Hundo, holding his hands in his pockets, while Hundo could barely stand on his feet. Kim thought that it didn't matter since he had already taken the skill anyway. Hundo asked Kim what he was thinking about. The bodyguard began to talk about how his master is the heir of the Tison group. So Hundo asked how Kim was going to deal with the consequences. Kim calmly asked if Hundo really couldn't see it himself. He also asked about who started the fight first and what Hundo thought Kim wouldn't say. Kim smiled and raised his head and asked if he looked like a person who would be scared by something like that. Meanwhile, the hall continued to burn. Kim asked Hundo not to worry because Kim had no intention of killing Lee anyway. Kim said that in return he should receive payment for his life. Hundo was surprised and asked about this payment for life. Kim began to think out loud and mentioned that Lee was the heir to the Tison group. Hundo became nervous and there was concern in his eyes. Kim put his hand to his chin and began to think. Kim, presenting a lot of money, asked if he shouldn't get 1 billion for Lee. The students were evacuated. They watched the burning hall, standing nearby. Among these students was Lim. She was terrified because she began to understand something. The disciples were also shocked. They thought it was an attack from a demon or monster. Lim felt magic and strong flames, and therefore she realized that this was definitely Lie's power. However, she could not understand who his opponent was. Lim imagined Lee beating Kim because he had previously pretended not to show that he was awakened. Lim imagined that this was exactly what happened. Nurse Nayan was trying to calm the students when Lim suddenly ran past her. The nurse suddenly turned around and shouted to her, but Lim Ayan continued to run. Ah Hyung headed towards the gym door, realizing that she had made a mistake because she hadn't checked the gym. Lim pushed through the flames, thinking about Kim and how it was her fault for not checking the gym. Walking into the gym, the only thing she wanted was for Kim to stay alive. However, as soon as she entered, she saw Lee lying on the ground. But Kim stood calmly, keeping his hands in his pockets as usual. Kim and Lim just remained silent, looking at each other. She was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. With every second she had more and more questions. Kim grinned and exclaimed that she came in at the right time because he needed a witness, or rather, someone to move Lee. Kim asked Lim to move Lee to the infirmary, or better yet, directly to the hospital. Lim immediately walked up to Lee and took him in her arms. She asked Kim in amazement what happened here. The hero held his head and replied that he did not know what Lee was doing, but he was lying here alone. Kim said Lee may have fallen down the stairs or something. Lim looked at Lee, who was covered in blood, and doubted Kim's words. However, Kim continued to say that he did not know what happened, and therefore he asked Lim not to tell anyone that she saw him here. Kim exclaimed that he had gone and was about to leave, but Lim turned around abruptly and asked him to stop and explain everything properly. Kim did not listen to her and disappeared a moment later. Lim was surprised that Kim disappeared so quickly. She called out to Kim again, but he had already left. Kim left there using his stealth skill because after some time he dispelled the stealth, being quite far from the school. Looking towards the school, Kim said that it was nice that Lim would somehow take care of Lee. Kim also said that the Teeson group will not be pestered either, and therefore the issue is approximately resolved. However, at this moment, Kim was interested in something completely different, namely his status window. Kim opened the status window, which still showed C rank. Looking at the status window, Kim wondered what it was. The status window displayed Kim's charm level, namely 5 charm points. Also among Kim's skills was a skill called the Heart of the Monarch, which increases the abilities of group members. Kim was surprised and wondered if charm only applies to appearance, like celebrities. He also wondered how such a thing got here in the first place when he absorbed Lee's power. In addition, the acquired skill is called Fiery Heart. This skill is called Heart of a Monarch. The skill increases the abilities of group members. Kim wondered if this lie worm really had such a skill. Kim smiled and thought that this was actually good. He understood that skills that affected an entire group were rare, regardless of their level. Since Kim has multiple skills, he can combine them, but Heart of the Monarch is much better. Kim exclaimed in surprise that this was a cool skill, but at that moment someone drove up to him in a car. Kim turned around and saw 3 black cars in front of him. Kim was stunned, but he did not run away. A man got out of the car and said that student Kim had finally been found. This man was Tevuk, and he was surrounded by several other employees. Tewuk, approaching Kim, said that he had several questions for Kim. Kim looked at him in surprise and wondered why this man was here now. Purple mana raged around Tevuk. He asked Kim about what he did in the gym. Meanwhile, something was happening in some luxurious mansion. The man, holding a glass of whiskey with ice, asked if this was the result. While the man was talking to someone, 3 black dogs were barking in the background. This man said that his only son was in the hospital. But as if that was not enough, he paid for his life. The compensation was 1 billion. Father Lee asked someone if he could deal with this problem as quietly as possible. Father Lee was sitting in a chair, and next to him sat 3 aggressive dogs that barked incessantly. Hundo was kneeling in front of him and stammeringly asked for forgiveness. Hundo was terrified, he was trembling. Hundo started talking about how he would do whatever Father Lee ordered. However, Father Lee told Hundo to do whatever he saw fit. Hundo was shocked and asked about this in surprise. Lee's father chuckled and said that Kim was very cocky and it was funny. Suddenly the man stuck out his finger and said there was something else. He snapped his fingers and exclaimed that no matter how much they paid, they should also receive compensation. 2 men appeared behind Hundo. Hundo began to nervously address Mr. Director. Hundo began to nervously shout that Lee's opponent was a very young boy, and therefore it was merciless. And then the director showed up. The man looked almost exactly like Lee. However, he has a small beard and his hair is shorter than Lee's. Red mana emanated from him. He ordered Hundo to shut up because he did not allow the dog to bark. The man smiled evilly as the mana around him raged even more. His name is Lee Jiangsu. He is an S-rank hunter and the CEO of Teeson Group. Kim looked at Tewuk in surprise and wondered how he ended up here. Tewuk asked Kim about what he was doing at the gym. Kim wondered if Tewuk was talking about the explosion, or if he was talking about the incident at the lecture. Kim couldn't understand what Tewuk was talking about. Tewuk, meanwhile, continued to silently look at Kim, waiting for an answer to the question. Kim was thinking that Tewuk, the deputy director of the association, the chances of him personally visiting the fire site were slim, but Kim was worried that Tewuk already knew Kim was the culprit and had made his move. Kim decided that all that remained was to find out. Kim said about the gym and asked if Tewuk was talking about the explosion at the gym. Tevuk asked again about the explosion. It turned out that he knew nothing about it. Taewook turned around and realized that Kim was talking about the shake in the distance. Taewook said that there is nothing wrong with this because other organizations will still have to deal with this problem. Suddenly he looked at Kim again and said that he had never heard an answer from him. Kim wondered if Taewook really didn't know about the explosion. Then Taewook asked him about what he was doing in the gym. Kim smiled because he was only too happy to talk about it. He surprised them by asking if they really didn't know yet. Kim began to talk about how he was sure that their visit was due to the fact that they wanted to invite him to the hunter test. Taewook laughed and wanted to ask on what basis Kim makes such a statement. At this point, Kim began to use the Predator. Kim used the Predator and 5,214 appeared above him. He asked if this was not enough. The association members and Taewook were shocked. Taewook couldn't believe it. A terrifying mana raged around Kim. Taewook realized that Kim had become even stronger during these hours. Taewook was amazed, because this meant that this figure was neither a coincidence nor an error. He looked at Kim and wondered who he was. Taewook asked why Kim's clothes were so dirty and Kim immediately stopped using the skill because he felt embarrassed. After some time, Kim was already at home. Hwang screamed throughout the house when he heard that Kim wanted to take the hunter exam. Hwang ran into Kim's room and began pestering him with questions while he was doing physical exercises. Hwang asked if Kim was really going to the hunter exam. Kim confirmed this and said that he would go there in a month. Hwang was so stunned that he dropped his jaw. Hwang began to worship Kim, calling him king and god. Kim felt awkward and asked if Hwang was joking. Kim continued to do the exercise, while at the same time he thought that the incident at the gym would be taken care of by the Teeson group, and therefore Taewook's suspicions would most likely be dispelled. Kim decided that since the exam was in a month, he could concentrate on training. Kim decided that there would be no more problems, but suddenly someone called him. This call was anonymous. At the same time, someone was standing and watching the house from outside on the roof of a neighboring building. Some villain held the association hunter by the throat and asked why the association hunter was guarding the house of a high school student. These two villains were wearing masks. One of them was watching the house while the other dealt with the hunter of the association. The villain in the black mask grinned and said that Kim was probably one of those participating in the next hunter test. This man said that this is so because that is how they take care of rising stars. These two men are killers, a black brother and a white brother. This isn't a rank demon. The elder brother is nicknamed Black. He has the skill of stealth as well as body enhancement. The assassin, the younger white brother with a B rank and stealth skill, wondered if Kim was really a rising star since he was just a brat with little experience. The black brother laughed and took out his blades and said that this is true, because even if this is a promising nasty hunter, without sufficient experience he is nothing. The black brother started shouting like a madman that they would show everyone what a real awakened one is. However, his plans were disrupted as soon as he turned around as he saw Kim holding his little brother and beating him. The black brother attacked Kim, asking him who he was. Kim released the white brother, who was already passed out and prepared to fight with the black brother. Literally one moment and Kim's knee was already in the face of his black brother. Kim hit the black brother in the face with his knee, having previously strengthened the knee with a stone. From such a strong blow, the black brother passed out. Kim looked at him with a smile and said that he was their small fry with no experience. A few hours before, the gym was on fire, and a shocked exclamation from Hundo could be heard after Kim asked for $1 billion. Hundo, on his knees, began to talk about how even if he remained silent about this incident, it was not for him to decide. Kim said he knew about it. Standing in front of Hongdo and holding his hands in his pockets, Kim said that he was not such a bad person to hold his subordinates accountable. Kim asked that Hundo simply do his best to reach an agreement. Hundo was shocked because Kim started using magic and talking about how he wanted to do something in case Hundo betrayed him. Kim extended his hand and invited Hundo to take the Awakened Oath and also asked if Hundo could make a conclusion. The Awakened Oath is a way to enter into a contract created by the Awoken using magical power. In case of violation, a permanent random fine is imposed. Kim said the conditions are simple. Hundo was nervous because Kim started talking about the conditions. Kim said that along with the requested $1 billion compensation, he wants Hundo to do his best to cover up the incident at the gym. The news said that it was discovered that the fire in the Decent High School gym was caused by a gas explosion. Then Kim talked about the second condition, which just happened to be that same call. It turned out that Kim received a call from Hundo. Kim's second condition was that Hundo be informed in advance of any retaliation. Hundo called Kim and said that according to the Oath of the Awakened One, he must tell Kim all the information about the killers. The black brother continued to attack Kim with his blades. However, Kim was able to easily dodge his attacks. Suddenly, Kim raised his hand to strike. He hit the black brother, but he somehow escaped. The black brother was in the air behind Kim in an instant. He attacked Kim with both hands, but this time the hero was able to dodge. The black brother was shocked because Kim said their nicknames. Kim also said that their specialty is said to be sneak attacks using invisibility. Standing right behind him, about to kick the killer, Kim said that, as he thought, there was nothing outstanding about them. Kim used a predator and said that in the end, apparently that's all they can do. Meanwhile, someone from the association was driving somewhere in a car. It was Ayan. She was talking to someone on the phone and said that she heard that the selection of participants for the hunter exam was over. She said it will bring together up and coming hunters from across the country. Ahyung was talking to Chairman Jinhui and asked him about who he was waiting for. She guessed that Chairman Jinhui was probably waiting for S-Rank Shin Yunbok from Busan. The chairman was in his office and looked out the window, simultaneously talking with Ayan. He laughed and said that Shin, of course, is great, but in fact, Jinhui is waiting for someone else. Chairman Jinhui happily said that he was naturally waiting for Ayan's younger brother. Ayan asked if her younger brother would be able to achieve anything in this family. Jinhui laughed and said that she was still as picky as ever. Ayan looked mysteriously out the window. Chairman Jinhui asked her who she was looking forward to, the boy named Shin Yunbok. Ahyung replied that Chairman Jinhui hasn't heard anything interesting yet. The chairman became interested and asked her about the most interesting thing that he had not heard. Ahyung said that besides the other S ranks, she heard that there was a guy who was personally visited by the deputy director, Go Taewook. While they were talking, Kim, meanwhile, defeated 2 assassins. Ahyung said that it was quite interesting as Kim's skill level. Ahyung said that Go Taewook personally checked and made sure. The killers were passed out, and Kim took off the mask from one of them. Suddenly Kim looked at his palm in surprise and wondered why it was like this again. Kim tried to use a predator, but the system reported a lack of physical ability. A notification was also received that due to overload, the use of the predator was impossible. Some time passed, and the alley in front of Kim's house was quite quiet. The 2 killers were tied up, and in front of them stood 2 employees of the Players Association. Behind these association employees stood Kim and Go Taewook. Association employees said that it was not enough that these black and white brothers were annoying the hunters of the association, and now they had descended to high school students. Another association worker asked if they thought these demons were only getting more disgusting. Taewook turned to Kim and thanked him for telling him about it. Taewook also asked if Kim had any idea who was behind the attack. Kim looked at him and thought, but then he looked away and said he didn't know. Taewook picked up the phone. He asked whether it was possible that the list of participants had been revealed. He thinks he'll have to call for reinforcements. Kim, looking at him, thought that if he had unnecessarily accused the Teeson group here, instead of hushing up the situation, Kim would only have gotten a bunch of problems. Kim tried to use the predator again. He understood that the immediate priority now was not the Teeson group, but that he could not use the predator. Kim tried to use the skill, but the system notified him that he was out of physical capacity and was overloaded. Kim walked down the street and thought that due to a lack of physical capabilities, he could not even use his skills. Kim wondered why they were there then. He also wondered if he would eventually have to work on improving his abilities. He began to think about how he could improve his abilities. After all, to increase the level of awakening using a predator on monsters, you need a predator. A predator is also needed to increase the level of awakening by using a predator on the awakened. Kim put his hand to his chin and thought seriously. Kim argued and asked if there was really only one option. The day passed and morning came. Kim came to some building. This building is called Blackhead. As soon as Kim walked in, he was immediately greeted by a girl. Her name is Yura. She welcomed Kim to the best training center in New Korea. Yura smiled joyfully and wanted to ask Kim what she could do to help him, but suddenly something confused her. Following Kim was Hwang, who was very nervous and said that this is Blackhead, in which to register you need to have money, strength, and that's it. Hwang indignantly asked if Kim really wanted to come here. The hero asked a counter question about why he came here back then. Yura was surprised to see schoolchildren here. Yura was embarrassed. She started talking about how they had a training center here, but suddenly Kim handed over some kind of card and told her to register 2 people. Kim handed her the SVIP card. Yura was shocked. She took the card in her hands and began to look at it. Kim asked if that would be enough, while Yura was surprised that it was a SVIP card from one of the 4 largest guilds, an alchemist. She looked at Kim and began to wonder where he got this card from, but suddenly she assumed that he was a relative of a high-ranking hunter. Yura began to get nervous and sweat because she understood that if she just made the payment and something went wrong, there might be problems. She wondered what she should do. At that moment, some pumped-up man appeared behind her and began shouting that Miss Yura seemed to have a dilemma. This red-haired man with a mohawk turned to Kim and, calling him a kid, said that this is not a place where you can enter just by paying money. Yura was shocked that the strongest, Mr. Kankal, came out to them. This man is a B-rank trainer who is not a hunter but holds the title of rookie killer and has a muscle strengthening skill. H-Wang began to shout that this was an incredibly cool name, and the strongest began to pose, while Kim at that moment felt awkward, because he, moreover, did not appreciate the name of the strongest and thought that he was completely crazy. The men working out in the gym looked at Mr. Kanchial and said that he had picked on them too. Kankal, continuing to pose, asked Kim if he saw how everyone trembled when they heard the name of the strongest. Suddenly Kim interrupted him and asked what this weak brat was blathering about. The smile suddenly disappeared from Kanchal's face and he looked at Kim seriously. H-Wang and Yuro were scared because it was too harsh and rude on Kim's part. Kanchal asked Kim how dare he say that he is stronger than Kanchal. The hero invited him to bet. The loser would pay a membership fee for 1 year. Kanchal laughed furiously and started shouting that Kim was completely out of touch. Suddenly Kim and Kankal moved somewhere. This place was strewn with sharp rocks. Kanchal said that Kim should prove that he is stronger. It turned out that they were sitting in chairs, and in front of their eyes were virtual reality glasses. There were also spectators there who watched all this. H-Wang worriedly wondered what it was. Yura explained that this is a virtual training program, a virtual porter. Virtual porter is a competitive workout where you have to carry maximum weight, defeat the maximum number of B-class monsters and get to your destination in the shortest possible time in a virtual reality that is completely identical to the Abyss. According to Yura, when it comes to fighting for superiority in a training center, this is the most common way. However, according to her own words, this is too disadvantageous for the opponent of the strongest Kanchial. Kankal smiled slyly and laughed. The strongest one swung his hand to hit the monster. At the same time, he called Kim a brat and asked him how he dared to argue with the strongest. Kanchial hit the monster and killed it while using his muscle enlargement skill. He then jumped into the air, shouting that this was a skill that was perfect for a virtual porter. Kankal managed to defeat several monsters. He reported that, moreover, the weight he can lift is on a completely different level. He wanted to say that he could easily defeat Kim, but suddenly something shocked him and he turned around. Kanchal saw that Kim easily dealt with a large number of monsters and was ahead of him. Then 3 monsters stood in Kim's way. However, Kim killed them with 1 blow and ran on. Kim crouched down to push himself harder off the ground. There were many monsters on his way that were going to attack him. Kim jumped up and killed them all with his foot. Kim's eyes sparkled, a violet aura raging around him. The monsters below looked at Kim in shock. Kankchul watched as Kim made a 999 combo. He was absolutely shocked by this. Kim exhaled and said that he had only planned the visit for 30 days anyway. H-Wang, meanwhile, was almost crying and holding a sign in his hands that said that they believe in Kim. The hero said that it must be because of the maximum weight and the training went well. Kim, standing in front of Guanchial, asked if his name was the strongest. Kim, as if mocking, said that the argument was difficult. An inscription appeared above Kim saying that he had won. The hero told Guanchial to pay and get lost. Some time passed. A helicopter was flying over the stadium. Reporters said that 30 days had passed since the announcement of changes in the Hunter exam and this long-awaited day had finally arrived. This day is the day of the Hunter test. A lot of people gathered there. Reporters reported that the Hunting Association said that since minors were also invited to participate by recommendation this time, people of all ages from all over the country are flocking here to the association's testing center. Then they started listing all the most anticipated hunters. Among them was Jongwook, who had no equal in close combat and had an A rank. There was also the owner of an excellent combat sense that even S ranks could not defeat, Druid Lee Gilsang, who had an A rank. Thunderbolt Shin Yunbok, S rank, who has no competitors in Busan, the one about whom there are rumors that she has the highest score among the test takers. Saint level rising star, Limayang, S rank. More and more people flocked to the stadium. Reporters reported that a large number of talented people are planning to take part in this exam. Some girl suddenly says that this place is very far away. The girl started crying and saying that if she didn't report again today, she would be fired. This is C Economics' new reporter, Reporter Kim. She has the E-rank typing skill, and her goal is to interview and film the Hunter exam participants. She was so upset because she was standing at the very end, behind a huge crowd of people. Reporter Kim fell to her knees and said that, let alone interviewing the participants, she couldn't even take a photo. The reporter was very upset and thought that her life and career were ruined. But at the same time, Kim was walking behind her, who was completely dressed in black. The reporter turned around because she heard someone ask why there were so many people here. The reporter was surprised and realized that it was a participant, because Kim asked how the participants would then be able to get through. Kim walked past the reporter sitting on the floor. The reporter was very excited. Kim smiled and said that be that as it may, this is mortal boredom. Currently, Kim has a C rank and is a participant in the Hunter exam. The reporter reached out to Kim and, calling him over, asked if he could give her an interview. There were a lot of people walking around the arena. It was noisy. A woman came out and called Kim, saying that the exam starts in a minute. Kim chuckled and said that he was almost late due to the sudden interview. Kim smiled and said that even so, you should worry about your image in advance. And so Kim entered the hall, in which there were a lot of candidates. They were all about to take the exam too. They were in a room whose walls were square panels. Some candidates were very nervous. Suddenly a girl recognized Kim and let out a cry of surprise. Kim also noticed her and was surprised. Lim Ayong looked at him and asked if it was Kim. The hero in response asked her whether the headman was really here. Lim looked at Kim in shock and asked him what happened to his body. Kim replied that he was just practicing a little. She glanced over him again and wondered if this was really called a little. Lim was so shocked because she heard that Kim had awakened, but they could not imagine that Kim would change so much in a month. Lim remembered something and began nervously asking Kim about the incident with Lee. However, suddenly the screens turned on and a man addressed them, calling them the youth who would carry the future of the new Korea. A green-haired man with glasses said that this hall was the first round of the test, in which future hunters would be selected from among the awakened. He decided to explain the rules of the first round. The man asked them to first look at his chest, namely at the badges with numbers. He explained that it was an exam badge with each one's number engraved on it. The man said that in this exam they need to collect 5 badges, including their own. That is, if they do not have their own badge, they are immediately eliminated. The man showed 5 fingers and exclaimed that this was the so-called exam badge fight. He also said that the time is limited to 1 hour. As soon as he said this, the floor under the exam participants immediately began to collapse. The man clarified that everything is permitted except murder. The participants began jumping on the cubes. They wondered what was happening, because the entire space of the room began to change. The examiner shouted that the first round of the exam was about to begin. The participants stood on different cubes, but gravity acted there in the most strange way, because they could even stand on the ceiling and not fall down. Many members immediately targeted Lim Ayong. They told her to attack first if she didn't want to get beaten. It didn't take long for Lim to persuade her and she immediately began using her skill. Using her skill, she created a huge block of ice and pushed away all opponents. Meanwhile, several people were watching outside the window. They watched Lim and said that she was a real future star because her skills were great. The man in the suit said that the rest of the test takers did not stand out in any way because they all surpassed the skills of the previous test participants. The man also started talking about who he was especially looking forward to, and then he looked at one of the participants. He was interested in Shin Yunboka, an S rank from Busan. This is a fair-haired guy in glasses with the number 417 on his badge. The man said that 20 minutes had passed since the test began. Not to mention every effective blow, no one can get close to him. The man continued to say that these are truly amazing abilities and wondered who would be better, Lim Ayong or Shin Yunbok. Meanwhile, Taewook was poking at the screen and watching someone. Taewook stood behind and watched them, thinking that given the test takers' scores, their interest was natural. Taewook looked excitedly at the panel window and thought that he had seen a much more interesting figure. Taewook was confident that Kim would easily pass this test. Taewook happily looked at the panel and wanted Kim to show them everything, all the power, everything Kim has. In the panel, Taewook saw Kim fighting with another test taker. Suddenly Taewook stepped back in shock. He started shouting in concern and asking what it was. It turned out that Kim was fighting against the awakened rank, Hong Jong-wook. Hong can use the Iron Skin skill. Kim currently has a C rank and uses the Stone Skin skill. Taewook was scared and wondered if he had misunderstood Kim's skills. He exclaimed that he couldn't believe that he had only been tricked by an awakened class person. Taewook exclaimed that Kim did not dodge a single blow. Taewook began to realize something, because Kim really did not escape a single blow. Kim, meanwhile, continued to attack Hong. The enemy hit Kim right in the face. However, Kim did not dodge and deliberately allowed himself to be hit. Blood splashed in all directions, and the stone from Kim's face began to crumble. Kim spat blood from his mouth. At this point, Hong called Kim names and asked if he dared to challenge him. Hong started shouting that Stone Skin was a perfectly backwards compatible skill with Iron Skin. He added that it is not enough to fight him head-on and he deliberately throws punches that should have missed. Kim simply replied that Hong talks too much. Hong was shocked. Mana raged around Kim. He said it made sense. Kim's stamina and charisma were increased by 1 point. Kim jumped up and rushed to the attack again. Even after a month of training, the seal on the Predator was not broken. Kim thinks this means his abilities are still not enough. Hong hit Kim again and Kim's blood was shed again. The hero understood that the way to improve performance through training was to provide the maximum stimulation the body could handle. Kim thought as he continued to fight that this meant that, ultimately, training was all about fighting to the limit. Kim swung his hand to hit Hong. Hong and Kim hit each other in the face. The iron skin disappeared from Hong's face. Kim knew that his training was not over yet. Kim remained conscious and looked joyfully at his enemy. Hong almost lost consciousness, but before that he said that Kim was a monster. Hong fell to the floor. He wanted to say something else, but he had already lost consciousness. Kim took Hong's badge. Kim Tae-young, a C-rank awakened, currently holds 2 badges. Taewook started laughing. He started laughing like a madman and shouting that Kim was, of course, crazy. Other association staff looked at him and said that the deputy director was quite excited. Another association official said Taewook seemed more excited about the rising stars. Taewook happily continued to watch Kim. He realized that Kim was using this method of training in a massive battle for survival. He mentally exclaimed that this was so bold that it was frightening. Kim, meanwhile, walked calmly around the room. Taewook, watching him, knew that this was now a problem. It's all about stats, but Kim used up too much stamina in this battle. Taewook put his hand to his chin and began to think that now Kim would take care of her, so it was best to collect badges of weaklings. However, suddenly something scared and shocked him. The man in the suit pointed at someone and asked if he was a C-rank awakened. They all laughed at this test taker and wondered if he really didn't know who his opponent was. They even thought that this test taker was going to voluntarily surrender. The test taker they were discussing was Kim. He looked at Shin, who stood surrounded by a bunch of enemies he had defeated. Shin had a lot of badges on him and asked Kim what he was like. Currently, an S-rank awakened, Shin Yunbak owns 147 badges. Kim was standing upside down on the ceiling. He laughed and asked how many badges Shin had now. Kim began counting his badges. Kim then smiled and clenched his fist, exclaiming that Shin had many more than 5. Kim immediately attacked Shin. On the platform on which they fought, lightning struck and clouds of dust swirled. Kim jumped to the side after an unsuccessful attack on Shin. Kim's opponent smiled, pointing a finger at him. Kim ran as lightning struck him, but he managed to dodge them. Kim jumped up and used the stone skin on his leg. Kim approached Shin and almost kicked him. However, the stone on his foot crumbled. Kim looked at his leg in surprise. Shin said that Kim is really fast. Shin looked at Kim's foot, which was about to hit him. Shin also said that Kim doesn't even see the attack. The impact sent a lot of dust into the air. Kim jumped to the other side and looked at Shin from the wall. Kim sat and realized that his opponent was S-rank from Busan, the Thunderer Shin Yunbak. Shin stood and smiled, pointing his hand at Kim. The hero did not expect it to be so difficult. Small lightning bolts struck around Shin. Shin thought about how his powerful lightning surrounded his entire body. Not only did it block all of Kim's attacks, Shin's lightning even caused holes to form on the floor. Shin understood that his lightning had such a range and destructive power that it could be used both in close combat and at long range. Kim seriously thought, in a situation where it was still impossible to use a predator, how he could break through this. Suddenly Shin asked why Kim didn't attack him. He also asked if maybe Kim should leave here then. Suddenly something shocked Kim. A moment later, Shin was in front of him, gathering lightning in one hand and swinging to attack. Kim managed to dodge Shin's blow. Shin then tried to attack with his foot, but this time Kim managed to dodge. Shin continued to use lightning, concentrating it on his hand. Shin chased Kim, trying to hit him, but each time Kim dodged the blow and went back. Shin prepared to attack Kim with both hands. Before that, he laughed and asked Kim where he was running away. He then struck Kim with lightning bolts. The hero began to scream in pain. A current pierced his body. Shin laughed like a madman and shouted, asking Kim to fight, because then Kim would not be able to escape. Kim gritted his teeth and began to use the stone skin skill. The hero concentrated the entire stone on his hand and rushed into the attack. Shin called him names and snapped his fingers when suddenly all the stone from Kim's hand crumbled. The light illuminated the entire room. Kim had to step back and cover his face because the light was really bright. Kim opened his eyes and was surprised. Shin was already in the air and concentrated all the lightning in one hand. Shin snapped his fingers and pointed his hand at Kim. The hero was shocked because he understood that things were bad. Shin struck powerfully with lightning, so much so that large pieces of stone flew off the platform. The current permeated Kim's entire body. He screamed in pain. Shin laughed as he continued to attack Kim. He called Kim tough because he is able to endure this. Shin was tense as he attacked Kim. The hero really surprised Shin. After all, before that, everyone was busy only running away from him. Shin thought that only Lim Ayan would be able to entertain him in the hunter exam. Shin smiled madly and mentally exclaimed that Kim is an interesting toy. Meanwhile, the stone was flying towards Shin at incredible speed. The stone bounced off the floor and hit Shin right in the face, momentarily stunning him. Shin noticed that this attack hurt him a little. Shin was surprised. Kim was immediately behind him. Shin turned around and wondered what happened. Kim started throwing stones at Shin again. Shin was surprised because none of Kim's attacks could affect him. Kim managed to damage Shin with the rocks he threw. Shin groaned in pain because these stone blows were quite painful. Kim understood that, of course, stone skin could not penetrate the wrath of the rain god. Even going beyond their limits, such blows leave no trace. But here the examination hall is different, since it was originally made from a material that could withstand the power of an awakened one. Unlike stone skin, it does not lose its properties even if it is destroyed. Kim, meanwhile, was about to attack Shin with a huge boulder. He understood that if he used this stone as a weapon, it was the only way to overcome the wrath of the thunder god. Kim looking down at Shin. Shin was terrified, bleeding from his mouth, and he shouted that Kim was a cowardly worm. Kim hit Shin with a huge rock so hard that the rock shattered into pieces. Kim realized that Shin was no match for him. Shin fell unconscious and stopped using his skills. Kim, meanwhile, smiled because he understood that he had won. The examiners watched this fight and saw the platform begin to collapse. They stood and wondered what had happened. They couldn't believe that C-Rank Kim Taehyung defeated S-Rank. Taebuk stood silently behind them. He put his hand to his chin and smiled as he thought about how Kim made people nervous, but he was doing great anyway. However, something confused Taebuk and he had questions. Kim stood over the amazed Shin and collected his badges. The hero said that now he has all the badges and all that remains is to wait for the end of the exam. When suddenly someone attacked him with ice. Kim reacted quickly and immediately jumped to the side. He seems to have realized who is attacking him, because only one member in this room can use ice skills. Kim raised his head and saw a large snowflake above him. An ice dome began to cover this platform. More ice began to appear above the ice dome. Kim watched this in shock. And so, the ice dome almost completely enveloped this platform. Someone's silhouette was visible behind the ice layer. A moment later, the platform found itself in an icy sphere that blocked the view from the outside. A girl entered this sphere. It was Lim Ion, the head of Kim's class. There was only one badge on her chest. Kim was shocked. He seemed frozen in surprise. He was so shocked because he did not expect that he would have to fight with her. Lim Ion was serious, her eyes glowing blue. There was a gulf between Lim and Kim. Kim asked himself many questions, particularly since when had she been watching the fight. Kim had questions as Lim said she believes with power comes responsibility. Lim said power without responsibility is just violence. According to her, Kim is very strong and she did not expect that he would be able to defeat Shin Yunbok. Kim wanted to ask her why she so suddenly decided to fight him. However, Lim interrupted him. She extended her hand and began to use the skill, saying that apparently this is how Kim defeated Lee Jongye. Kim was shocked. Kim immediately used his stealth skill and disappeared. However, Lim increased her use of the skill. She began attacking the entire area with snowballs. Kim's invisibility was lifted from him. Kim avoided and said that this snow is like bombs. He understood that invisibility and all that would be useless. Kim turned around to look, but Lim was already behind him and attacked him. She kicked Kim with incredible force. Kim was stunned. This blow was really strong. Lim started screaming that she believed him in the gym. She continued to attack Kim with ice icicles and said that she was not like Lee Jong-yi and would not act recklessly out of self-interest. At that moment, a shell flew straight into Kim's face. The hero was already in a semi-conscious state. Lim began to collect the projectile in her hand. Along the way she said that she, however, realized this when she saw how Kim was fighting. She said Lee and Heksu's names and exclaimed that it was Kim. She hit Kim with a huge block of ice and exclaimed that Kim did it all. Kim ended up in the air, bleeding, as Lim continued to attack him, this time from above. She hit the ice block and pinned Kim to the ground. Standing in front of an exhausted Kim lying on the ground, she spoke about how using unauthorized skills was a crime. According to her, Lee and Heksu are still in the hospital. Ice shards were flying around Lim. She said something probably happened to Kim too, so she won't file a complaint. Kim, meanwhile, tried to get up, but it was very difficult for him and his body was trembling. Lim said Kim should refrain from taking the exam. Lim said he shouldn't take the exam because he doesn't have the qualifications to be a hunter. Lim was shocked because Kim asked her if he had this qualification. Kim almost barely got up from the ground, continuing to tremble. Lim watched with her mouth open as Kim asked if the unstoppable tyrant Lee had the power, responsibility, or qualifications. Kim asked if she just wanted to put him down in the end. Kim stood up and smiled and said that she had better use the survival test as an excuse and not be a coward. Lim looked at him with wide-eyed shock. Then she came to terms with it and asked if that was Kim's answer. She began to materialize something in her hand and said that then no more leniency was needed. A huge ice hammer appeared in her hand. Her eyes began to glow even more and she told Kim that she would finish this. Kim's body was on edge, but he continued to stand calmly. The hero began to think about how he could win. He understood that the stone skin, broken hundreds of times, had long ago lost its function. Even if he uses stealth, he will quickly disappear from attacks over a large area. The Monarch's Heart, which increases the level of abilities, has already been activated, but it is not enough to turn the tide. The Predator is still sealed and Kim doesn't have the stamina to cause paralysis in melee like Kim did to Lee. Kim ran towards Lim, realizing that, in the end, that was all he could do for now. Kim continued to run, looking at Lim. The girl, in turn, swung her hammer, intending to hit him. A moment later, the sphere began to glow from within. Suddenly, the ice sphere collapsed and illuminated the entire room. The examiners looked on in surprise and wondered what happened to the battle. They couldn't see anything because of the fog. Tiwook was very worried and didn't know what happened to Kim. However, suddenly his excitement disappeared. He was surprised. The other examiners were also confused and wondered what it was. The platform was badly damaged and rocks were flying off it. Kim was lying on Lim, but the view was difficult due to fog. Kim held Lim's hand as he lay over her and kissed her. Lim was shocked and tried to say something. She was stunned because she did not expect this. The action then flashes back to the moment when Kim begins to run towards Lim. She swung her hammer at him. She hit hard, but hit the platform. Lim looked at the impact site. However, then she raised her head up in fear. She saw Kim, who was right above her. Kim was as serious as possible because it was a desperate last moment. Kim kissed Lim and they both began to fall to the ground. However, what Kim was aiming for was not a kiss. Lim was shocked when Kim kissed her. Kim's true goal, what he did it for, was paralysis. The success rate of the status disabling skill increases at close range rather than at range, and when operating from the inside rather than the outside. So Kim Tae-young mixed his blood with paralysis and forced it to swallow. Of course, given the monstrous resistance of the S-class, this is just a gamble, but the result was amazing. Lim was lying on the ground and could not get up because she was paralyzed. Lim blushed deeply and seemed shocked. The paralysis worked, but her resistance was unsuccessful. Kim wiped the blood from his face and wondered if this was really a success. Kim turned around and looked to the side. Something caught his attention. The examiners exclaimed that the first stage of the exam was completed. Participants were informed that the medical team would now carefully transport the test takers, so they asked all test takers to remain seated until personnel arrived. They repeated this message several more times. With the first test completely completed, all injured exam participants were immediately treated by the medical team. Even though Lim Ayan suffered from paralysis, lost her exam badge, and was unable to fight, she passed the first stage of the exam. In Kim Tae-young's case, he collected badges, and although there were only 7 of them, his unexpected move and victory over Shin Yoon-bak and Lim Ayoung attracted everyone's attention to him in this exam. Kim walked past the other examinees wearing a green tracksuit. The test takers looked at Kim in surprise and discussed the fact that Kim had defeated Shin Yoon-bak and Lim Ayoung. This surprised them because they knew that Kim was C rank. They also wondered how many points Kim had. Kim looked at his shoulder and said that it would be good to have healing skills since after the battle he couldn't even walk. Kim wondered if he should acquire such a skill later. As soon as Kim came around the corner, suddenly someone started shouting at him and Kim immediately paid attention to it. Shin Yoon-bak attacked Kim, shouting that Kim was a coward, but Kim immediately began to defend himself using his stone skin skill. Kim caught Shin's fist and was surprised that Shin was attacking him. Shin was aggressive. He shouted that Kim would no longer be able to do the same tricks here. A battle began between them. The rest of the test takers looked at this and wondered if a fight had started again. They realized that it was Shin who was taking revenge for the defeat. The test takers started screaming and cheering for Shin, saying that if there was one less successful candidate, then that would only be better for them. Yoon-bak looked at them and pointed a finger charged with lightning at them. A moment later, he struck the crowd with his lightning and they began to scream in pain. Kim smiled and called Yoon-bak crazy. Yoon-bak turned to Kim and invited him to fight honestly. Shin continued to attack Kim and say that Kim has no skill, so Shin will teach him who is boss. Shin began to laugh out loud like a madman. Lightning raged around him, but some force began to act on him. Kim immediately sensed this and became wary. A moment later, Shin was slammed into the ground, but Kim managed to stay on his feet. Shin screamed in pain. He could not get up. Something was holding him on the ground. It was difficult for Kim to stand on his feet because something was pressing on him, and so Kim looked to the side. It turned out that this was the same green-haired man with glasses. This man threw everyone to the ground and called them names. He approached Kim, asking whether it was really impossible to just let him rest. Sweat was dripping from Kim's face. It was really difficult for him, but he was surprised because he recognized this man. The green-haired man used his skill and, calling them small fry, asked who was showing off here. Kim realized that this was an S-rank hunter, Park Seongjin. Kim continued to stand on his feet, and the floor beneath him began to crack, which surprised Puck. Kim understood that in front of him was now one of the strongest hunters of the New Korea Association, a future SS rank hunter. Pak extended his hand and asked in surprise that Kim was really still standing. A sphere appeared in Puck's hand. The pressure put on Kim became even stronger, so much so that a hole appeared under Kim. Kim thought that Park was the devil. Kim looked at Park and thought that although he had heard that the skills of awakened S-ranks and active S-rank hunters were at a completely different level, he never thought that it was that much. The fact that Kim remained on his feet even after this surprised Pak, but intending to press even harder, he asked if Kim could stand it. Park said this is something even veteran hunters can't stand. A white sphere appeared in Puck's hands again. Suddenly Puck turned around awkwardly because someone turned to him and started asking what he was doing. The doctors ran up to Pak and asked him what he was doing with the children who had just finished treatment. They asked if Park wanted to eliminate them before the second test even started. The nurse looked in horror at the lying test subjects, and the doctor continued to argue vigorously with Puck. Park said he doesn't want to expel them, but just discipline them. The doctor exclaimed that this was nonsense and asked them not to lie that Pak was retesting their skills because every exam the same thing happens. Kim, meanwhile, looked Pak straight in the eyes. He was trying to catch his breath after such a load. Park looked at Kim with a smile while the doctor shouted that if Park did this one more time, he would inform the president of the association. Park turned to Kim and asked him what his name was. Kim, sweat dripping from his face, said his name was Kim Tae-hyung. Park narrowed his eyes and began to think that if it was definitely Kim Tae-hyung, then he had defeated Shin Yoon-bak and Lim Ayoung with his rank. Puck smiled, thinking that someone interesting had finally appeared. Park patted Kim on the shoulder and said that his goal, of course, was to become an S-rank hunter. As he left, Puck waved his hand and said that he would wait for it. Kim looked after Puck in surprise. Suddenly the doctors ran after Puck, shouting after him, and Puck began to run away. Some time passed and the test subjects were gathered somewhere in the forest. Puck stood on the stage in front of them. They looked at Puck in surprise. Puck stood on a hill, and behind him there were some blue spheres in the air. Puck took the microphone and, turning to the students, asked if they had finished resting. Park announced the start of the second round of the hunter's license exam. The test takers were excited, which was evident from their faces. Puck then said that they would enter the location of the second exam through the gate right in front of them. It turned out that behind Pak there were portals leading to a D-rank dungeon. Some test takers were scared, wondering if they would really go into the very dungeon where real monsters live. Puck began to talk about how every 5 test subjects who entered the dungeon through the gate formed a team. Pak said that test takers must explore the dungeon with a hunter, who will be appointed as a warden. He also explained that during the exploration of the dungeon, their every action will be evaluated. Among the actions there are 4 criteria, namely battle, observation, wisdom, and mutual assistance. Park said necessary items such as weapons and supplies are provided by the association. Test takers were given weapons and even some potions. Kim was also among those tested. Puck told everyone to take turns going through the gate in front of them. Kim looked at him and wondered if they had decided to give the test subjects a dungeon for the second round. Kim smiled, because he understood that even inexperienced amateurs would have no problems with the D-class dungeon if experienced hunters joined. Kim's gaze darkened, because he thought that it would be easy, but only if it was not a double apocalypto dungeon. A double apocalypto dungeon was an S-rank dungeon. The location of the second stage of the hunter license exam is the world's first double dungeon, discovered inside a D-class dungeon. Many people, including the first group of explorers, were killed. The aftermath led to escapes to numerous undiscovered dungeons. Entering the dungeon, Kim thought that it would be good if this was prevented in advance, because no one would believe Kim's words that had no basis. Even if the truth became known, Kim would be the first to fall under suspicion. Kim calmly approached the gate, thinking that this was unfortunate, so Kim decided to focus on the current one. He understood that unless he ended up in the first research group, simply surviving would be enough. And so all the students entered the gate. Kim was dissatisfied with something and clearly did not expect what happened. In front of him stood a mustachioed man with glasses who said that they had gathered 5 people. This man is the second overseer and a rank hunter, a sorcerer. He said they were leaving. Kim was dissatisfied because the special characteristic of this overseer is that he is the discoverer of the Apocalypto Double Dungeon. After some time, the students were already fighting mud monsters. They fought as a group and each used their skills. Thanks to this, they easily defeated all these monsters. Their attendant clapped for them. Approaching them, the sorcerer said that they were all delightful. Continuing to clap, the mustachioed man with glasses said that they have such a brave fighting sense, even though this is their first battle. He added that they were certainly qualified. Kim stood behind the other test takers. 2 test takers, namely a girl and a guy, began to shyly say that this was all thanks to the instructions of the warden. Kim looked at them with displeasure and thought that there were so many teams, and he was in the very first team of researchers. Kim began to think about this and looked at the sorcerer's ring. Kim realized that the sorcerer was wearing the item that was said to be worn by the discoverer of the dungeons. The sorcerer was wearing a sage ring, which has a red gem in the center. The sage ring is an item with a unique rank that increases strength, endurance, speed, and magical power by 10 points. While the test subjects were discussing something, Kim looked at them and thought that this was definitely an S-rank double apocalypto dungeon. Kim also understood that the predator was still sealed and there was no way Kim could survive. It was clear from Kim that he was afraid, and therefore he decided that he must prevent the discovery of the apocalypto. Suddenly the test takers saw something that confused them. The road in front of them forks. There were 2 passages in front of them. One of the test takers turned around and asked the sorcerer what to do. The sorcerer put his hand to his chin and thought, and then, grinning, said that this always happens when exploring dungeons. The sorcerer raised his finger up and was about to propose that everything be resolved by voting, but Kim immediately ran right in front of him. Kim calmly ran into one of the paths, shocking the others. Kim almost ran into one of the paths, and the sorcerer began to shout for Kim to return because it was dangerous to go there alone. Kim turned around and said that everything was in order, and therefore he asked them to follow him. At the same time, Kim wondered if they really thought he would let them make their own decisions. Kim raised his hands up and jumped over the gorge, shouting. The hero thought that somehow he would lead them on a different path than in his time. Kim continued to run, and this time he went down somewhere. The rest of the test takers followed him, still shouting at him. Kim continued to run confidently, and behind him ran the sorcerer, who shouted for him to stop. Kim thought with a smile that he would never allow the opening of a double apocalypto dungeon. Kim happily wanted to turn somewhere, but suddenly he came across something that emitted a red glow and was shocked. The test subject stopped because in front of them was an ominous portal. They stood up and started discussing it. The test takers were surprised because they were already in the dungeon, and then there was the gate again. Kim was horrified because he realized that this was a double apocalyptic dungeon. Kim stood in front of the gate and was furious because he had gone around the main path but still ended up here. Suddenly, some test subject in a mask began to run past Kim and said that he would go and touch the gate. However, Kim turned around and shouted for them to stand. The test takers were surprised and did not understand Kim. Kim, turning around, shouted at them and asked what they couldn't see. Kim explained that they had already passed the gate to the dungeon, and here was another one. Kim and the rest of the test subjects turned to the warden sorcerer. Kim exclaimed that such unusual cases should be reported immediately and asked the sorcerer if this was not so. The sorcerer calmly began to reason that this was definitely the first time in his life that he had seen something like this. The sorcerer said that, of course, in principle it would be correct to report this to headquarters. Kim exhaled calmly and was happy. After a moment, Kim was horrified as the sorcerer continued to talk about what they could do differently. The sorcerer pointed his finger at the gate and said that now he suggests going there first. The sorcerer began to walk towards the gate, and Kim turned around and wanted to ask why he did not report to headquarters, but the sorcerer interrupted him and said that he knew perfectly well what Kim wanted to say. Standing right in front of the gate and pointing his finger at it, the sorcerer said that the magic felt inside this gate is not as dangerous as it looks. He also added that they were still in a D-rank dungeon, and no matter what happened, he was still in a rank hunter. The sorcerer turned around and, raising his finger, began to say that these gates had been prepared by the association, and therefore he believed that this was a special case. According to him, if they explore it first, they will definitely get the highest score. Kim was scared and began to argue with the sorcerer and asked if he had gone crazy. Kim wanted to remind him of the principles of exploring the abyss, but suddenly the sorcerer began to laugh and turned around, smiling at the same time. The sorcerer pointed his finger at Kim and tried to shame him, asking if these were really the words of Kim, who doesn't even know how to work in a team. The rest of the test subjects began to express their dissatisfaction and say that Kim behaves as he pleases. They also asked him not to be so arrogant just because he has some skills. Kim was furious. They made him very angry. The 4 test takers and the sorcerer stood in front of Kim, saying that they had decided everything. Kim shouted at them in concern and asked them to think again. The sorcerer immediately snapped his fingers without listening to Kim. Suddenly the gate began to glow and illuminated the entire room with white light. Kim stood opposite them and did not understand what was happening. The teleportation range also reached Kim. The light only became brighter. A moment later the light went out. Kim opened his eyes and was stunned. The sorcerer was also shocked. He wondered what it was all about. The rest of the test takers were no less shocked, because they understood that this was a rather strange environment for a D-rank dungeon. The heroes stood on some kind of platform, on the sides of which there were herms. There was nothing around but the red sky. In front of the test subject stood some kind of monster holding a large sword in front of him. This monster was wearing a mask, and there was a halo above his head. The test takers worriedly began to ask the sorcerer how this happened, because they doubted that they were really in a D-rank dungeon. The sorcerer was also shocked and wondered how this happened. Kim stood in front of the test takers with a cloud of dust blowing in front of him. Kim ordered everyone to shut up and keep their eyes open. One of the test subjects looked at Kim and, calling him names, said that he had begun to be rude to them. However, Kim was focused, looking ahead. He said that they were coming. There were 2 monsters in front of the group. These monsters also wore masks and held huge swords in their hands. The group, including the sorcerer, were shocked because these were rank monsters, Death Knights. Horrified, they wondered where such things came from here. The sorcerer was terrified. He wanted to say something, but suddenly interrupted. Then the sorcerer turned around and, waving his hand, exclaimed that the test takers should prepare for battle. The Death Knights began to approach them. A moment later, both Death Knights struck. The sorcerer, in fear, began to dodge and run away from the attacks. The sorcerer began to use the skills, calling the Death Knights dirty monsters. Something similar to lava began to appear under the monster's feet. A moment later, stone spears shot out from the ground. These stone spears pierced the Death Knights, but they were still alive because they began to talk about something in their incomprehensible language. A group of explorers banded together and decided to attack together. The sorcerer ordered the 2 test subjects to use their skills to the maximum and block the monster's view. He ordered them to do this because these 2 test subjects have the skills of fire and light flashes. The sorcerer also ordered those holding the shields to protect and stay on the front line, and the rest not to give the enemy distance, taking them by surprise. The entire test group teamed up and fought against the 2 Death Knights while Kim stood on the sidelines and watched. After some time, 2 Death Knights were defeated. The group, led by the sorcerer, approached the corpses of the monsters and looked at them with horror. The test subjects began to smile and rejoice that they survived. They also talked about how they couldn't think they would win against a rank monsters. One of the test subjects raised his hand and started shouting that this was nonsense and they could try again, but at that moment another monster appeared behind him. The test takers looked in horror at the monsters that were approaching them. 4 monsters were approaching them. They looked almost identical, except that they had different figures hanging above their heads. One of these monsters was the same monster that stood in front of the heroes at the very beginning. The test subjects were terrified. One of them even started screaming. Kim, meanwhile, studied the bodies of the dead monsters. He, sitting over the body of one of the monsters, thought in surprise that this was something strange. After some time, the sorcerer defeated a large number of Death Knights. His breathing was heavy and there was a lot of blood on his suit. He looked ahead and saw many more monsters. The sorcerer was dissatisfied because every time a new army comes to replace the defeated monster. The sorcerer turned around and realized that, moreover, the test subjects were very tired. Those tested could barely breathe and were covered in many wounds. The sorcerer realized that everyone was already at the limit of their capabilities, and therefore, if everything continued in the same spirit, they would die. At that moment, Kim approached them and, turning to the sorcerer, said that there was something strange here. Kim looked quite normal, he didn't have many wounds, and he wasn't as tired as the others. The sorcerer, looking at Kim, wondered who he even was, because despite the fact that Kim fought a lot, he was not so tired, and was the first to understand that these gates were dangerous. The sorcerer also remembered the monk's heart skill that Kim used, because if they had not been strengthened by Kim's skill, they would not have been able to fight for so long. The sorcerer wondered in shock whether Kim was truly an awakened C rank. The sorcerer then asked Kim what he meant when he said something strange. Kim turned around and said that this was just a guess, but these were not Death Knights. The test subjects were horrified and indignantly began to ask Kim about who they were fighting with then. Kim picked up the sword and said that he would go to find out. Kim strengthened his hand with the help of a stone and grabbed the huge sword by the hilt. Taking this sword, he rushed to attack the crowd of monsters. Kim moved quickly and immediately found himself in front of the monsters. However, the monsters united and decided to attack together. They hit Kim all together. One of the monsters was surprised to see this. It turned out that Kim was able to evade their attack. Kim jumped over the monsters and at that moment he was right above them as they looked at the place they hit. The monsters raised their heads and were stunned because Kim was not going to attack them and ran on. Then the hero swung with all his might. He threw the sword at that huge monster that stood at the very end of the platform. While the sword was flying, the monsters were nervous and worried. The sword finally reached the monster and began to split it into pieces. The sword tore off the head of the stone statue of the monster. Kim looked at the statue excitedly as the monster continued to attack him in the back. Suddenly the monsters began to glow. Everything around began to change. The floor also began to change, turning into a normal stone cave floor. Researchers who saw this wondered if it was an illusion. The sorcerer looked to the side in surprise because Kim said that this was a trap of illusions. Kim began to approach them, at the same time saying that this was a trap showing virtual enemies and places. According to Kim, this could be a strategy aimed at weakening attackers. The test subjects were horrified and began to say dissatisfiedly that this could not be happening, that such a difficult battle would turn out to be just an illusion. The girl being tested asked with fear what awaited them then. Everything around took on the appearance of an ordinary dungeon. The sorcerer asked Kim in surprise how he knew it was a trap, since Kim had never encountered Death Knights. Kim stood calmly, holding his hands in his pockets, and looked at the sorcerer. The hero replied that he himself did not know. Then he turned towards the sorcerer and said that he was not that weak. The sorcerer was stunned. Kim walked further down the dungeon and, waving his hand, invited them to move on before they were killed. The group continued to move, led by the sorcerer, who lit the way with his skill. The sorcerer was not nervous and sweated as they advanced. Kim understood that the illusion had disappeared, but the situation had not improved at all. The heroes noticed a dark passage further ahead. Kim reflected that after the discovery of Apocalypto, the dungeon space had completely changed. Kim, meanwhile, carried one of the group members. He understood that the injuries received in the battle with the illusion had become more serious, and therefore they could not simply wait for salvation. The sorcerer continued to light the way for the group. Kim thought that if there was any hope left, it would only be to find the exit gate from the dungeon. The heroes suddenly stopped and looked up in surprise. The sorcerer exclaimed that they had finally found something. The group stopped in front of a large gate. The test subjects were scared and understood that this could be dangerous, but the sorcerer resolutely began to say that he was not sure about this. While sweat was dripping from his face, the sorcerer nervously talked about how they would still die if they did not open this gate. And so the sorcerer began to open the gates. He opened them even more. At some point, what he saw outside the gate shocked him. The heroes saw in front of them one Death Knight sitting in a completely dark room. The Death Knight was on his knee, bowing his head. The test subjects felt relieved, because they thought that there was only one Death Knight. However, behind this Death Knight, even more Death Knights suddenly appeared. This surprised them, but they were not yet terrified. Suddenly, the lamps in the shape of skulls lit up one after another. It turned out that there were even more Death Knights in the room, standing behind each other in the same position. The room was quite large, with many Death Knights lined the walls on different floors. Various weapons hung on the ceiling of this room, the Death Knights standing on the ground right in front of the heroes, arranged in a square shape. The test subjects were horrified and could not believe their eyes, wondering if these were all Death Knights. Suddenly, a certain Death Knight sitting on the throne began to laugh. He called the group of explorers insignificant people and exclaimed that they somehow managed to get here. This ghost had a skull-shaped mask on his face, his eyes glowed, and he also had a purple glow emanating from him. This monster turned out to be the owner of the double dungeon Apocalypto, an S-Rank Lord Death Knight. He invited the group to begin their duel. The Death Knights stood across the room and began to lower their swords. They placed their swords on the ground, blade down. One of them began to move towards the group of researchers. Suddenly, he held out his sword and pointed it at the group of explorers. The test takers were scared and questioned what was happening. Kim said it looks like this Death Knight wants a one-on-one fight. 3 of the test subjects were particularly frightened. One of them even started shouting that he couldn't because he had no mana left. Kim turned around and shouted to them to calm down, because their goal was not a battle, but an escape. However, the 3 test subjects immediately ran away. As they ran, one of them shouted that he had better go back to where they started, and the other shouted and repeated that he did not want to die. The Death Knight began to move actively and grabbed his sword. He swung and slashed with his sword, sending a shockwave towards the group of researchers, but Kim and the sorcerer were able to dodge. This blow reached 3 test subjects who wanted to escape, and they died immediately. The sorcerer and Kim turned around and looked at this in horror. Kim was scared, blood sprayed in his direction, staining his clothes. Kim immediately turned to the sorcerer and began to ask him to run to the exit, promising that he would buy him time. Kim screamed, but the sorcerer immediately hit him with something. This blow threw Kim back and he fell. The sorcerer began to use his skill and a magic sign appeared on his palm. A stone wall appeared in front of Kim. Kim got down on all fours and asked the sorcerer what he was doing. The sorcerer, tearing his throat, shouted for Kim to shut up because he was just a low-ranking brat and therefore should not talk to him. Kim stood up and straightened up, but he was shocked and did not understand the sorcerer. The sorcerer, standing behind the wall and lowering his head, began to talk about how he wanted to become an S-rank hunter. The sorcerer, standing with his back to Kim, talked about how no matter how much the sorcerer trained and improved his skills, he not only did not get closer, but even moved away. Kim was stunned as the sorcerer exclaimed that this was his opportunity. According to the sorcerer, if he deals with this case, he can be awarded S-rank. The sorcerer then laughed, saying that this was the result. He was then immediately attacked by the Death Knight. The sorcerer began to use the skill and a green triangle appeared on his palm. The Death Knight and the sorcerer attacked each other, but the sorcerer's attack was successful and he cut the monster. After this, the sorcerer began shouting to Kim that he was different. Although this upsets the sorcerer, he says Kim has everything he needs. The Death Knights attacked the sorcerer and this time there were 2 of them. The sorcerer, meanwhile, shouted for Kim to run, grab the wounded and run away as far as possible. Standing in front of the monsters that ran towards him, and with his arms outstretched, the sorcerer said that he, as an overseer, would stop the monsters. Summoning some kind of blue magic circle, the sorcerer exclaimed that this was his role. Kim was shocked, he felt that something was wrong. Kim turned around and looked at the wounded girl he was carrying shortly before. Kim looked at her and realized that she was already dead. Suddenly something happened that horrified the hero. The stone wall that the sorcerer had previously created shattered into pieces. Kim covered his face with his hand and turned towards the destroyed wall. In front of him were the Death Knights, who stood in front of the defeated sorcerer. The sorcerer lay face down on the floor, and one of the Death Knights stuck a sword into him. The Death Knights began to approach Kim, passing through the sorcerer. Kim looked at this in horror. He understood that the sorcerer was dead, just like the girl he helped to move was dead. Kim was scared, fear enveloped him. The Death Knights pulled out a sword from the sorcerer, the end of which was already bloody. The monster pointed his sword directly at Kim and said that he was challenging him to a duel. The test subject, lying on the ground, had already died from blood loss. The sorcerer was defeated by the monsters and died at their hands. A crowd of Death Knights stood in front of Kim, and one of them challenged him to a duel. He stood in front of Kim, pointing his sword at him. Kim looked in fear at the tip of the sword pointed straight at his face. Suddenly Kim looked at the floor and saw something important. There was some small shiny object lying on the floor. There was some kind of ring lying there. Kim remembered that this was the ring that the sorcerer wore. At that moment the monster swung his sword. All of Kim's attention was focused on this ring. The sword monster struck, but Kim had already picked up the ring and began to run away. As Kim ran, he picked up the ring and looked at it, realizing that this was now his only way to survive. Kim began to put the ring on his finger, wanting only one thing, for it to turn on. As soon as Kim put the ring on, it immediately activated and began to glow red. The monsters, meanwhile, had already surrounded Kim and were ready to kill him. Suddenly the radiance of the ring intensified and it illuminated the entire room. The Lord Death Knight was stunned. The monsters that were about to kill Kim were defeated in an instant. The Lord Death Knight wondered in surprise what kind of power this was. Kim extended his hand in front of him, a red aura enveloped him. The system notified him that the Sage Ring had been applied and all abilities had increased by 10 points. All conditions were met. The seal on the Predator has been removed. The red mana of the Predator raged around Kim. Outside the room lay 3 corpses of test subjects who were trying to escape. Although it was dark, the sparks from the blows of the swords were visible in this darkness. At some point, Kim hit the ground and with this shockwave he threw back all the monsters that attacked him. However, Kim was immediately attacked from above. The hero quickly turned around and extended his palm in front of him. Kim waved his hand and took the sword in his other hand. Although Kim was holding back the monsters with the help of a predator, he understood that the time required for complete absorption was about 10 seconds. Kim, holding the sword in his hand, reinforced it with stone skin, realizing that he could not rely on the predator alone. Kim killed one of the monsters with his sword, at the same time thinking that the skills he had collected would help him in this battle. Kim continued to slash at the monsters, deciding that he would use everything he had. There were still many monsters around Kim who continued to attack him. Kim thought that only by using all his abilities could he survive. Kim became wary and frightened, because he noticed that something was flying towards him at great speed. Something hit the ground with such force that the stones scattered to the sides. Everything around was shrouded in dust and nothing was visible. Kim was lying right in front of a huge spear, from which a purple aura emanated. Kim crawled back, at the same time wondering what it was all about. Suddenly Kim heard a frightening sound and this stunned him even more. He looked at the throne and saw the Lord Death Knight rise from his seat. The Lord Death Knight stood up and extended his hand, pointing at Kim. An insane purple aura emanated from the monster. Kim looked at the Death Knight Lord in shock. However, at the same time, a weapon was hanging above him, which began to glow with the same purple aura. Kim looked up and realized that this weapon was falling with its tip towards him. Kim ran to the side and dodged the blow. These projectiles were very powerful, but they were inaccurate and therefore sometimes killed the Death Knights themselves. Kim was running somewhere and then jumped. Spears and swords continued to fall to the ground. They had a blast radius as if it were rain. Kim rushed to attack and started screaming. The Lord of the Death Knights stood calmly in front of Kim. Kim's predator skill was at the ready. The predator's tentacles were getting closer and closer to the Death Knight Lord, but he simply extended his hand in front of him. The Death Knight Lord began to form a charge, but the predator's tentacles were already very close. Suddenly there was a spark. In an instant, the Death Knight Lord cut Kim's tentacles. The hero flew back. He was shocked because this had never happened before. The Death Knight Lord said that Kim is quite strong. However, then, making a serious face, the monster said that Kim was quite strong, but nothing more. A moment later, an explosion occurred and a purple pillar of light shot upward. There was a lot of dust flying in the room, and there were also many swords stuck in the ground. The Death Knight Lord stood over Kim, stabbing him with his huge purple sword. The monster threw back his head and said that he wanted to ask Kim one last thing. Pressing his foot on Kim's head, the monster asked him who gave him this power. At this point, almost the entire room was destroyed. Around the Death Knight King, his insane purple aura raged. Kim screamed in terrible pain as the King of the Death Knights continued to press his head with his foot. The system notified Kim that his resistance to the King Knight's roar with mysterious power was partially successful. The Death Knight King continued to press on Kim's head as Kim continued to scream in pain. The system then notified Kim that the resistance against the King Knight's fighting spirit with the mysterious power was partially successful. The monster, looking up at Kim, said that he already knew that Kim, unlike ordinary people, understood what he was talking about. The Death Knight King looked at Kim with narrowed eyes and once again ordered Kim to reveal the nature of his power. However, Kim continued to scream in pain and suddenly began coughing up blood. Suddenly Kim was transported somewhere into the abyss and a huge monster Asmodeus stood in front of him. Kim was standing right under this huge monster. Asmodeus looked down at Kim. Kim also looked at him, but he was completely calm. Kim turned his head and looked to the side. Kim saw the bodies of the murdered members of his research group. The sorcerer also lay there. Suddenly, the King of the Death Knights appeared behind Kim and Kim was shocked because he realized that nothing had changed since then. Kim continued to stand there and did nothing. He wondered what the essence of this predatory force was. He also wondered why he, a human, suddenly began to understand the language of monsters. The Death Knight King, meanwhile, was about to attack Kim with a sword made of dark purple matter. Kim continued to reflect and think that he only gained strength and capabilities without knowing anything, and since then nothing has changed. The monster had almost touched Kim's neck with its sword. However, Kim stood calmly and wondered why the king gave him power. Suddenly Kim raised his head in shock because he heard the king say that this should have already been known. The king began to approach Kim, and behind him was shining something very bright like the sun. The king also said that he was simply impressed by Kim's will and persistence. The hero looked at him in surprise because the king said that Kim does not have to change. The king told Kim to just come to him. A moment later, Kim woke up, his eyes were burning, and he was furious. The King of Death removed Kim's leg and asked him whether he really no longer had the strength to answer. The King of Death Knights swung his sword and called Kim a puppy. After a moment he raised his head and was surprised at what he saw. He saw the huge red tentacles of a predator above him. First, the tentacles killed one of the Death Knights. However, then they began to chop them up one by one. The King of Death Knights looked at this in surprise. He turned around and saw Kim in front of him, who was emitting this terrifying red aura. The King of Death Knights laughed and called Kim a brat, asking if Kim was really going to show off his skills with a body like that. Kim began to scream in rage as his mana increased by 1 point several times. The King of the Death Knights laughed and said that this was wonderful because, according to him, this would be Kim's last battle. Then he immediately rushed to attack. The King of Death Knights swung his sword made of dark purple matter. The monster hit Kim with incredible force, so incredible that a pillar of light hit the sky. The King of Death Knights was calm because he thought that he had killed Kim. However, he was shocked by what he saw a moment later. It turned out that Kim easily blocked his attack with only his hand. Kim asked if the monster was really curious about the nature of his power. The Death Knight King was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, but Kim's aura continued to intensify. Kim was about to attack the monster with the skill of a predator and exclaimed that since he was interested, then let him find out for himself. At this point, Kim's rank was upgraded from C rank to B rank. Kim, using his predator skill, hit the monster incredibly hard. The Death Knight King screamed in pain. From this blow, the monster was thrown high up. Kim then immediately took the huge sword in his hand and squeezed it so hard that the hilt collapsed under the pressure. Kim jumped up and began to fight the monster in the air. However, the King of Death Knights managed to block his attacks. Kim hit so hard that when the monster blocked his attack, a very bright spark was created. The King of Death Knights began to shout at Kim out of anger. He was angry that Kim was an ordinary person and dared to do such a thing. The monster immediately began to use telepathy on the swords and axes that lay on the battlefield. He pointed every weapon he could control at Kim. The King of Death Knights exclaimed that Kim was just a lowly person. However, Kim was ready to attack and began to manipulate the predator. The hero clenched his fist. The tentacles rushed to attack. However, then they suddenly began to turn into liquid. These tentacles turned into a monster with a huge mouth, which was about to devour the King of the Death Knights. The Death Knight King was shocked to see himself being attacked by a monster made of red matter. Kim stood with his fist clenched and said that this is not a human power. The King of Death Knights was shocked as Kim added that this was the power of the king. The predator was almost devouring the King of the Death Knights because the monster was already almost in the mouth of the predator. A moment later, the predator's mouth slammed shut and the King of the Death Knights was devoured. There was an explosion and light illuminated everything around, and Kim fell to the ground. The system notified him that a new skill, King Spirit, had been registered. Then we are transported and see that a large number of people are standing in front of the gate, which included groups of explorers. There were also ambulances and intensive care vehicles there. In front of one of the gates stood 3 hunters who carefully looked at this gate, raising their heads. S-Rank Hunter Park asked what the power level was. The girl standing behind exclaimed that this was an S-Rank. The association employee began to excitedly say that the evacuation order had already been given, but the evacuation was delayed due to the deformation inside the dungeon. Another association worker asked whether reinforcements could arrive before the breakthrough. The green-haired man with glasses, S-Rank Hunter Pack, was very angry and wondered where S-Rank magic came from in a D-rank dungeon. He understood that the entire group there would simply die. He thought displeasedly that he would probably have to enter the dungeon himself. But suddenly something began to happen to the gate. The association employees became alert and stood in fighting stances, preparing for battle. They decided that a dungeon breakout had begun, and so Pack ordered everyone to be ready. The light from the dungeon gate became stronger. The hunters looked carefully at the gate and were ready. Puck was shocked to see what happened next. Kim came out of the gate. Kim's face was covered in blood and he smiled and said that he could barely make it back. Thanks to Kim's actions, the double dungeon incident ended. The subjects managed to evacuate without any significant damage. The results of the second test were determined based only on pre-evacuation scores. The bodies of the victims, including the sorcerer, were found and safely returned to their families. However, Kim decided not to reveal who cleared the double Apocalypto dungeon. The action moves to the Hunters Association Tower. Standing in front of Chairman Jinhui were Tiwook and Park. Jinhui said that although this may be criticized by the media, if the truth were revealed, examining Kim would become a target for the media and magicians. Tiwook and Park began to answer the chairman. Tiwook said there was nothing he could do about it, and Park chuckled and asked if the chairman really thought they couldn't figure it out. Chairman Jinhui, sitting at the table in front of them, thanked them. Chairman Jinhui sat with his back to the window, through which the sun's rays were shining. The chairman asked them what the two of them thought. The chairman sat with his hands in front of him and began to ask about Kim, but he interrupted and started talking about the person who completed the S-class dungeon, Apocalypto. The chairman asked what level Kim should be. Park, smiling, began to explain that this was someone who had cleared the S-class himself, so at a minimum, this person should have an S-rank. Tiwook, looking at the floor, began to talk about how since Kim's actual rank was much higher below, it is difficult to estimate the extent of the power he possesses. The chairman smiled and raised his head and asked them what this meant. Tiwook and Park silently looked at each other. They said there was a high likelihood that Kim would become a national power. Kim, meanwhile, was in the abyss, the sun of which was covered by the moon and the sky was red. Kim was breathing heavily. There were many different monsters in front of him. He stood on a rock and saw this entire huge field, which was dotted with monsters. Kim, standing on a hill, wondered what kind of monsters these were. Kim then looked to the side and wondered how he got into the abyss. He looked up at the sky and saw the king, who illuminated everything around with white light. The king levitated in the air, white light emanating from him. Kim saw him and was shocked, wondering if this was really the king. Monsters began to attack the king. However, the king calmly extended his hand. His hand began to shine more intensely. All the monsters began to disappear, leaving behind white petals. Kim watched this in surprise from the cliff. White petals flew around Kim. He was surprised and continued to look at the king. The king spoke to Kim and said that he was waiting for him. Everything around was dotted with white petals and even the sky changed its color from red to gray. Kim looked at the king with his mouth open. The king said that he was waiting for Kim in the deepest part of the abyss. The king's hair looked like it was stained with blood. Then Kim suddenly woke up. He was lying in bed, and when he realized this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kim stood up and began to look at his hands. He sat on the bed and wondered if this was really a dream. Looking at his palm, Kim thought that this was not a dream because these were too bright and vivid a moment for sleep. Kim introduced the king and began to reflect on what the king said he would be waiting for him. The hero wondered what this meant. Kim also remembered about the Death Knight King. Kim began to reflect on the fact that he possesses the strength of a predator that even S-rank monsters fear, and he also has an understanding of the language of monsters. Kim realized that all this was becoming increasingly dubious. The hero opened his status window and wondered if there was really no other way but to become stronger and go into the abyss. Kim's status window opened and became noticeably larger. However, Kim turned his main attention to his rank. He also drew attention to the spirit of the King Knight skill, which amazes the enemy with agility. Kim, remembering the battle and looking at the status window, reflected on what he had guessed when he fought the Lord of the Death Knights, but his rank rose to be Kim. Looking at his status window, realized that this level of ability was already quite equivalent to a Hunter S rank. Kim thought back to the battle and thought that King Knight Spirit was a skill that obviously put a lot of pressure on Kim. Kim smiled because he understood that at such a rate of growth, the level of national strength was not far off. However, suddenly he heard some noise outside the door. Kim listened in surprise as someone outside the door shouted that this was impossible. A moment later, the door began to open and some girl asked that she really couldn't even come in to visit the patient. Kim was shocked because he saw the one who came to him. Meanwhile, someone shouted that even being the head of the guild, this was too much. Ayan entered the room and asked if this was really the case. Behind her lay those who tried to stop her, but they were unconscious. Ayan looked at Kim and, smiling, called him her baby. After some time, they were already driving somewhere, sitting in a black car. The man sitting in the back seat turned to the head of the guild and said that he was the driver here. Ah-young was sitting in the driver's seat and Kim was sitting next to her. The head of the guild said that after all, her guest was here and therefore she wanted to drive herself. Kim looked out the window, resting his chin on his fist. Then the hero turned and asked her what the head of the 4th guild, Night Walkers, had to do with him. Without being distracted from driving, Ah-young asked if she hadn't spoken. The head of the guild said that she wanted to look at who survived the apocalypse and take him on the way home. Kim started to get a little worried and sweat. Kim asked if it was for this reason that the head of the 4th guild was taking him home herself. Kim asked her to come up with a more believable lie. Ayan looked at him and, grinning, asked him if he was really observant. As they drove past the buildings, Ah-young asked if Kim knew how the 3rd test worked. Ah-young, continuing to steer, told Kim that the 3rd test is survival, like the 1st, but the difference is that spectators will be able to watch them from the stands. Ah-young looked at Kim and said that when Kim's abilities are revealed, then surely all the guilds will want to take in a low-rank awakened person who can defeat even S-rank. Kim looked at Ayan carefully. She extended her hand to him and said that with his permission, she would be the first to make him an offer that he could not refuse. Turning to Kim and extending her hand to him, Ah-young said that she would give him whatever he wanted, be it money or fame, if only he would join her guild of Night Walkers. Kim was calm and did not give in to emotions, but only continued to look at her carefully. Ah-young smiled, confident that Kim would accept her offer. Kim continued to gaze into her eyes. The driver sitting in the back seat was tense. However, suddenly Kim, making a dissatisfied face, said that he did not want to. Ah-young was shocked and started screaming from the unexpected refusal. After some time, they were already in the area where Kim lives. Kim stood as usual, with his hands in his pockets. He said that, in any case, he thanks them for giving him a ride. He also said that he would walk from here. Ayan and her driver stood at the descent. Ah-young displeasedly asked Kim about the reason for the refusal. She pointed her finger at Kim and asked if he heard what she said. She reminded him of the fees and asked Kim what he wanted. Kim calmly looked at her and thought that she was annoying, while Ayan asked Kim about whether he already had a preliminary agreement with another guild or maybe he spoke incorrectly. Ayan and her driver looked at Kim, puzzled, because he said that it was not a mistake, and also added that he had no particular reason for refusing. Kim, standing at the foot of the stairs, looked at Ah-young and asked if Night Walkers were really that special. Kim, continuing down the stairs and turning around, said that he simply did not want to and would not. Ayan wanted to say something, but Kim said goodbye to her, and so Kim continued to walk away. As he left, he smiled and looked forward. Suddenly Ayan's hand reached out to Kim. Ah-young grabbed Kim, covering his mouth with one hand and grabbing his arm with the other. Kim turned around in surprise and wanted to say something, but he only managed to hum questioningly. The green aura appeared around Ayan and her eyes glowed green. She asked him threateningly who he was. They were both standing on the stairs. Ayan asked if a kid who is just trying to become a hunter refuses one of the best guilds without a good reason. She immediately exclaimed that this was nonsense. She removed her hand from Kim's mouth and said that she would spare him. Stroking his cheek with her finger, Ah-young said that she liked him. At that moment, her driver began to worry and shout to her that he was still in the process of passing the exam and was very young. The driver continued to shout, but this time addressing Kim. He told Kim not to waste the opportunity that came to him on its own. However, Kim smiled and called it hopeless stubbornness. He then turned around and looked at the head of the Nightwalkers Guild and said that he thought she was Lim Ayan. Ah-young was shocked and asked him how he knew this. Kim, smiling, replied that he just knew, and then he added that he understood this from the name that had been taken away. Ayan was shocked. She began to use her abilities and the aura intensified. The area was pretty quiet, but suddenly a green pillar of light hit the sky. Ah-young grabbed Kim by the throat. Driver Ah-young was scared and thought that they were in trouble. Kim knew that the real name of the guild leader Ayan was Lim Ayan. She is the illegitimate daughter of Lim Chanyoung, the CEO of Yuxin Group, and was initially raised as a successor, but a new daughter was born into the family. Lim Ayoung's name was taken away and she became an outcast. After that, she changed her last name and became a hunter, and now few people know about this fact. Ah-young continued to hold Kim by the throat, and her green aura only intensified. She was furious and asked Kim how dare he say that to her face. Ah-young asked if he had really gone crazy. Ah-young asked him back dissatisfied, because Kim said that she started first. Kim grabbed Ayan's hand, using his predator skill to do this. The system notified him that resisting the S-rank Amazon spirit with mysterious power had been successful. Kim pushed Young back, counterattacking her with the spirit of the King Knight. Ian's hand trembled, and she warily wondered what kind of power this was. Kim looked at his hand, thinking that he was still unable to withstand the power of an S-rank skill because it was pushing him back. Kim looked up at Ian with satisfaction. She, in turn, looked at Kim with fear. Kim began to walk up the stairs, heading towards her. Kim leaned his hand on the wall, standing directly in front of Young. He looked down at her and told her not to cross the line. He addressed her, calling her little sister Ian. The girl was embarrassed and therefore blushed, but at the same time she was angry and therefore she bit her lip in anger. The driver was stunned and, watching this, asked if it was true. Some time passed. A large number of people flocked to the Coliseum. Inside the Coliseum, the host announced that the third round of hunter testing would take place in this place, reminiscent of the Coliseum in ancient Rome. The female reporter said that unlike the first and second rounds, which were held behind closed doors, the third round will be watched by spectators in person. T-Wook and Park were also watching this. The presenter continued to say that representatives of the industry, families of examinees, and the entire general public came to the stadium for the spectacle. Also sitting in the stands was Ian, looking like an ordinary person, eating popcorn while saying Kim's name. Kim's aunt and uncle were also sitting there. Kim's uncle said that thanks to Taehyung, he would be able to see it with his own eyes. Aunt Kima asked her husband if he was sure because they say that this exam is very cruel. At this point, Hwang laughed and exclaimed that there was no need to worry about this because his brother Kim was very, very strong. Punching the air with his fist, Hwang said that if Kim catches someone, he wins with one blow. In addition to being Kim's brother, Hwang is also the president of Kim's fan club, which currently only has one member. While Hwang continued to boast about his brother, some girl with glasses sat and thought about something. This girl was reporter Kim. She was thinking about how she needed to find the perfect news this time since she was on the verge of getting fired. Reporter Kim thought that the interview was eventually cancelled due to Taehyung's low rank. This greatly bothered the reporter and she was very worried about this. The reporter cried, thinking that Kim Taehyung had probably already been expelled. She was also upset that if she couldn't pass the interview this time, she would definitely be fired. While she sat and wiped away her tears, the red-haired guy sitting next to her discussed the strange atmosphere in the stadium. Reporter Kim looked into the arena and saw a crowd of examinees standing around one person. She was surprised because it was really strange. She noticed many dissatisfied examinees from this round, from a rank awakens to rising stars. Among them were also veterans, like this green-haired guy. However, they were all looking at one person. Reporter Kim wondered and surprised that they were really going to rally together to destroy him alone. She wondered how strong this opponent was. She was shocked when she recognized the one everyone was looking at. At this moment, the presenter announced that the third round of the exam was starting right now. Kim smiled from ear to ear. Kim stood calmly, holding his hands in his pockets, while the rest of the examinees looked at him displeasedly, standing in combat readiness. The presenter also said that she hopes that when watching, viewers will protect their nerves from shock. So, the third round of the exam began. Kim is a C rank who defeated an S rank, currently a B rank. As soon as the third round began, all participants began to use their abilities. The three participants were standing next to each other, however, they were not attacking each other, but were focused on someone else. All participants in the third round united against Kim and used all their abilities on him at once. The three participants, standing next to each other, agreed that they would all attack Kim together first, because he single-handedly defeated two S-rank students in the first tournament. They attacked so intensely that a cloud of dust formed where Kim stood. The participants talked about how if they didn't deal with Kim first, they would all suffer. However, suddenly Kim jumped out of this cloud of dust and was ready to attack the examinees. The three examinees that Kim jumped on were scared and started screaming. Kim strengthened himself using stone skin. He hit one of the examinees and dealt with him. Following this, he defeated the second one. Blood and broken teeth flew in the air. Kim scattered the examinees one after another. They were all unconscious after confronting him. The hero landed on the ground and smiled. Suddenly, he noticed something green underground that was making sounds. The roots of the plant emerged from the ground. These plants grabbed Kim and began to envelop him. Kim looked at it with a smile and asked what else it was. The green-haired guy stood in front of him. He laughed and said that even if Kim defeated two S ranks, he still shouldn't count crows. Holding his finger in front of him, the green-haired guy said that if Kim counts crows, then the final winner of this round will be this green-haired guy who called himself a rank genius. He wanted to say something else, but Kim broke free of the grip and trampled his opponent into the ground. From such a blow, the examinee immediately lost consciousness. Kim removed the vine that was binding him and called the next one. The rest of the examinees looked at Kim, who had just defeated an A rank opponent, and said that he was just a monster and therefore he needed to be attacked without respite. They thought that if they beat him constantly, he would get tired sooner or later. But suddenly Kim pointed his finger at them and turned around. Pointing his finger at them, Kim decided to use the King Knight Spirit skill. The three examinees rushed to attack, hoping that they could defeat him. As they ran, a red aura began to emanate from Kim. They were shocked because something began to affect them. The examinees immediately fell to the ground, and Kim continued to stand, pointing his finger at them. The spirit of the King Knight hung over Kim. The test subjects lay on the ground and could not get up, no matter how hard they tried. Kim and H. Wang's relatives were surprised. Park and Taewook were shocked. Reporter Kim was also surprised. Taehyung continued to smile, pointing his finger forward. Yoo Ah-young continued to watch the third round while sitting in the stands. She was worried and called Kim crazy. She exclaimed that she couldn't believe Kim was using it in front of everyone. Kim stood in the arena, and around him lay the examinees who had been defeated by him. Kim walked around the arena with his hands in his pockets and said that, perhaps, the cleanup was ready. However, he looked to the side and smiled and said that there was something else left. A girl came out of the fog. It was Lim Ayan, who was breathing heavily and holding her shoulder. Kim turned to her and asked her what they would do, and also reminded her that she could refuse now. Lim Ayan looked at him silently, continuing to hold his shoulder. Kim smiled and said that if she didn't want to refuse, then did she really want him to do the same as in the first round? Lim Ayan blushed, but at the same time it made her angry. She started using her ice skill. An ice barrier began to envelop the arena. Finally, the barrier enveloped the area of the arena containing only Kim and Lim. The hero, as usual, stood calmly, smiling, with his hands in his pockets. Lim picked up the hammer and shouted that Kim had better worry about himself. She then furiously shouted that the situation would not happen again. Kim smiled and replied that they would see that later. Some time passed and Lim's barrier was still standing. Her half-destroyed hammer lay on the ground. Lim Ayan's hair fluttered in the wind. Lim fell unconscious, and Kim stood right next to her. Lim Ayan fell to the ground. She was the last opponent in this arena. Lim lost consciousness and did not come to her senses. Kim extended his frozen hand and exhaled in relief. Kim was covered in ice. He said that she is, of course, the most difficult opponent for him. The presenter said that this completes all the tests. The spectators immediately stood up from the stands and began screaming. The host announced that the best passer of this exam was test taker number 920, Kim Taehyung. After some time, Kim was given a dagger, a figurine, and some kind of document as a gift for passing the exam with honors. Chairman Jinwee sat in front of Kim and congratulated Kim for becoming an S-rank hunter. Jinwee sat with his elbows on the table and said that he, of course, never thought that the third round would end so clearly, although this is natural since Kim himself went through the apocalypse. Kim picked up the dagger and said that he was just lucky. Chairman Jinwee smiled and looked at Kim silently. Suddenly, he turned to the hero and Kim immediately looked at him. Chairman Jinwee asked if Kim had a plan to join the New Korea Players Association. Kim looked at him in surprise, his mouth open. Kim was stunned, but Chairman Jinwee asked Kim what he thought about working for the benefit of New Korea. Chairman Jinwee stared at Kim with narrowed eyes. Kim looked at his cup and thought that a lot had changed. Kim thought about the fact that he was unawakened and fought with S ranks, and therefore becoming the first was not enough. Kim was surprised that not only the head of the 4th Guild, but also Chairman Jai Jinwee, who can be called the best in New Korea, also wants to sign Kim. Chairman Jinwee continued to wait for Kim's answer and sat silently, looking at him. Kim smiled and thought that he really didn't know what was going on in the world. Kim reached for his cup of tea and decided to reject the offer. Kim picked up a cup of tea and said that he would refuse. Chairman Jinwee jumped up from his chair and asked Kim why he was refusing. However, Kim only replied that there was no particular reason. Kim, about to take a sip of tea, said that he did not want to simply belong to one of the 4 main guilds or associations. Kim, looking into his cup of tea, said that he believed that he would be more effective working alone. Jinwee stood and looked at Kim, stunned, who, meanwhile, said that he was sorry that he could not help them. Chairman Jinwee chuckled awkwardly. However, Chairman Jinwee then laughed out loud. Kim calmly drank his tea while Jinwee continued to laugh like a madman. Finally, the chairman calmed down and sat back down in his chair. He said that he never thought that anyone would say that it is better to be alone than in a guild or association. However, Jinwee added that he understood Kim if he was so confident in himself. Kim was about to take a sip, but Jinwee intrigued him by asking what Kim was thinking about doing something else instead of joining the association. Kim asked about something else. Chairman Jinwee smiled happily. He looked at Kim and asked if Kim was thinking about participating in the Asian-friendly tournament. Past some time, Kim fought against monsters. Some monster attacked Kim in the back, but the hero easily killed him using a predator. In front of Kim lay many corpses of monsters. The gate shone in front of Kim and he said that the dungeon was now cleared. However, Kim suddenly stopped and thought seriously about Chairman Jinwee's proposal, namely about that tournament. Asian-friendly tournament. This is a festival where each Asian country selects 5 representatives from associations and guilds and competes with each other to hunt monsters and demons. However, in order to be elected as a national representative, hunters not only hunt down certain monsters and demons, but also contribute to the development of the country. Spectators are also watching this. The winner needs some kind of social value. Kim remembered what Chairman Jinhui told him, and the chairman said that he believed that Kim was worthy, so that they counted on his rapid growth, but Kim thought that it was very easy to say. Kim walked towards the gate past the torn monsters and thought that having finally become a hunter, he needed to hunt much stronger monsters or demons in order to catch up with the bar of social value that others had accumulated over the years. Kim had already approached the gate and, clenching his fist, continued to think that, however, although he had successfully cleared the entire dungeon opened by New Korea a month ago, it was difficult for Kim to even grow, let alone gain any value. Kim looked at the glowing gates and smiled and thought that this, of course, would be dangerous. Kim, entering the gates, said that he needed to go to this tournament. Meanwhile, at the mansion house of the owner of Thiessen Group, someone broke a glass bottle of alcohol on the floor. It was Father Lai, with a red aura raging around him, and he himself was holding one of his employees by the throat. Hundo, who was being held by Li's father, asked him to calm down. However, Father Lai was not going to calm down and was very unhappy, and his eyes were burning red. He started shouting that his son, the recognized heir of the Thiessen Group, was still in the hospital, and the one who did this became an S-rank hunter and wins. Father Li slammed Hundo to the ground and asked if he was telling him to calm down in such a situation. Hundo fell on the ground, because from such a blow the floor was cracked. Suddenly a girl approached the man and said that they had a guest from the Guild of Villains. He turned around and angrily asked that these were really the creatures that could not cope with the boy, even after receiving so much money. He also asked how they even dared to come. Father Lai suddenly fell silent because something shocked him. The door to his office began to distort, and behind it stood someone who emanated an eerie dark aura. Someone entered the room without even opening the door. The man said that he was sorry that this happened to the son of the head of Thiessen Group, so he suggested that they fix it first. The head of Thiessen Group looked at him in shock and breathed heavily. The man who entered the room said that the Thiessen Group's main target is not this kid. The man in the luminous mask said that he was glad to meet the head of Thiessen Group. He introduced himself as the deputy leader of the Villains Guild. He gave off a dark aura, was wearing a gas mask, and had a skull tattoo on his arm. He said his name was Shadow. However, his rank is unknown. We then see that a purple gate has opened somewhere. Kim came out of this gate. He looked in surprise at someone in front of him who shouted his name. A man stood in front of Kim with a sign in his hands. This slightly plump man with short hair was holding a sign with Kim's name written on it. The man nervously talked about accompanying Kim to the auction house. This man is a rank hunter from the alchemists. Suddenly the man raised his head and shouted that his name was Park Gonan and it was a great honor for him to meet Kim. Park Gongan is a rank hunter invited to participate in the auction. He is also a member of Kim Tae-young's fan club and also has the skill of controlling the gates. Kim found himself in an awkward situation and felt shame, because Gongan began to ask him for an autograph, telling him that Kim demonstrated an amazing victory in the 3rd round of the hunter exam, and therefore he became a fan of Kim. Currently, Kim Tae-young is an S-rank hunter and also has an SVIP membership in Alchemist. The place where Kim came is the best auction in Asia, East Point. This is the largest auction in Asia. It has magnificent lots for auction, and also supports instant auto translation and so on. East Point has many advantages. Gongan, who had Kim's autograph on his forehead, exclaimed that the best part of this auction was maintaining public peace. According to Gonan, the guild guards participating in the auction, like him, also play a role. But since the teleport point changes frequently, they cannot come here without permission. Gonan walked ahead of Kim and happily talked about how, perhaps, because of this, not a single security problem had arisen for decades. Kim walked behind and thought that this place certainly deserves to be called the best in terms of security. Kim waved his hand and smiled, thinking that there was one thing. Kim looked at the red sky and, seeing someone's terrifying silhouette, thought that there would be a terrorist attack by an S-rank demon in this place today. Some time passed and the presenter began shouting into the microphone that the auction was starting. The presenter raised her hand and began to announce the best lot of today's auction. The best lot of the auction turned out to be a Phoenix potion. Kim stood leaning on the railing and watched this from above. The presenter exclaimed that a simple sip of the potion and stamina, as well as magical power, would increase by 20 points. Kim looked and thought that now all that was left was to wait for the terrorist attack. He knew that all he had to do was defeat the S-rank demon and gain public value, but the problem was that there was too little information. Meanwhile, people raised their signs because they wanted to buy the Phoenix potion. Kim remembered how these buildings were destroyed. Before Kim's regression, it was only known that the losses of the East Point auction were serious and that the main culprit of the terrorist attack was the S-rank demon Narendra Nehru. Kim wondered what suppressed that terrorist attack. At that moment, Park Ganon approached him with ice cream in his hands and Kim waved to him. Park Ganon was shocked because Kim immediately asked him who was in charge of security here. Ganon suddenly sat down a little and asked a question about why Kim was asking, but Kim did not let him finish and, waving his hand, said that he was curious about something. Kim asked if Ganon really didn't know, but he began nervously saying that that wasn't the case. Suddenly they both turned around sharply because someone in the distance laughed and asked who it was. A crowd of people in white suits began to approach them. Some man, meanwhile, said that in front of them was the 12th S-rank hunter of New Korea, the youngest of all. The auction participants looked in surprise at the crowd of people in white suits. At the head of this crowd, a man was approaching Kim. This man was also dressed in a white suit and had a katana on his back. He asked if it was the hunter Kim Tae-hyung. This man is Asaka Ryohei, nicknamed Shaitan, a Japanese S-rank hunter and the CEO of East Point Guard. Ganon was concerned about this, but told Kim that Ryohei is an S-rank from Japan and the head guard here. Ganon narrowed his eyes at Kim and whispered to Kim to be careful. Ganon said that Ryohei even killed his colleagues for his own benefit, for which he is called Shaitan among hunters. Asaka extended his hand and said that he had heard that a rare genius had appeared in New Korea, but he did not expect to meet him here in person. Kim silently looked at the hand of the Shaitan. Kim warily wondered why he extended his left hand to him. Kim extended his hand in response. As soon as he shook Asaka's hand, Asaka immediately began to use his skill. Kim began to be struck by lightning. Then the lightning began to strike harder and Kim's face contorted in pain. Asaka continued to hold Kim's hand and laughed at the same time, looking at his hand. Suddenly Asaka raised his head and laughed at the top of his lungs, exclaiming that Kim could stand it, and therefore he was truly S-rank. Kim looked at Asaka angrily. Kim was shocked because he heard someone grunting in pain. Kim looked to the side and saw that people were lying on the ground and holding their throats because they could not breathe. Kim looked at these people and realized that he was suffering, but ordinary people were also involved in suffering. Kim turned around in surprise once again, because Asaka laughed and said that he apparently went too far with the joke for a boy who had just gained S-rank. Suddenly Asaka let go of Kim's hand. Asaka quickly approached Kim and hugged him. Asaka said in Kim's ear that he would understand that not all S-ranks are equal. Kim looked at him angrily while he said that he didn't know why Kim came here, but he had better not do anything stupid and leave quietly. Asaka began to move away from Kim, but he continued to chuckle strangely. As Asaka left, he waved his hand and wished them to enjoy the auction. Kim looked after him, simultaneously adjusting his hand. Kim looked warily, thinking that he now knew that the head of security at this auction was Asaka Ryohei, and therefore everything would be more complicated than he thought. Then the action moves to some kind of skyscraper. There were men in combat suits standing there, and behind them was an armored door. Another crowd approached these men, led by an old man with a traditional headdress. A man in special equipment, looking at the approaching people, wondered who they were and where they even got out from. A bald man with a gray beard gave them some kind of hand sign and said that it was not so important because behind them was the Warp Gate control office. According to him, their arrival only means that they need to be dealt with. The man took the hilt of his sword and ordered his subordinates to help the others, and as an A-rank hunter, he was going to handle this himself. Some time passed, the action was still taking place in this dark tunnel. A man with a voluminous headdress stood and prayed while the monster behind him devoured that bald man with a gray beard. This monster tried to eat the man's head, but he was still alive and moaning in pain. The eyes of the old man in the hat glowed red, and he looked crazy and mentioned his god. This old man is Narendra Nehru, an S-class magician of unknown affiliation. Behind Nehru stood his subordinates, who called him master. One of them said there was a variable at the auction house. A masked man with purple hair said that they say that a representative from New Korea, S-rank Kim Tae-hyung, has appeared there. So he asked what they should do. However, Nehru continued to stand silently with his palms clasped together. Suddenly he angrily asked what kind of garbage this was. A crowd of masked people looked at him. He said that in this place, as long as he, Narendra Nehru, is there, no one can escape God's revelation. It was sunny outside and the auction proceeded as usual. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on one of the upper floors of the auction building. People were sitting in the room and the presenter presented something to them. However, suddenly there was an explosion right in this room. Auction visitors happily strolled down the corridor. However, a moment later there was a strong explosion. The explosion was so strong that it was visible from afar. More explosions began throughout the building. Park Gun-woon started shouting at Kim. Kim and Ganon stood on the surviving platform. Donggun asked if Kim was okay and also added that he needed to evacuate now. Kim looked up, stunned, and thought that this couldn't be happening because he knew there would be a terrorist attack, but he didn't expect it to be such an omnidirectional explosion. Kim watched in shock as two people ran away from the explosion, while Ganon, meanwhile, tried to shout to him. However, Kim was interested in two things, namely where the demons were hiding and then when they planted the bomb. Ganon stood behind Kim. The hero looked somewhere into the distance and decided that there was something more important now. In the destroyed corridor stood a terrorist who was shooting upward. People ran away from there, shouting that there was a monster there. A masked terrorist fired into the sky and ordered his subjects to collect money and jewelry. This terrorist with dreadlocks had a crazy look. He said that whoever resists will get a hole in his head. However, Kim cut off his head in an instant and also killed several other terrorists. Ganon screamed in shock. Kim stopped and immediately ordered that Ganon immediately report this to the association and request help. Kim, holding a dagger, said that he would catch those who caused this disaster. In Kim's hands was a talisman, a dagger given by Chairman Jai Jinhui to congratulate Kim Tae-yeon on graduating from high school, which is rare. Meanwhile, somewhere in the tunnel, there were wounded security personnel, and behind them lay a lot of boxes and suitcases. In front of the guards stood a crowd of terrorists, led by the same terrorist with purple hair. The security guards shouted that these lots had already been purchased. The purple-haired terrorist smiled, because the guards said that these lots were not for demons like him. The terrorists then glared at them and ordered them to be killed. The massacre began and they clashed in a duel. After some time, the guards were defeated. All the guards lay on the ground with mortal wounds, and the terrorists reached the lots. The head of the terrorists opened the suitcase, which contained the Phoenix Potion, and reached out to it with his hand. He took the Phoenix Potion in his hands and, looking at it, exclaimed that he had finally found it. The Phoenix Potion emitted a red aura. This item is a Phoenix Potion, which is unique and when taken, permanently increases stamina and magic power by 20 points. The terrorist was stunned because he felt the aura of this object. Now he understood why Narendra Nehru asked to find this potion even at the cost of threatening his life. The terrorist felt enormous power even just by looking at the potion. The thought suddenly occurred to him of what would happen if he drank this potion. Suddenly there was some kind of explosion behind him. One of the bandits was lying on the ground. The terrorist saw this and was shocked. The other terrorists were on alert. They called him Mr. Dyke and reported that it was an attack. The bandit in the balaclava said excitedly that he didn't see anyone. A moment later, someone hit him. The rest of the bandits looked on in shock and took out their knives, preparing for a fight. However, a moment later these two bandits were gone because someone had killed them. Dyke was scared and realized that it was an invisibility skill. However, by the time he realized this, it was too late and Kim stabbed him with a dagger. However, Kim could not kill him with one blow, but only damaged his eye and cut his mask. Dyke shouted and called Kim a rat. Dyke immediately raised his hand and chains suddenly appeared. These chains started flying everywhere. They flew over the bodies of the dead bandits. And finally the chains stopped. Thanks to this skill, Dyke caught Kim and tied him up with chains. The wounded Dyke shouted furiously and asked Kim if he had decided to act secretly. Covering his wounded and bleeding eye with his hand, Dyke smiled and said that Kim would die now. Kim was hanging in the air because he was bound by chains, but at the same time, the red aura of a predator emanated from him. Kim said that this is a skill that allows you to track enemies while in stealth mode. Kim's eye lit up, and he smiled and said that he thought that this skill could be applied to a predator. Meanwhile, somewhere in another part of the building, the guards were defeated. Ordinary people were tied with ropes, and in front of them stood many monsters. In the center of the room there were many tied up people, and on the floors there were a large number of dangerous monsters. This took place in the Warp Gate Control Office. Old Man Nehru laughed and said that everything went very smoothly. Smiling madly, Old Man Nehru said that now those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence. One of the bandits approached Nehru, addressing him while Nehru was talking about how all that was left now was the Phoenix Potion. The bandit held out the walkie-talkie and said with concern that a message had arrived from Dyke, who had gone to get the Phoenix Potion. Nehru turned around and asked the bandit about the problem that had arisen. The radio the terrorist was holding began to beep. Then Kim spoke on the radio and, turning to the old man, asked if he was Narendra Nehru. Old Man Nehru was stunned and very angry. Nehru asked who else this was. Kim smiled and asked who he was. At this moment, Kim stood in front of the defeated Dyke. Kim, holding the Phoenix Potion, said that he was the one who took something that Old Man Nehru wanted to take. Kim, smiling slyly, said that if Nehru wanted to return it, he should come to him immediately. Old Nehru was furious because Kim called him a criminal. Kim was still in the tunnel where many dead bodies lay. Kim took the Phoenix Potion and drank it. As soon as Kim drank this potion, a golden glow appeared around him. His stamina and magical power were increased. Kim held a glowing potion pot in his hands and said that it was said that this potion was of a unique rank and it was definitely different from everything else. Kim said that he had been running through dungeons so much, but his stats suddenly increased just because of him. Kim looked to the side and said that this way, there was no longer any need to worry about the Phoenix Potion falling into the hands of demons. Suddenly several people appeared in this tunnel. It turned out to be Isak's head of security, and next to him were his subordinates. They stood in the tunnel in which Kim had just fought, and there were many corpses. The girl looked at the bodies and said that they were all dead. Some security guy added that the last time they contacted us was definitely from here. He wondered if Kim had run away. Isaka lowered his head and laughed and asked them what they were saying. His eyes glowed yellow, and he himself smiled a little and said that Kim was standing right in front of them. Isaka stared into space and shouted at Kim to come out of invisibility and show himself. Kim dispelled the invisibility and said that it was strange. Kim looked at them with a smile and said that he thought this skill was perfect. And so Kim and Isaka stood in front of each other. Isaka raised his head and asked that Kim was at least an S-rank hunter, so why did he forget here? Kim also raised his head and asked himself whether Isaka was not the one in charge of security. Kim asked, Isaka should already be running everywhere, trying to stop the terror. Isaka closed his eyes and chuckled, and then said that he needed to find something, or rather one thing. Kim immediately became gloomy because he seemed to understand what Isaka was talking about. Kim reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and said that this was all somehow strange. Kim took out a dagger and began to analyze out loud everything that had just happened. Kim said that despite the fact that there were many hunter guards in the building, not only did they not find such a pile of bombs, it was impossible to enter East Point without permission. Hunter guards stood in front of Kim and he said that seeing the demons rushing in, he expected that there would be a traitor, but everything turned out to be not so simple. Isaka smiled and lowered his head because Kim said that he could not even imagine that the link with the demons would be the CEO of a security company. Isaka smiled and a golden glow began to emanate from him. He said his advice would be to just stay calm. Suddenly, Isaka disappeared from his spot, making a quick dash. Kim immediately swung his dagger. A moment later, Isaka attacked Kim with his katana and they crossed their swords. While attacking, Isaka screamed for Kim to give him this thing. Kim looked at him with a smile and told him to take this item like a magician with his skills. Isaka and Kim fought while the rest of Isaka's subordinates watched. Suddenly, Kim and Isaka disappeared from view and began throwing multiple punches at each other, moving quickly. They were so strong that they cut the walls of the tunnel. They also easily cut up boxes of auction items. The guards became wary and stood with their backs to each other. One of them exclaimed that this was an S-rank battle, and therefore they should not even think about interfering. The guy stood with his fists clenched and said that Ryohei is generally called a shaitan, and therefore if they interfere carelessly, they will get hit hard. Kim and Isaka fought at incredibly fast speeds. Kim fought the enemy using his invisibility skill, but Isaka still attacked him. Kim thought that there was no doubt. Isaka moved so fast that all he could see was where he was pushing off from. Kim at that moment was thinking that, unlike him, Kim guesses only by the sound and feeling of threat as well as by the direction of the attack. Isaka found himself at Kim's side and had already swung his sword. Kim realized that the enemy could see him, although Kim was using invisibility. His sword had almost reached Kim. Kim looked at this in shock because he did not expect this attack. Isaka hit Kim with this blow and injured him. Blood sprayed from Kim's chest because that was where Isaka had wounded him. Kim flew back and caught his dagger on the floor. At the same time, he thought that although they had similar stealth skills, Kim had never imagined that he could be so different. Kim was suddenly on top. The guards looked at him in surprise. Kim used the skill of summoning the spirit of the King Knights and realized that the difference between them was not so great after Kim used the potion. The guards began to slowly be lifted into the air. They were shocked. Kim reinforced his hand with stone skin. Then Kim lowered his hand and the guards also began to fall. Kim hit them on the floor with considerable force, which was enough to make them lose consciousness. This skill struck all the guards and knocked them to the ground. Kim looked to the side and wondered where Isaka was. Kim looked up in shock as he heard Isaka exclaim that this was a great solution. Isaka was sitting on the ceiling, directly above Kim. He said that it's just that a skill like stealth is weak against wide-ranging attacks. Isaka began to attack Kim from above, at the same time saying that if Kim was going to find him, then he had to use this skill on himself. Kim saw this attack coming. On the floor above stood two masked bandits with weapons. A moment later, Kim and Isaka flew out, destroying the floor. Isaka hit so hard that they flew through and broke through many walls. Dust and stones were flying everywhere. Isaka stood over Kim, stabbing his sword into him. However, Isaka was shocked when he opened his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Kim held Isaki's sword with chains and was therefore not seriously injured. Kim smiled and said that Isaka didn't understand his plan. Isaka was shocked and scared because he realized that this skill was not for finding him. Isaka jumped back, thinking that this skill was to prevent him from escaping beyond the range of Kim's skill. The hero wrapped the chains around his fist and asked Isaka where he was planning to run away. Meanwhile, Isek had already begun to be tied with chains. Before the chains finally tied him up, he started screaming and calling Kim names. The hero raised his hand to strike. Kim hit his opponent in the face so hard that he started bleeding from the mouth. Some time passed and there was a huge hole in the floor many floors down. Kim stood before the bound traders. They all looked tired, and some were even angry. Isaka was also tied up and breathing heavily, looking at Kim. Kim walked up to him and Isaka started shouting something, calling Kim's name. However, Kim interrupted him and smiled and asked why a man with a lot of money became a criminal. Isaka started yelling at Kim to shut up. He started talking about what would have happened if it weren't for Kim. However, Kim immediately kicked him in the face. Kim knocked him back with that punch and said that Isaka talks too much for a killer. The other traders turned around and began to worry about Isaka, asking him if he was okay. Kim looked at them and ordered them to convey the information to Narendra Nehru. Isaka lay unconscious. Kim said that, in any case, requests for help are already pouring in from associations in every country. Isaka smiled because he heard Kim say that when support comes, Isaka and Narendra will know that this is the beginning of the end. Kim asked Isaka, stunned, because he said that he knew that Kim still didn't know anything. Meanwhile, a man was running as fast as he could. This took place in the New Korea Association building. When the man walked in, he saw Tuuk in front of him, as well as Chairman Jinwei. A gray-haired plump man in a white robe and glasses ran into the room. He started talking nervously about security. A bearded, gray-haired man asked what happened to the security at the East Point auction. This man's name is Seo Sangik, and he is an S-rank alchemist guild master. On the table was a projection of the auction building. Sangik exclaimed that the auction wasn't just about their guild items, there were also a lot of honored guests from New Korea and they all ended up there. However, Chairman Jinwei interrupted him and asked him to calm down first. The chairman said that as soon as they heard about the attack, they immediately organized a support unit. According to him, they sent support from elite hunters under the leadership of Park Seongjin. Sangik waved his hands and asked, stunned, why they had not arrived yet. The chairman interrupted him and said that was not the problem. Leaning on the table, Chairman Jinwei said that there is no way to get there now. Sangik looked at him in horror and asked what this meant. Tevuk, standing behind, replied that when the East Point Auction's Warp Gate control office was taken over by demons, all the warp gates were blocked. This made Sangik even more worried, but Tevuk replied that everything would be fine. Tevuk said that there are now 2 S-rank hunters in the building. They still didn't know that Isaka was a traitor. Tevuk also said that although Kim Tae-young just received S-rank, the monsters are controlled by someone named Narendra Nehru. Tevuk clenched his fist and shouted that he hoped the two could hold out until the new warp gate was connected. However, then Tevuk shouted even louder that, in fact, Kim could defeat Narendra Nehru himself. Some woman entered the room and said that this would have happened if his opponent was an ordinary S-rank. The men looked in surprise at the girl who entered the room. It turned out to be Hunter Uian. Meanwhile, Kim was still in the same room where he had tied up the traders. Isaka looked at Kim smiling. He asked if Kim knew a skill called a contract with the devil. Kim asked about this skill. Isaka, on his knees, said that this was Narendra Nehru's strongest skill. According to Isaki, Nehru can make sacrifices and summon monsters of a level corresponding to the number of offerings. Kim became wary and worried when he heard about the victims. Isaka smiled madly and laughed, asking Kim who he would sacrifice. Meanwhile, Ayan also told her comrades about Nehru's skill. Chairman Jinwei, Seongjik and Tevuk were horrified when they heard about this skill. Chairman Jinwei asked her, horrified, what she was talking about. Tevuk, stunned, said that Narendra Nehru now has hundreds of hostages at best. Sangik also worriedly added that, moreover, Narendra Nehru belongs to the S-rank representatives, and his monsters are famous for their monstrous strength. Sangik began to shout furiously that if Nehru sacrificed hundreds of people and summoned demons, then something terrible would happen. Ayan sadly lowered her head and confirmed this. She said there would be a disaster. Kim, meanwhile, pressed Isaka against the wall and swung at him. Kim looked at him with disgust and called him a sick psycho. Kim kept his hand on Isaki's throat, and he continued to laugh, saying that Kim may have been lucky enough to win, but he could not defeat Narendra Nehru. Kim was horrified because Isaka told Kim to choose. Isaka told Kim to watch as innocent hostages were sacrificed while they begged for their lives. Isaka then started shouting that Kim could also fight a battle that he couldn't win and would die a dog's death. Kim stood there, swinging at Isaka and pinning him against the wall as he laughed like a madman. Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside, the sun was slowly sinking and going beyond the horizon. Narendra looked down at the crowd of hostages. One of his subordinates approached him and informed him that he believed that Isaka Ryohei had been captured. The Balaclava bandit said that, however, Kim Tae-young, who actually defeated Ryohei, took the Phoenix Potion and its whereabouts are now unknown. He asked about what to do. Narendra stood and looked somewhere up, holding his hands behind his back. He said that there was no chance of winning a head-to-head match, and therefore it was better to wait for the association's support. However, Narendra extended his hand and a dark aura appeared around his hand. Using magic, he lifted several hostages into the air. Using this magic, he began to choke them by grabbing them by the throat. Narendra, strangling the girl, said that if Kim did not appear himself, they would simply force him to appear. A dark aura began to appear around the girl Narendra was holding. Narendra smiled and said that the festival named after the gods will now begin. Suddenly the room became dark, and the amount of dark aura from Narendra only increased. The hostages looked up excitedly and wondered if the light had gone out. The bandits were also excited. One of them turned around and nervously asked when the bomb would explode. The second bandit, wearing a mask and holding a weapon, was also worried and shouted that he couldn't see anything. Narendra's eyes were black and his pupils glowed red. Narendra stood with his hand outstretched. Kim saw everything that just happened, and therefore he realized that the victim Narendra was holding had disappeared in an instant. Kim suddenly appeared behind Narendra and threw a chain at him. Narendra turned around, but Kim was about to punch him. Kim's blow was too close and Narendra was stunned. However, he immediately dodged by jumping back, but still the chains continued to pursue him. Narendra tried to evade, but the chains continued to surround him. Kim continued to approach his opponent and exclaimed joyfully that he had caught him. Suddenly something living appeared from under Narendra's hat. Under his hat was some kind of fire-breathing monster that looked like a snake. Kim was shocked when he saw this. Narendra found himself in the air, and monsters peeping out of his hat, which attacked Kim with fire spheres. They attacked and there was an explosion. Kim successfully dodged and was unharmed, but Narendra stood above, right in the center of the fire. Narendra said that even in his mind there are monsters hidden. Narendra, standing in the fire, asked Kim what he forgot here. Kim turned around, because the hostages began to ask him about whether he had really come to save them. The hostages began to approach Kim and ask him to untie them. They even promised Kim a reward if he saved their lives. However, Kim waved his hand and scattered them, displeasedly saying that they were bothering him. Kim suddenly noticed something to the side. He raised his head and saw that he was being attacked by monsters. These monsters all attacked Kim together. They began to beat him, but at that moment Kim began to glow under them. In an instant, Kim cut them all apart. Kim killed them all and jumped up. Kim also used the Death Knight King skill. Kim, while in the air above them, summoned the spirit of the King of the Death Knights. This skill immediately began to have an effect on all these monsters. The monsters were clearly angry because they were growling at Kim. One of them was especially furious, his eyes glowing red. Suddenly these monsters jumped up, hoping to get Kim. The hero was shocked because the monster attacked him. Kim was attacked and dust rose, making him invisible. Narendra laughed and said that Kim is still a brat. He looked at this joyfully and said that monsters under his contract with the devil skills were not like ordinary ones. A bunch of monsters continued to attack Kim. Narendra said that these monsters are under his authority and obey only him. Kim tried to fight off and run away from these monsters, and Narendra said that by absorbing his magical power they become stronger than their relatives. Much stronger. The monsters managed to hit Kim, and from this blow he was slammed into the wall. Kim hit the wall so hard that his mouth began to bleed. Narendra smiled madly and said that Kim should not assume that he would be able to go against the will of God himself just because he defeated Isaac Ryohei. A lot of dust rose and the monsters continued to attack Kim. The hostages watched this excitedly and shouted that Kim was retreating. They were extremely unhappy with Kim. One of the hostages began to angrily talk about how Kim ignored their requests for rescue, went there willfully and could not defeat anyone. However, someone argued that this is not so. The hostages looked at this gray-haired man in surprise and asked him again, but the man replied that they should look more carefully. The bandits were focused on Kim. The gray-haired man said that thanks to Kim, the demons don't care about them. Kim continued to fight the monsters. The hostage explained that although Kim is retreating, he is not running away, and not a single monster is being sent to them. The hostages were stunned when they realized that Kim was actually saving them. Behind this man there were 3 more hostages hanging in chains. The gray-haired man said that, moreover, he now sees that the hostages, who were previously levitating in the air, have been picked up. Then the man began to cry and said that, indeed, the only thing Kim was thinking about was saving them. After all, Kim saved those 3 using his chains. Kim also continues to fight to divert attention from the hostages. The other hostages also began to cry and began to support Kim, shouting that they believed in him. Kim started using the chain skill. He tied the heads of several monsters. Kim then pulled the chains and slammed the monsters' heads onto the floor. There was a lot of blood on Kim. He shouted for the hostages to finally shut up. The hostages were confused. Narendra also did not understand Kim's reaction. The hero, standing surrounded by monsters, said that the hostages were only in the way, there was no end to the monsters, and there was also a lot of dirt everywhere. The hostages began shouting to Kim in concern. Narendra laughed and joyfully asked that Kim was now giving up. Suddenly Kim turned to Park Ganan and shouted that it was time to end this. Narendra was shocked. he saw Ganon come out from around the corner. He began to cast some kind of spell, at the same time thinking about where all this managed to appear here. The light from his hands became stronger, and Ganon screamed and apologized for keeping Kim waiting for so long. We then go back in time to Kim's memories and see Isek's body. Ganon looked in surprise at Isek, who was lying unconscious. Ganon pointed his finger at him and asked Kim who it was. Kim replied that they were the so-called escort squad, supporters of demonic creatures. Ganon and Kim were walking somewhere along a tunnel, and Kim started talking about a serious problem. Ganon looked at Kim with concern, because he was talking about how at the moment the Warp Gate Control Office was probably infested with summoned monsters. Kim looked at Ganon and said that if it were just demons, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, according to Kim, the monsters cannot just observe such a situation, and the worst thing is that they could have living hostages. Ganon raised his hands and nervously began to ask how they should act then. However, Kim made him even more nervous by saying that that's why they needed Ganon's skill, gate control. Ganon walked after Kim and waving his hands, he said that he wanted to help, but it was impossible to connect the gate with the association if you did not know the exact point of deformation. Kim smiled slyly and said it didn't matter. He added that he only wanted one thing. Ganon looked at Kim in shock. The hero said that he just wants to eliminate the monsters, and now the action takes place again in the present. All the gates began to glow. They glowed even more. The monsters began to scream as they began to be sucked into the gate. At first they were simply slowly sucked in, torn off the ground. Narendra watched this and wondered, stunned, how this had even happened. Narendra was very angry and shouted, because he could not understand what was happening. The gate formed a large hole and began to suck in all the monsters. Ganon looked at this in surprise and thought that when he first heard about it, he thought it was a ridiculous operation, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. Ganon was shocked, because he could not even think that the operation would be successful. Kim stood in front of Ganon while he looked at all this and thought that now only Narendra Neru and the monsters remained and now victory was theirs. Suddenly Kim loudly shouted Park Ganon's name. Ganon was stunned, because Kim shouted that his role was now played, and therefore ordered him to go with the hostages. Ganon was persistent and began to walk towards Kim, asking what he was talking about. However, Kim smiled and rejected Gongan's further help, saying that the enemy had an S rank like him. At that moment Narendra kicked the floor hard. Fire-breathing snakes writhed on Narendra's head. Kim prepared for battle and said that he would now begin to fight without being distracted by their defense. Narendra shouted Kim's name furiously. Kim happily flexed his fists. He told Narendra that he was there and asked if Narendra called him. Ganon was shocked. Ganon, standing at the exit, began shouting to the crowd to follow him. Kim turned around and looked at the crowd, saying that it was good because this issue was now resolved. Kim smiled and looked back at the enemy, who was already attacking him with fire. Narendra attacked Kim with fire, but Kim was able to escape from there. Kim then tied the stones with chains. He swung his hand and threw many stones at Narendra. However, Narendra knocked off all the stones with his snakes and exclaimed that Kim was a non-entity. He was angry that Kim said that he had an S rank, just like Narendra. The old man extended his hand to the side and the snakes began to gather near his hand. These snakes united into one large snake and went to attack. Narendra asked if Kim really thought that a non-entity like Kim could stop Narendra. Kim put his hands in front of him to defend himself. The impact was very strong and a large amount of dust and stones rose into the sky. Narendra controlled two huge monsters and said that it did not matter how many monsters Kim destroyed and it did not matter how many hostages Kim saved. Kim flew into the wall and hit it hard, blood began to flow from his mouth, and he himself was almost unconscious. Narendra's fingers began to bleed. He exclaimed that none of this would mean anything if Kim couldn't beat him. Narendra extended his arms to the side, and behind him stood many monsters. Kim was sitting on the floor, and Narendra was talking about how Kim was dirty and unfaithful. Narendra looked at him madly and said that Kim must die for desecrating the name of God. The monsters then rushed to attack Kim, who was sitting on the floor. Kim stood up slowly and asked Narendra what he was muttering to himself. Kim smiled and said that Narendra himself would die. Narendra was stunned. Kim extended his hand and a red aura began to appear around him. Suddenly a huge predator appeared. The predator killed all the monsters that attacked Kim at once. Narendra was stunned and could not believe his eyes. A terrifying red aura raged around Kim. Narendra wondered if this brat was hiding all this power. Kim stood with his hand outstretched, but suddenly Narendra began to laugh, which raised questions from Kim. Narendra spread his arms to the sides and began to laugh even louder, but Kim was not going to stop the predator and attack Narendra. Narendra folded his palms together. He talked about how Kim forced him to admit that Kim was the best victim. Kim was shocked because Narendra said that Kim was not the only one hiding his strength. Kim heard someone suffering and turned around, stunned. He looked to the side and saw Narendra's henchmen lying on the ground. The bandits were lying on the ground and holding their mouths from which blood was flowing. Suddenly these bandits began to evaporate. Kim saw it and was shocked, wondering what it was. Blood began to flow from Narendra's back, but it did not flow down, but flew in the air, forming some kind of figure. Narendra said that everyone was sacrificed. A monster began to materialize from Narendra's blood. Narendra cried out to his lord. This monster opened its mouth with huge fangs. Narendra turned to his lord and asked him to send down punishment on the sinners. Kim was horrified. A huge bone monster emitting green mana appeared in front of him. This monster is an S-rank bone dragon. The auction building was on fire. This building continued to collapse. Somewhere in this building, Ganon and the hostages were walking, and the terrorists were standing in front of them. Ganon took a fighting stance and said that there were still so many monsters. The terrorists stood with bats at the ready. They began to wonder what else it was and whether they had escaped from above. A dark aura began to emanate from the terrorists as they discussed how they could kill these refugees. Suddenly they all started bleeding. The hostages and Ganon watched in shock as the terrorists disappeared. Ganon was surprised and didn't even understand what happened. The hostages were frightened and began to look around because they heard a terrifying roar. Ganon looked at the neighboring building and wondered what was going on here. However, suddenly he saw something that shocked him. A bone dragon flew out of the building and chased Kim. Kim fell to the ground, and the dragon, with Narendra riding on him, chased after Kim. As Kim fell, he screamed. Narendra, in turn, laughed while sitting on the dragon. Narendra exclaimed joyfully that this dragon is the strongest creature. Kim was very unhappy. He started using the chain skill. Kim broke through the wall of one of the buildings with a chain. Then he began to be attracted by this chain. The hero jumped into a hole in the wall of the building. Kim landed successfully in the building. A moment later, he was already lying down, looking at the floor. Kim was breathing heavily and wondered what kind of monster this was. Suddenly something shocked him. He saw this bone dragon flying towards him. The monster quickly approached Kim and they found themselves face to face. The monster broke through the building and pushed Kim out, and the hero found himself in the air again. The building continued to collapse as the monster destroyed it. Narendra, with the help of the monster, hit Kim against the walls, simultaneously destroying the building. The monster continued to attack Kim while Narendra screamed for Kim to die. However, Kim got angry and started using the predator skill again, and red tentacles appeared around his arm. Kim attacked the bone dragon with his tentacles, exclaiming that this monster was just a bird made of bones. However, the bone dragon opened its mouth in which a green ball began to gather. This ball became even larger. Kim was stunned. The bone dragon attacked Kim and there was a strong explosion that was visible from afar. Everything around was burning with green fire. The monster continued to fly in the air and was fine. Narendra, holding his hands behind his back, said that this is amazing. Kim was hanging from chains that had caught him from the building. Narendra said he did not expect Kim to survive such an explosion. Kim held onto chains and also used the predator's tentacles to avoid falling. The hero breathed heavily and thought that it was incredible how strong Narendra was. Narendra continued to look at Kim while standing on the dragon. Kim realized that he was barely able to block the attack using his strength. Kim couldn't believe they were the same S rank. Kim barely looked at him and thought that there was something important. Narendra stood with his hands behind his back and an empty hole was visible on his back. Kim understood that as long as Narendra forcibly controlled such a huge power, Narendra was also under threat. The veins in Narendra's veins were very swollen. Kim realized that Narendra had probably already reached his limit. Kim looked in surprise at Narendra, who began to chuckle quietly. Kim at this time thought that if he took his time, he had a good chance of winning. Narendra, standing on the dragon, called Kim a dirty sinner and said that Kim sees everything perfectly. Narendra said that he cannot win in a direct fight and therefore he is thinking of stalling for time. Kim was shocked because Narendra seemed to read his thoughts. Narendra said that this was definitely a good decision. Narendra pointed his hand at Kim and exclaimed that in this case Kim should know that such tricks do not work on him. The bone dragon's wings began to move. The dragon turned around and headed towards another building. Kim was stunned and started screaming. The bone dragon headed straight towards the floor of the building where the hostages were located. The hostages saw this and were horrified. The bone dragon turned around and began attacking them with its tail. The bone dragon struck the floor with its tail and destroyed the wall. Meanwhile, at the New Korea Players Association building, the female controller shouted that the connection to the emergency warp gate had been completed. There were many hunters standing in front of the gate, and in front of them stood the hunter pack. The dispatcher reported that the coordinates were East Point and communication had been established. The dispatcher looked at the panel and said that the only country that was still in contact was New Korea. According to her, no matter how much of a hunter Park Sungjin is, if they enter now, they will be in danger. Pak, standing at the gate, said that this was nonsense. The dispatcher was shocked because Pak asked how dangerous this guy was. Pak then turned to all the hunters and shouted that they were starting to leave for East Point. Puck turned around and ordered them to go and destroy all the monsters. Entering the gate, Puck shouted loudly that they would find their colleagues. The floor was destroyed because it was attacked by a bone dragon. The surviving hostages lay on the floor. Ganon also sang them, but he was wounded and bleeding. Ganon looked forward in horror. He was scared because Kim was standing right in front of him, trying to protect the hostages while fighting Nerdra. Ganon stood up and started shouting to Kim. However, Kim fought hard and exuded an incredible aura. A cloud of mana formed in the sky. The dragon spewed green fire. Narendra, standing on the dragon, exclaimed that he knew that Kim would choose. Narendra smiled madly and exclaimed that they should burn alive. Ganon tried to shout to Kim, but Kim fought with Narendra and blocked the dragon's attack with his skills. Ganon shouted at Kim not to worry about them, because if Kim dies, they will be finished anyway. Kim continued to fight with all his might and shouted, but he heard Ganon and thought that Ganon was right. Kim looked at the dragon spewing fire and thought that if Kim is not at all capable of fighting one-on-one with the bone dragon, then the only thing he can do is wait for Narendra near his limit. Narendra's veins glowed purple, but he was laughing. Kim continued to deflect the bone dragon's fire, realizing that he needed to keep fighting. Mana Kim and the bone dragon collided. Kim screamed because he was at his limit, but he decided that he could not give up yet. Kim's eyes were burning. He was thinking. He wanted to figure out how to save everyone. Suddenly, everything around went dark and Kim was shocked. From the darkness, someone who was behind Kim said that he could no longer just watch. Kim turned around, stunned. However, behind him he saw Ganon lying on the floor. It was definitely not Ganon who said this, because he looked at Kim in surprise. The hero was stunned and wondered what kind of voice it was now. Suddenly, Kim's aura intensified, and the system notified him that the Predator's rank had been temporarily revised. Kim's hands began to glow even more. The system notified him that the Predator's rank had been raised to a rank. The system also notified Kim that the limits of strength had been exceeded and his body could not withstand the strength of the Predator. Kim was shocked because his body began to glow and seemed to crack. The Predator's skill became an S-rank skill. Kim's eyes slowly closed, but at the same time, the Predator's rank rose to SS rank. Narendra watched this while standing on the dragon. Narendra was shocked. Narendra stopped attacking Kim because Kim's terrifying aura was raging around him, which continued to intensify because now the Predator had gained SSS rank. Kim screamed in pain as his body continued to crack and glow. Kim tried to cancel the Predator's skill, but the system notified him that it was not possible to cancel the Predator skill at this time. Kim began to scream in pain as his body continued to crack. He remembered the king and wondered what kind of power he had given him. Kim wondered if this was really the scale of a predator. The king, meanwhile, smiled joyfully. Kim's hands collapsed as if they had turned to stone. Kim thought that this couldn't be true. He thought about whether such a senseless death would befall him. Kim's legs also cracked and began to disintegrate as Kim wondered how he got to this point. Kim's eyes were burning, and light was visible from the cracks in his body. Kim thought that no matter what happened, he couldn't die like this. However, Kim began to fall to the ground. Kim lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kim fell and a lot of blood began to flow from his wounds. Narendra, meanwhile, could barely withstand such a powerful attack. He wondered if Kim had been ruined by his own skill. However, the use of the Predator continued and the attack was quite powerful. Narendra covered his face while wondering what this unusual energy was. Energy raged around Kim, and many tentacles of the Predator were flying. Kim was lying on the ground, face down on the floor, bleeding. Narendra did not understand that Kim could not withstand the load of the skill and passed out. Therefore, Narendra was shocked that nothing stopped, even though Kim had already lost consciousness. Narendra became angry and bared his teeth. The bone dragon opened its mouth even wider and Narendra began to talk about what would happen if Kim was going to disobey God to the end. The bone dragon began to approach Kim, and Narendra shouted that he would destroy Kim himself. The bone dragon was about to attack Kim with its huge sharp claws. However, the tentacles were active and continued to attack. Suddenly Narendra turned around in shock as something happened behind him. While Narendra was looking back, Kim had already gotten up. Narendra turned around, stunned. The sky turned crimson and the building was surrounded by a huge red predator. These predators made a terrible roar. Narendra raised his head and looked at them. He was terrified. Then Narendra sharply turned his gaze to Kim because he began to mock him. Kim's hair began to turn red and Kim himself smiled, saying that Narendra should not make him laugh with stories about God. Narendra was stunned. He was terrified and sweat was dripping from his face. Narendra fearfully asked him what he was like. Kim's previously lost arm was restored, materializing from his red energy. Narendra exclaimed that this was not Kim T-Young, and also asked where this creature even got such strength. Kim's arm finally recovered and more red energy began to emanate from it. This being said that it was not Narendra's business. The creature pointed its hand at Narendra and added that Narendra was already dead. The old man was terrified. The predator's tentacles overtook him literally in an instant before he even had time to react. Kim successfully launched the attack, but nothing seemed to happen. But suddenly everything around was illuminated by his energy, and Narendra was absorbed by the predator. The system has registered a new skill, a contract with the devil. We then flash forward to see that Kim is in the dark. Kim looked ahead and wondered where he was because he had just fought Narendra. Suddenly red chains flew at Kim. The chains completely bound Kim. Suddenly stones began to fall on him from the side. The stones hit Kim and injured him. Kim fell to the ground and spat out blood. He wondered if this was stone skin paralysis. Suddenly, someone's hands appeared in the darkness. Kim wondered what was going on. The spirit of the Night King appeared above Kim. Suddenly, everything around began to glow blue and the Night King began to use his ability on Kim. Tied up, Kim lay on the ground and wondered why his skills weren't working. Some circles appeared above Kim, reminiscent of the power of a predator. This creature laughed and asked Kim if he really called these skills his own. Kim was stunned because this creature asked Kim about his strength since when. A monster began to emerge from this magic circle. A predator came out of this Kim and attacked Kim, saying that Kim should spit out everything he absorbed if he forgot whose power it was. Kim looked at this predator in fear, but he could not do anything. Everything around was illuminated with bright light. A moment later, Kim woke up and tore off the blanket. Kim climbed out of bed and tried to catch his breath. Kim was covered in sweat and looked at his hands. He wondered if it was really a dream. Kim looked at his hand and thought that there were no wounds, and his right hand, lost in battle, was now in place. Suddenly, S-Rank Hunter Park began approaching Kim, saying that Kim had finally woken up. Puck was holding some flour pastries in his hands. Kim was surprised to see him here. Then Kim went to have breakfast. Park and Kim were sitting at the same table. Park said that this apartment was organized for Kim by the Alchemist Association. According to him, this is a response to a terrorist incident. Park remembered Ryohei and said that thanks to Kim, this traitor, allegedly deceived by demons, was also arrested. Park also said that this terrorist attack was of enormous force, but despite this, many people survived. Kim looked at his right hand, stunned, while Park talked about how many sympathizers had come to see Kim. According to Park, many people visited Kim, ranging from his family to the president of the association. Puck spread his arms and exclaimed that everyone was screaming, crying, horrified and all that kind of stuff. Park, holding a toothpick in his hands, said that according to preliminary test results, Kim has no health problems. Park said that he stayed because he was afraid that demons or reporters would look at Kim. Kim, bent over, continued to look at his right hand. Kim became emotional and, still looking at his right hand, said that, apparently, he lost his mind during the fight with Narendra. Puck's gaze suddenly became serious because Kim asked what happened there. Pak said it was a given. Kim looked at him in surprise and asked him what he wanted to say. They sat in identical positions. Puck exclaimed that he was interested himself. The scene then flashes back to the moment when Gongun looks at Kim, stunned. Kim with red hair stood with his back to Gongun. Gongun looked at Kim's back and was stunned to wonder what had happened because Narendra was here. He looked at the red-haired Kim and wondered who he was because this person looks like Kim, but it is definitely not Kim. Gongun then started screaming at the man. However, after a moment, Gongun became scared and regretted yelling at him. This creature turned around and showed Gongun its energy. Gongun was shocked and began to tremble. His eyes began to roll back and Gongun himself began to cough up blood. Gongun fell unconscious and the creature in Kim's body stopped releasing energy. The being in Kim's body raised his hand and this red energy slowly began to disappear from Kim's body. Someone wondered if this was really the limit. Someone smiled and laughed and said that nothing could be done, and therefore he would leave for now. This someone left and Kim fell to the ground unconscious. Kim lay unconscious and returned to his normal appearance. At that moment someone ran up to him. An excited Park ran up to Kim and, taking him in his arms, he began screaming for Kim to wake up. Behind Puck stood many hunters and one of them said that he confirmed the survivors. The huntress examined the bodies and said that they were unconscious, but their lives did not appear to be in danger. Another hunter said that, however, the whereabouts of the other demons and Narendra were still unknown. Puck turned around and let out a dissatisfied cry. He was also worried that Kim was out. Everything around was destroyed and half of one of the buildings lay on the ground. Puck, stunned, asked what actually happened here. Kim was shocked when he listened to this story. Park, sitting opposite him, said that he later asked the survivors who had woken up about what had happened, but everyone only remembered that Kim tried to stop Narendra but could not remember anything specific. Meanwhile, Gongun also woke up, but for some reason he was holding his head. Gongun was terrified and his head was bandaged. Park said it was as if something had interfered with the survivors' thoughts. Puck stood up from the table and said that whether the survivors remember or not, these are the machinations of the magician. Park, leaving, waved his hand and asked Kim, in any case, to take care of himself. Kim looked after Pak, who said that if anything became clear, he would inform Kim. When Park left, Kim thought and wondered if Narendra had done this, but at the same time Kim understood that this was impossible. Kim remembered his hand and thought that he didn't know how it regenerated, but his hand was clearly destroyed due to the excessive activity of the Predator skill. Kim began to think that Narendra also suffered because of this, but suddenly a status window opened in front of him and Kim's new skill was displayed in it. The hero was surprised to see this. Kim looked at this skill and began to ask many questions. Kim thought about opening the gate, but then he thought that it was a monster summoning skill. He also noted that the skill required 200 mana to activate, but Kim currently only had 180. Suddenly Puck leaned out from around the corner and shouted something to Kim. Leaning out, Puck asked if another guest could come in. Kim asked him back in surprise. Suddenly Lim Ayan came into the room. Kim was surprised, and Park said that now he really left. Lim Ayan handed Kim a basket of fruit and said that she was visiting a sick person. Currently, Lim Ahyung is an S-rank awakened and a rank hunter. The action took place in the same place somewhere in the city. There was food on the table that Puck brought. However, Lim placed the fruit basket on top of the food and crushed it. Kim was perplexed looking at this. Lim sat down in front of Kim and started talking about how she had heard that he was badly injured, but he seemed to be unharmed. Kim confirmed this and said doctors said his health was fine. Lim took the apple in her hand and, looking at it, began to talk about how they say that Kim saved many people in this terrorist incident. Kim felt the tension and awkwardly replied that this was indeed the case. Lim began to squeeze the apple and said that, moreover, it was said that Kim had 2 S-rank opponents. Kim became even more embarrassed because he did not understand what Lim wanted to say by this. Lim got angry and squeezed the apple, tearing it. She angrily asked Kim if he had gone too crazy. She also exclaimed that she could catch up with him in the blink of an eye. Pieces of the apple were left on Kim. He asked Lim why she was even here. Lim looked to the side and, coming to her senses, replied that she was visiting a sick person. Kim, meanwhile, wondered whether to call the police. Lim was shaking with anger and looked at Kim angrily. Sitting opposite Kim, Lim thought that she first came to Kim because she was worried when she found out that he was injured, but to her surprise, Kim was absolutely fine. She also noticed a surreal aura around Kim and wondered what it was. Lim remembered that kiss and blushed. She couldn't understand how Kim had progressed so quickly since the hunter test. Suddenly something shocked Lim. They both looked to the side because they heard the sound of the door closing. They were tense because they heard someone stomping. Suddenly someone's leg appeared around the corner. Kim angrily asked the man why she was here again. Lim Ahyung was shocked. Uayan, who is Lim's sister, appeared from around the corner. Uayan was surprised that Lim was there. Lim pounced on her and began asking why the head of the guild came to Kim Tae-young. However, then she asked in surprise how you even knew the password for the door. The head of the Alchemist Guild, crossing her arms, exclaimed that she asked not to be called sister. Uayan began to talk about how the association told her the password, but suddenly her attention switched to something else. Lim stood up and began to walk towards her sister. Yu Ahyung smiled widely. She grabbed Kima's hand sharply. Lim Ayan blushed and was stunned. The head of the Alchemist's Guild held Kim's hand and stood behind him. Lim started screaming in surprise about what her sister was doing, but the guild leader just laughed. She began to stroke Kim's chin and asked about what kind of relationship there could be between 2 S-rank hunters who live in the same house. Lim blushed deeply and began to shout displeasedly that this was a crime because Kim Tae-young was still a minor. Suddenly Kim hit Uayan's hand. Kim turned around and turned to Uayan and said that the jokes were over. Kim was clearly unhappy and asked the head of the guild why she had come again. Kim asked if she would again ask him to join her guild, and also asked how many more refusals he should give. Uayan held onto her hand that was hit by Kim and said that it was still a little harsh since she was just visiting a sick person today. She once again exclaimed that it was just a visit. Uayan also said that she also has a gift for Kim this time. Kim excitedly asked her about the gift. Lim approached Kim and started talking about what she heard from the association president that Kim was going to the Asian tournament. Yu Ah-hyung took another step towards Kim and said that, however, despite all the activities at East Point, Kim is still only ranked 30th in the public rankings. According to her, many more incidents are needed to reach 5th to represent Korea. Yu Ah-hyung put her hand on Kim's shoulder and smiled and said that, therefore, she will give Kim something. The hero looked at her excitedly. Yu Ah-hyung exclaimed that she would give Kim the right to clear the fire temple in the double dungeon. Some time passed and in the dark someone sailed past the island where the buildings in which the auction was held were located. These people looked at the ruins and discussed whether East Point was here. Some of these people said they say the building maintained its shape for several hours after the attack, but eventually collapsed due to severe accumulated damage. On the yacht stood the deputy head of the Guild of Villains, Shadow. He asked about the whereabouts of a certain Offit-Oro, but a masked man standing behind replied that this was not yet known for certain. Behind this masked man stood two more masked men. The man asked Shadow if he should report this to his superiors. However, Shadow replied that there was no need for this. Shadow, with his back to them, replied that the goal had already been achieved, and, in any case, he was just a bag of money for the mercenaries. Suddenly Shadow's gaze darkened even more and he looked away to the side. A huge ship was sailing right behind their yacht. Over the loudspeaker, the yacht's passengers were called sorcerers and exclaimed that they were surrounded. A man standing at the railing shouted over the loudspeaker that only East Point investigations officers could enter. A man in military uniform shouted at them to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. However, in an instant the man found himself in the water. He opened his eyes and saw that he was already in the water like all the crew members. The military man was shocked because their ship capsized and they all ended up in the water. Their ship began to sink. There was a Shadow on the yacht who did this because it was from him that this incredible aura came. Shadow extended his hand and said that, however, he was very interested in this guy named Kim Tae-young. A huge red dark sphere appeared above the sea. Then suddenly the action shifts to the headquarters of the Nightwalkers Guild. The guild members were happy about something and shouted joyfully. Standing in front of them were Kim and Yoo-young. They cheered and shouted that Kim Tae-young was participating in the strategy, and also called Kim the hero of East Point and the most promising star in New Korea. Yoo-young stood in front of them, holding her hands behind her back, and said that this was indeed the case. Kim closed his eyes and simply smiled while Yoo-young talked about how if she and Kim gave them the right to clear, they would determine the distribution of items and raid participants. Kim happily thought that this was a very unexpected gift, because he could not even think that it would be the right to clear the Fire Temple. Fire Temple is the second double dungeon in Korea, so named because the entrance resembles a burning flame. Kim remembered what happened in a past life. Before the regression, the Nightwalkers Guild had succeeded in cleaning up, but was close to complete destruction as many hunters died. Kim knew that given the risk, it was safe to say that there would be a huge increase in his social value and everyone would rejoice. Kim thought that perhaps it was because his right arm was destroyed that his strength and stamina levels had decreased significantly, so Kim thought that the new task would be too difficult. However, he was reassured by the fact that Yoo-young was here, and also all these hunters who are ready to fight and are happy about it. Kim looked at them happily. The hunters rejoiced, and Kim, looking at them, thought that clearing a double dungeon they could not lose. However, after some time, it turned out that about 300 people were not involved in clearing the Fire Temple. Yoo-young and Kim stood at the gate because the attacking group consisted of 2 people, who were Yoo-young and Kim. The hunters stood opposite the gate and shouted to the heroes to clear this dungeon because they rely on them. Yoo-young smiled happily, but Kim was embarrassed and asked her why there were only 2 of them. Yoo-young smiled slyly and said that she and he had a date. Kim was in shock and at that moment he wanted to fall into the ground. Kim and Ah-young then entered the gate and moved to the Fire Temple. Ah-young let out a surprised exclamation and smiled. In front of them was a huge pit, glowing with something blue. Ah-young, looking at the dry trees, said that even the atmosphere was not the same as in ordinary dungeons. She looked at the blue liquid flowing down and asked if dungeons were really like that from the start. Kim and Ah-young looked into the hole. Kim said that at least the apocalyptic dungeon he visited looked exactly the same. Ah-young sat down and wondered how they could get down from here. Kim saw this and asked her to be careful because it could be a trap. A moment later, something grabbed the girl by the neck. The monster grabbed Ah-young with its tentacles and began to drag her down. Kim immediately ran after her, exclaiming that he knew something like this would happen. Kim took out a dagger and rushed into the pit. However, what he saw surprised him. Ah-young used her skill and killed the monster. Ah-young smiled and said that she understood how to go down. The monster was defeated because Ah-young pierced its flesh with her fist. From Kim fell after Ah-young and saw that she was fine. And next to her the monster that had been defeated by her also fell. Yoo-young's eyes shone and she smiled and said that you just need to fall and that's it. Kim looked at her in shock, wondering if she had killed the monster in one blow. There were still many monsters below at that moment and the heroes fell right on top of them. Yoo-young turned around and swung. Yoo-young killed several more monsters with one blow. She pushed off from the wall and was about to attack those monsters that were lower. She also killed these monsters with one blow. Kim looked at Yoo-young, who was killing all the monsters on the way, and thought that there were monsters here of at least rank and above, and she crushed them with one blow. Kim, falling after her, wondered if perhaps she hadn't demonstrated her abilities last time. Kim thought that although he knew that she was at the top of the S-rank hunters, Kim never expected that she was so strong. Kim strengthened his skin with a stone and also began using the chain's skill. Kim thought that, after all, there was a good reason for them to go here, just the 2 of them. Kim also started killing monsters, deciding that then he too should put in more effort. From above the hole looked very deep, but at the very bottom there was light. The heroes finally descended. Kim stood on a pile of monsters, and Yoo-young stretched her hands and talked about how they finally managed to descend. Kim wiped his face and exhaled. Yuan asked displeasedly how deep this hole was. Kim looked at the many destroyed monsters and thought that although there were countless monsters, none of them posed a serious problem for Yuan. Kim wondered what brought the Nightwalkers Guild to the brink of destruction right before Kim returned to the past. Yuan turned to Kim and began to approach him, holding one hand behind her back. Kim extended his hand and Ian gave him some kind of ring. Kim was shocked, because this is a warrior ring that has a unique rank. If you wear this ring, the wearer's strength and endurance will increase dramatically. Yuan raised her finger and started talking about how, in fact, the right to participate in this raid is not a gift, because it also benefits their guild. Kim at this time was thinking that with the help of this thing he could even restore the characteristics that had fallen due to the destruction of his right hand. However, at the same time, Kim wondered why she would give him this unique item. Yuan raised her finger and looked at Kim and asked if he was grateful. She added that if Kim became part of the guild, she would give him much more valuable items. Then Kim wondered, even more surprised, why she needed this. Kim shocked Yuan by looking at her warily and asking why she was only giving him this item now. Kim said that if Yuan had given him this item before they started fighting the monsters, then Kim would have been much more comfortable fighting. Kim walked further down the dungeon, and Ian, following him, asked if Kim was a sociopath. However, Kim replied that he chooses what is more practical. Kim stood at the cliff. He said that starting from here, they really should be extremely careful. Kim looked down nervously. They saw the same fire temple, and Kim said that he thinks that they have reached the place where the owner of the dungeon lives. Kim looked down with a smile, and Ian was shocked. They were shocked by the egg that lay on the roof of the temple. However, the rank of the creature in the egg is unknown. Kim looked at the egg and thought that he had no idea what kind of monster it was. Kim took out a dagger and said that the owner of this double dungeon was clearly there. Kim turned around and began to tell the head of the guild that first of all they needed to collect information. But Ian disappeared somewhere. Kim was shocked because he realized that Ian had rushed to attack. Yuan jumped down and swung both hands. She began to increase her energy in her fists. She then hit the egg incredibly hard and there was an energy surge. Kim also jumped down and began to shout displeasedly about why she was doing everything her own way. Yuan stood in a cloud of dust, so Kim asked her if she was okay. Yuan's eyes shone. She turned around and grinningly asked Kim if he was still asking. She turned around and, showing her knowledge of victory, joyfully said that she had completely destroyed this egg. The egg was indeed destroyed, but inside the egg there was something shining. Yuan extended her hand and began to say that in terms of strength, this is most likely an S-rank monster, either low or mid-level. But even though Yuan gathered all her strength into a fist, she still did not expect that she would deal with him with one blow. Kim was shocked and thought that this couldn't happen. Suddenly Ian turned around in surprise, because some kind of blue energy appeared in the egg. This energy began to grow and increase. The light from the egg illuminated everything around. Kim and Yuan covered their faces from the light, and the huntress asked what else it was. Kim and Yuan were stunned, because some creature called them insignificant people. The monster said that he never thought that they would be able to get to his true identity. There was a monster flying in the air in the sky that was shining. The monster said that interesting guys came here. The monster consisted of flames, and he himself looked like a phoenix. The monster spread its wings and said that the power that they had decided to flaunt here would turn into nothing before its blue flame. This creature is the master of the Double Dungeon Temple of Fire, an S-rank phoenix. There was some kind of energy field around the phoenix. Yuan and Kim looked up in shock. The phoenix is a monster with such incredible regenerative abilities and resistance to magic that it can safely be called an immortal being. Kim was holding a dagger in his hands, but he wondered in surprise that the owner of the double dungeon was really a phoenix. Moreover, we are talking about a phoenix with blue flames. The phoenix spread its wings and illuminated everything around with light. Kim covered his face with his hand from such a bright light, but at the same time he realized something. Kim turned to the hunter Yuan and told her to be careful, because that monster has the ability to control the mind. Kim screamed, tearing his throat, because he was worried. But at that moment Yuan began to approach him. A moment later, she attacked Kim, but he managed to dodge. Kim realized that he was in trouble because Yuan was subjected to mind control. Yuan emanated green energy, but her eyes glowed blue because she was currently under the control of the phoenix. Kim jumped into the air and at the same time wondered what kind of veteran hunter he was. Kim dodged Yuan's blow and said displeasedly that it was a setup. Yuan kicked Kim, but he ducked and avoided the blow. Kim wondered in surprise that she really was of no use. Kim used the King Knight skill and a spirit hand appeared behind Kim. He used the skill on Yuan and she was knocked to the ground. Kim held Yua-young and shouted for her to come to her senses. Kim talked about what would happen if they continued to fight each other, but he didn't have time to finish and was stunned. Yua-young managed to squat down and extend her hand, aiming an energy projectile at Kim. The mana in Yua-young's hand began to increase. There was a strong energy surge. The blue phoenix watched all this from above. Phoenix laughed and said that, as expected, humans are not the smartest creatures. The explosion passed, and Yua-young calmly stood in place, looking forward. She started to walk forward, but suddenly she noticed something and looked down. A chain sticking out of the floor tied her leg. There was a purple glow emanating from this chain that tied Yua-young's leg, which meant that Kim was also using the paralysis skill. Another chain flew out of the ground. Then another chain flew out. All these chains completely tied Yua-young. The girl tried to escape, but as the paralysis began to take effect, she could barely move and tremble. In front of her, in a cloud of dust, stood Kim, who spoke of how he now knew that he had destroyed the raiding party before it regressed. Kim held a stone shield in one hand and chains in the other hand. Kim said that he realized that before his regression, the raiding party of the Nightwalkers Guild was destroyed by the head of this guild herself. Yua-young was still tied up, so she was scared. Kim started attacking with a stone shield and said that it would hurt a little. Hitting Yua-young with a stone, Kim asked her to be patient. The blow was so strong that Yua-young spat out blood and was stunned. Kim stood over the bound and paralyzed Yua-young, who was also unconscious. Kim wiped the sweat from his chin and said that the chains and paralysis would not work for long, and therefore he would have to try to bring her to her senses when Yua-young woke up. Kim looked forward and his gaze darkened. Kim looked at the phoenix sitting above and wondered if Yua-young would be offended if Kim dealt with this creature before it awakened. Phoenix raised his head and, laughing, asked Kim if Kim enjoyed his entertainment. Kim got really angry and his aura intensified. Kim Phoenix on how a chicken can bully people. The hero said that he would kill the monster now. Kim tied Yua-young to his back. He was running somewhere with Yua-young tied to his back. Suddenly Kim turned around. Phoenix attacked Kim with fire projectiles. Phoenix, flying in the air, asked Kim what he was doing. He asked if Kim was not going to demonstrate her power now. However, Kim was already behind the Phoenix. Phoenix turned around and began to make exclamations of surprise. Kim pointed the dagger at the Phoenix, intending to attack it. However, Kim then threw a dagger that was tied to his hand with chains. Phoenix lost part of his wing and said that it was too weak an attack. The Phoenix's wing grew back and he said that this body was fire itself. Kim continued to strike the Phoenix many times, but he said that no matter how much Kim chopped it, it would burn every attack of Kim. Phoenix increased the fire and the Kim's chains were destroyed. Kim looked at the Phoenix in shock. The Phoenix gained 4 eyes and increased in size. Phoenix said that a pathetic little person like Kim could never defeat this body. The Phoenix opened its mouth and began to form a fireball. Phoenix began to spew fire and burn everything that was below. Everything around was burning. It seemed that Kim suffered from this fire, but it turned out that Kim was able to cling to a stone on the ceiling of the cave. Kim tried to catch his breath and at the same time was surprised at the crazy ability of regeneration, even though the Phoenix itself was in front of him. Phoenix, meanwhile, continued to breathe fire. Kim was also shocked by the fact that the Phoenix, moreover, also talks. Kim realized that no matter how you looked at it, this was clearly no ordinary Phoenix. Kim was horrified and wondered if he had really encountered a great Phoenix. Great ones are different from ordinary monsters. Unlike existing monsters, this is a mutant with exceptional strength. To differentiate them from other monsters, an S+ rank is added to the existing great title. Kim looked at the Phoenix and thought that if it was truly a great Phoenix, then with Kim's current skills it would be impossible to destroy its regenerative ability. Kim looked warily at his right hand and thought that if there was a tiny chance, it would only be a predator. However, since there may be an uncontrollable burst of energy like last time, Kim can only use this skill to deliver the final blow. Kim looked at his trembling hand and thought that the indisputable fact remains that without a predator, Kim has no chance of winning. Kim was scared and wondered what he should do. But suddenly at that moment Yua-young shuddered. As soon as she came to her senses, she began to scream when she saw that they were high above. Yua-young looked down and panikedly began to ask why she was chained, and, moreover, why her whole body hurt terribly. Yua-young then looked at the Phoenix and asked why that creature became so huge. She also wondered if this was not an ordinary Phoenix. Kim started yelling at her and asking her to stop fidgeting. However, Yua-young was worried and asked Kim if it was his doing. Yua-young shouted at him to untie her now. Kim and Yua-young were still hanging on the stone, and the blue fire was blazing beneath them. Kim indignantly asked the girl how he could trust that he had been subjected to mental manipulation. Yua-young exclaimed that she was just careless and got hit. but then she asked in surprise that she was being mind-controlled. Kim exclaimed with displeasure that she didn't even remember this. At that moment, some kind of fiery projectile was flying at them. Yuayang said that she would not make such a mistake again, so she ordered Kim to untie her now. Yuayang and Kim saw this shell and were shocked. The shell flew and hit them, and the phoenix looked straight at them. Phoenix laughed and asked how they dared to be distracted even for a second, being right in front of this body. Phoenix started to talk about something, but suddenly something interrupted him. Kim used his dagger, and the head of the Nightwalkers Guild used her reinforced fists. Together they launched an attack on the phoenix. Kim swung his chains and shouted to make sure Yuayon never lets her take control of her mind this time. The girl looked at him and said that there was no need for such worries, because this would not happen. Phoenix flew back in surprise. He was angry and outraged by their impudence. Kim and Ahyung stopped as the phoenix's radiance intensified. The phoenix's wings began to shine more intensely, and he himself indignantly asked them how they dared to attack him. Kim and Ahyung looked at the phoenix from below, and he shouted at them that they were worthless. Kim used the monarch's heart skill and shouted that he would take the lead. Thanks to Kim's skill, the group members' abilities were enhanced. However, Ayin rejected this and she began to summon some kind of energy weapon. She took this energy with both hands and said that not this time. A spear appeared in Ion's hands and she immediately struck with the spear. Phoenix was torn in two and was shocked. Kim also looked at this in surprise. Ion walked forward, holding her spear in her hands. She told Kim to entrust this work to her older sister. Ion smiled, something shone on her forehead. She used the S-Rank Amazon Splendor skill. Ahyung also used a burst of Berserker mode. Ion then continued to attack the blue phoenix with her spear. Kim looked at her and thought that the activation of all skills through the outpouring of magical power is designated by such a concept as a burst. Phoenix was terrified and began to fly back. Most hunters try to avoid the surge method as it can cause permanent damage to the body. But if a hunter can control this force even for a moment, then we are talking about incredible power. Ayin, meanwhile, continued to stubbornly attack the phoenix. She launched her spear at the phoenix with incredible force. We are talking about power beyond human limits. Phoenix was torn into pieces and began to scream, because all that was left of his body was his head. Ayin continued to attack him and this time she was right on top of him, about to finish him off. She hit the phoenix powerfully using her energy. She then immediately turned around and kicked the phoenix. Phoenix tried to fly away, but Ayin caught up with him and continued to launch powerful and fast attacks, trying to not give him time to regenerate. Finally, Ayin struck so powerfully that she created an incredible energy explosion with this blow. Clouds of dust were flying around. There was a terrifying green energy emanating from Ayin, and her veins were glowing with her green energy. Ayin looked straight ahead and something shocked her. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she stared ahead intently. Suddenly, Ayin lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The phoenix was also lying on the ground, its body destroyed and only its head remaining. The phoenix looked at her and began to be indignant at how an insignificant little man dared to do such a thing to a phoenix. The phoenix began to fly towards Ayin, shouting that he would finish her off. However, Kim immediately used his chains. Kim caught the phoenix using his chain skill. It was clear from the phoenix that he was scared, and his eyes were bulging with fear. Kim, with a smile on his face, began to say that the way to destroy this kind of regenerative ability is to use a force superior to it in power, and all because Kim does not let down his guard. Kim, holding Ayin in his arms, asked that even if his pride was a little hurt, but shouldn't he at least leave the last blow for himself? The guild members stood in front of the gate and were waiting for Kim and Ahyung to come out. The members of the Nightwalkers Guild were worried and began to talk about how they were too late, and they also began to have questions about whether Kim and Ahyung were okay. Some man standing in front said that there shouldn't be any problems, because they both have S rank. The guild members thought about it and presented this picture and said that the problem is that when the head of the guild enters into battle, she becomes too reckless. The guild members wondered whether everything would be okay in this situation, when suddenly Kim came out of the gate, holding Ayin in his arms. Guild members immediately rushed to meet them with questions about whether Ahyung was okay. However, the red-haired guild member suddenly stopped in surprise. They all stopped and looked in surprise at Kim coming out of the dungeon and holding Yuayon in his arms. Kim bowed his head a little and said that the fire temple had been cleared. This information was leaked online and rumors began to circulate about a romantic relationship between Kim and Yuayon, and that it was actually a secret dungeon date for just the two of them. Some man looked at this with trembling hands, holding the phone. This person was the blushing and embarrassed Yuayon. In her chamber, 3 members of the guild stood and looked around bashfully, as if they had nothing to do with it. but the head of the guild looked at them and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense this was. The guild members looked away while Ian talked about how the raid on the dungeon was carried out strictly in confidence. Ian asked why there was a leak of information, moreover, such shameful content. She indignantly asked them if this was all they're doing. One of the guild members, looking somewhere to the side, said that completing double dungeons is an important matter, so keeping everything secret is extremely difficult. The red-haired guy nervously said that he only told a few close friends about this, who, he was sure, knew how to keep secrets. The third member of the guild began to nervously shout that he was terribly offended, because all he did was try for the sake of the head of the guild. He also shouted that there was not an iota of lies in his loyalty. Ian smiled sweetly and suggested that they all just die together today. Suddenly, Jinhui suddenly entered the room and said that he had heard news about the skill surge. He wanted to ask her how she was feeling, but something surprised him and left him speechless. The guild members were beaten by the guild master. Chairman Jinhui said that Yuan seems to be fine. After some time, Ian and Jinhui walked through the park. Ian asked him who he took her for. While drinking the juice, Young said that she had trained so much to control herself during the surge, so she could last for about a minute without any interference. Jinhui looked at her and asked how it went. He also asked what she thought about Young's abilities, which she had been wanting to test all along. Ian began to worry and looked at Jinhui gloomily. She said that, in the end, she lost her mind, so she only knows from Kim's words that Young was the one who opposed the Great Phoenix and that he finished him off. Ian looked away with displeasure and said that, moreover, only 2 days had passed since the end of the raid on the Fire Temple, and Kim had already decided to head into the depths of the abyss. Jinhui was shocked to hear this and asked her if she was really talking about the depths of the abyss. Jinhui clenched his fist and said that this is definitely a huge increase, but from New Korea's point of view, is there anything good about it? Ian looked at him sadly. She interested Jinhui, saying that in this case, she, moreover, did not understand his train of thought. Ian began to talk about how everyone has a desire to climb. But after the hunter reaches the defining route, a feeling of satisfaction appears and the hunter takes a break. But Kim gives no indication that he is going to stop. According to her, on the contrary, Kim does not think about stopping, but uses all possible means to rise higher even now. Young surprised Jinhui by wondering why Kim Tae-young keeps trying to get stronger. It was hot outside, leaves were flying in the air due to the wind. Jinhui surprised Ian by saying that he seemed to know what was going on. Ian asked him in surprise that he, the chairman of the Hunters Association, really knew what was going on. Young was anticipating the answer and looked at Chairman Jinhui in surprise. However, he immediately clenched his fist and exclaimed that Kim was full of patriotism. The guild leader was very embarrassed. Chairman Jinhui said that in this era filled with rampant monsters and awakening evil, a strong desire to help the country to survive this era safely is what drives Tae-young so much. The chairman, while saying all this, imagined Kim as a hero in a cape, surrounded by monsters. However, Young embarrassed and surprised Chairman Jinhui by saying that she didn't think that was the case. The action abruptly shifts to some scarlet castle in the depths of the abyss. The action takes place in the king's room. There are many dead bodies on the floor. They were all lying on the ground in a pool of blood. A man in the same room kissed the monster's hand. He kissed his hand and moved it away, and the monster began to talk about something. A monster resembling a vampire sat on the throne and invited this man to take a blood oath. This monster is the Prince of the Abyss, the Vampire Lord Igman, of unknown rank. The cloaked and hooded man kneeling in front of him thanked the Lord of Blood. The Blood Lord laughed and looked at him, and then asked about what it was like to receive the power of their clan. The man began to remove his hood. Taking off his hood, he said that there were quite a few people with similar skills to his, but now he had become the strongest. This long-haired man with a lip piercing gave off a powerful red aura. This man is Chinese hunter Zhang Linfeng. We then see two men in suits standing in front of an iron gate. These gates lead to the abyss, because even from the outside you can see the place where they lead. Kim found himself in an abyss, but there were many hunters and some workers there. Kim happily said that this was his first time visiting the abyss since he regressed. As soon as Kim entered the abyss, he was immediately met by a man who already knew his name. The man greeted Kim and introduced himself as a member of the World Hunters Association, and in charge of managing Area 22 in the depths of the abyss. This bespectacled man with a neat haircut is a member of the World Hunter Association, in charge of managing the 22 Abyss Zone. A rank hunter, Paul Becker. While they were walking somewhere together, Paul said that judging by the records, Kim was in the depths of the abyss for the first time. Kim replied that that was exactly the case. Paul raised his index finger and said that in that case, they should hire hunters who would be able to act as guides or mercenaries. Paul began to talk about how the World Hunters Association was creating safe space bases, called Hunter Zones, all over the place to aid in the exploration of every open area of the abyss. Paul also said that you shouldn't forget that the depths of the abyss are such a dangerous place that you never know when and where you might be surprised by powerful monsters. So even the Hunter Zone is no exception. Paul Becker followed Kim and said that even if Kim is an S-rank hunter, he should hire hunters to accompany him. But Kim immediately shocked Paul by saying that he did not need that. Kim turned around and started to say something, but suddenly something burst out of the ground. A huge monster burst out of the ground right behind Kim, but Kim was completely calm. Paul started screaming in alarm for Kim to run because there was a monster behind him. However, what Paul saw shocked him. Kim dealt with the monster in an instant, cutting it into 2 parts. Kim, holding a dagger, said that he just wanted to take a little walk. Some time passed, and many monster corpses lay at Kim's feet. Kim exhaled and said that he had sent Paul Becker back, and now, having come this far, it was unlikely that Kim would meet anyone. Kim reflected that by absorbing the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, the condition for activating the contract with the devil of the required presence of 200 units of mana had been achieved. Kim was holding some crystals in his hands and was puzzled. Kim opened the status window and, looking at the skill, wondered why it had changed. In the description of the skill it was written that Kim could open a gate in the abyss. Kim reflected that, as with Narendra Nehru, it was not just about controlling the monster, but about creating a gate and clearly indicating how many times a skill could be used. Eventually it became a one-time skill. Kim, looking at the gems, wondered if this was all due to the influence of a predator. Kim, holding 2 enhancement stones in his hands, thought that rather than carrying around a bunch of monsters, it would be better to acquire one strong exhibit. Kim immediately used the Mana Enhancement Stone and his mana was temporarily enhanced. Mana Enhancement Stone is an item made by processing magic stones that temporarily enhances mana. Immediately a horse appeared in front of the hero. Then the bone hands appeared, and also some bone claws appeared. A gate appeared in front of Kim, created due to the activation of a contract with the devil. The gate looked creepy and emitted dark energy. Kim looked at them with a smile and approached, wondering if it was time to see where the gates led and what kind of exhibit awaited him. Kim entered the gate. As soon as he entered, something caught his attention. In front of Kim was a large staircase leading to a luxurious castle. Kim looked at the towers of this castle. There were really a lot of them, because the castle was huge. Kim wondered in surprise that there really was a castle here. Kim continued walking up the stairs, thinking that he had never heard that there was such a place in the abyss. Kim looked at the castle and began to think about the fact that he, of course, understands that he maximized his skills by using the mana enhancement stones. But still, where did he get to? 3 monsters stood behind Kim as Kim talked about how, as expected, all that was left was to find out for himself. Kim turned around sharply, sensing the presence of monsters. Kim immediately struck with a powerful blow and clouds of dust rose. Kim stood in combat readiness, holding a dagger in his hands. Kim looked at the monsters carefully while one of them spoke ironically about how scared they were. 3 monsters with wings and horns hovered in the air, asking Kim why he would swing something so dangerous. The green-haired girl wondered how Kim should be punished. The red-haired girl said that they had a guest, and the fair-haired girl exclaimed several times that it was a person. These creatures are S-rank succubi. Kim wondered in surprise whether this was a succubus. A succubus is a monster that drains people's life force through mental attacks such as illusions or brainwashing. Kim stood lower on the stairs and, looking at the flying succubi, wondered if a succubus wasn't usually a B rank. The red-haired succubus looked at Kim and called him a poor man, saying that he seemed to have wandered into the wrong place. The blonde girl exclaimed happily that Kim must be delicious. Kim immediately pushed off the ground powerfully. Jumping on the monsters and swinging his dagger, Kim thought that if we were talking about the object of the contract, then he needed to hit them. The green-haired succubus stood calmly while Kim almost hit her. Kim launched many attacks, but the succubi dodged the attack each time. Kim continued to chase the succubi as blue energy emanated from him. One of the succubi laughed and exclaimed that she was very excited. The green-haired succubus connected her index finger and thumb using her magic. She also said that it's good that Kim is so passionate, although it will be difficult to tame him. Kim was shocked, because everything around was illuminated with light from the magic of the succubus. A magic sign in the shape of a heart appeared on the ground between Kim and the succubi. Kim stopped in place, lowering his hand with the dagger. The succubus laughed and exclaimed that this was the end of Kim. Kim stood with his hands down and looking at the floor as magical heart-shaped signs swirled around him. The succubus, looking at him, called him a man with contempt. The succubus also began to talk about how after their brainwashing, the man would never be able to return to his former self. The green-haired succubus started to laugh, but Kim closed the distance in an instant and launched an attack. Kim happily punched the green-haired girl using his stone fist. The other two succubi were shocked and began to worry about their sister. Kim immediately used the spirit of the King Knight. Kim smiled and ordered the succubi to kneel. Using his skill, Kim dropped the succubi to the ground. The succubi were lying on the ground. One of them was screaming that she was in pain, and the other was wondering how this could be. Kim began to slowly approach them while they shouted in displeasure that the insignificant little man was able to fight back their brainwashing. Kim asked them what other resistance they were talking about. The system detected the skill being used and began a temptation check. Red mana raged around Kim. He smiled and said that showing interest in something like monsters is not normal. The system notified Kim that the resistance to the mysterious force was successful. Two succubi lay on the ground right in front of Kim. The hero said it was time to start signing the contract. Looking at one of the succubi, Kim thought that in order to enter into a contract to summon a monster, one of two conditions must be met. Either give the monster what he wants, or subdue the monster by force. The red-haired succubus looked at Kim angrily and nervously. He walked up to her and held out his palm. At the same time, he thought that his actions fully satisfied the second condition, which means that in this way he would be able to summon an S-rank monster. In an instant, Kim was stunned because the system notified him that this succubus was not the object of the contract. Kim, horrified, wondered if they were not the objects of the contract. Suddenly another succubus woman appeared and said that now she sees that Kim cannot be called an ordinary person. Kim turned around and saw many succubi in the air right behind him. The succubus woman said that Kim would be a wonderful gift for the queen. This creature is a grand succubus of S+ rank. The action takes place in the castle of succubi, dotted with plants. Dead bodies of people hung on the vines of plants. There were really a lot of these bodies. The succubus maid came to the queen and addressed her. Standing in front of the queen's chambers, the maid said that there was a report that a person had invaded the castle. The queen, lying on the bed, wondered if this was really a person. Then the queen turned around and smiled and said that this would be fun entertainment. The castle, located on a floating island, was in chaos. Dust flew everywhere and powerful impacts occurred. In the corridors of the castle, Kim ran away from the succubi. They ran after him and called him a coward. However, one of the succubi shouted that this was a gift for the queen, so he definitely needed to be arrested. Kim turned around and was clearly not happy with the situation. Kim ran, looking behind him, but the succubi, according to the window, were right in his way. The two succubi swung their legs together. They hit Kim, but he dodged and slid under them. Kim immediately summoned the spirit of the King Knight. The succubi looked at him in surprise. Then a powerful explosion occurred and part of the roof was destroyed. Kim stood under the hole in the roof, wiping his face. He breathed heavily and thought that if ordinary succubi were not the objects of the contract, then in the end there was only one left. A succubus maid stood in front of Kim. Kim thought that the object of the contract was a monster who even used great succubi as his subordinates, a creature called the Queen. The maid, bowing her head, asked Kim if he really was the intruder, and then she asked him to quickly go inside. Kim looked forward with a smile. The maid said that the Queen was waiting for Kim, and so Kim found himself in the Queen's chambers. There were many plants and vines around. There were also dead bodies of people hanging there. Kim stood calmly and looked at the Queen's bed, keeping his hands in his pockets. The Queen was sitting on the bed. She greeted Kim and said that she was the mother of all dream demons, the Queen. The Queen said her name with a smile. Her name is Rosaria. Kim was delighted, because the system immediately notified him that this was the object of a contract with the devil, and a summoning oath was possible. Kim asked her name. The Queen confirmed this and pronounced her name again, syllable by syllable. Suddenly something shocked Kim. He was surprised that the monster used human speech. Rosaria laughed and said that there was nothing surprising here. She asked Kim if he himself, being human, could not understand their speech. Kim thought nervously, but at the same time with a smile, that she spoke too well for a monster. Rosaria said she does the same for her part. Rosaria sat on the bed and, putting her hand to her chin, asked Kim about the purpose of his coming to her domain. She asked him about wealth, fame, and also asked whether he had really been brought here by accident. Her tentacles began to move. She asked Kim if he was here to satisfy his lust. However, Kim denied this. Kim, standing in front of her bed, replied that he had come to receive the summoning oath. The succubus queen put her hand to her chin and began to chuckle. Her laughter intensified and seemed hysterical. Kim looked at her with a smile while she talked about how a very brave little man had visited her. She opened the curtain with her tentacle and pointed her finger at Kim. A red-haired queen appeared from behind the curtain, controlling many tentacles, sitting cross-legged. Rosaria said there is a limit to the delusion. She asked Kim with a smile if he would talk about the Oath of Summoning, even when he became her toy. She is the Archduchess of the Abyss, the Succubi Queen of the Rosary, and has an unknown rank. She attacked Kim with her tentacles. Kim said it was predictable. Kim immediately summoned the spirit of the King Knight and waved his hand down. He blocked the attack by pinning the tentacles to the ground. Kim strengthened himself with a stone and said that he would force her to submit. The queen continued to attack Kim with her tentacles. Kim began to dodge the tentacles and move closer to the queen. Kim dodged the tentacles once again, even though it was dangerous. He then took out his dagger and used the chain's skill. Thanks to this, he managed to cut a considerable number of tentacles. Kim pushed away from one of the tentacles. He jumped and was about to attack the queen. The hero raised his hand and began happily talking about something. Kim strengthened his hand and dagger with a stone. He was already very close to the goal and exclaimed that he would first defeat her with one blow. However, suddenly all his stone skin crumbled and his chains disintegrated. Kim was shocked. The queen held her hand in front of her. She laughed and called Kim poor. Then she snapped her fingers. Kim seemed frozen in the air. In a moment, everything around was turned upside down. Kim was even more shocked. Suddenly the floor disappeared and a city appeared. Kim began to free fall. He couldn't understand what it was because his skills weren't activated. While falling, Kim looked below him and realized that, moreover, he was in the center of the city. He wondered, stunned, that the space around him had changed. Kim was almost at the ground and it seemed that he was about to crash. However, Kim landed in the water. He realized that this was an illusion. In the water, Kim began to choke. The queen's bed was still in the air, and the queen herself watched as Kim fell into the sea. The hero, meanwhile, wondered since when she took control of him. The queen, sitting on the bed, began to laugh. She smiled and asked what his question meant. She replied that she had taken control of him from the very beginning. It turned out that the queen was lying over Kim, who was currently unconscious. Kim lay in bed, bound by tentacles, unconscious. Kim, meanwhile, continued to drown. He was very alarmed and understood that he needed to get out of this illusion as soon as possible. A moment passed and Kim found himself somewhere else. He was sitting in the rear passenger seat in a car with 3 other people. Kim looked around in surprise and wondered what it was. Kim looked at the boy sitting next to him and realized that this boy was him in childhood. Suddenly the boy began to joyfully shout that the higher the rank of an awakened person, the more money he earns. The boy, holding his fists, began to talk about how if he became a high rank awakened, he would buy his mom and dad some goodies and anything they wanted. Kim's parents started laughing, and his mother turned around and said that, as expected, their Taeyoung could be relied upon. Kim's mother then said that she would rather see Kim be healthy and live a happy life. Little Kim felt awkward and replied that this was mortal boredom. Kim at that moment was thinking that his mother and father really always said that. Kim, looking at his happy family, thought that these were people who did not care whether Kim became a high-ranking awakened and could provide for everyone for his poor family. They just wanted Kim to always be happy. Kim continued to watch his family with a smile. But suddenly the car started to burn and Kim was horrified. He saw the car on fire, and the people still sitting in it. He looked at the driver's seat and saw his father, who had already died, sitting there. Kim's mother was also dead. Kim wondered, stunned, what was going on. In the distance, Kim saw a man and a woman holding little Kim in their arms. The woman screamed that this was horror and that even heaven turned a blind eye to it. The man and woman were crying. Aunt Kim was holding little Kim, who was passed out. The hero tried to shout to them. Suddenly, behind him, Kim heard someone's evil laughter and someone insulting an unawakened person. Kim turned around and saw 2 bandits who were humiliating him. These 2 bandits, including Lee, beat Kim. They shouted at him not to pretend that he was in pain and to stand up alive. Kim got out of the burning car and watched himself. He realized that these were his memories. At this moment, another memory of Kim from the times when he was a porter appeared on the other side. 2 men walked behind Kim. The hero was breathing heavily, but continued to carry the backpack. The men walking behind had fun and insulted Kim, calling him an insignificant porter. Kim, watching this, thought that since he was unawakened, since he had no strength, he did not have the opportunity to fight back any of the misfortunes that he faced daily. However, something else was even more difficult to bear. Kim saw a memory of his aunt yelling at him. Kim stood in front of his uncle and aunt with his head bowed. The aunt started yelling at Kim, asking where he was going, because his body was completely untrained. Aunt Kima shouted that everything was fine with their money, so he didn't have to worry about them. However, Kim bowed his head and replied that he was grateful to them for helping him so far. Aunt and uncle looked pitifully at Kim, who said that he was really very grateful to them. The hero, observing this, reflected that the hardest thing to bear was the fact that he was not able to help others, and besides, he dragged into the epicenter of his misadventures those who extended a helping hand to him. Past Kim turned around and began to walk away from his relatives, heading into the abyss. The hero stood and watched as he slowly left the past. Kim thought that although his parents wanted him to be happy, in order to achieve happiness, strength was needed. Kim the porter from the past ended up behind Kim from the present. At this moment, the system notified the hero that the use of the Queen hypnosis skill had been detected. The Queen, meanwhile, was watching Kim. The system notified the hero that the attempt to resist using a mysterious force had failed. Kim stood calmly in place, head bowed, while the system began to notify him that all of his characteristics were decreasing. Most of Kim's skills became unusable. However, there was one of the 8 skills that Kim could use. At that moment, Kim said the word and activated his predator skill, and a red aura raged around him. With the help of a predator, Kim began to destroy these illusions. Meanwhile, something was happening in the depths of the abyss. Many hunters were killed and bleeding on the ground. The Queen, looking at this, said that Kim surprised her a little. She stood in front of the monster Asmodeus. Rosaria said that she never expected Kim to survive her encounter with this monster. She, looking at Kim the porter, said that there were several nuances that contradict logic. Rosaria said that first, for some reason, there are flashbacks in which Kim looks older than she does now. Secondly, there are memories with contradictory results, although at first glance they refer to the same time period. Speaking about this, Rosaria recalled 2 different outcomes of Kim's battle with the bandits. Rosaria put her hand to her chin and asked if it was time to find out what kind of secrets Kim was hiding. Rosaria waved her tentacle and missed Kim's memory of how he met Asmodeus. The memory shattered into small pieces while Rosaria laughed joyfully. However, suddenly everything around was illuminated with light and Rosaria was stunned. She saw a white creature floating in the air in front of her. This creature was the king. She looked at him in shock and began to hesitatingly talk about what kind of creature this was. The king smiled a little at this moment. Rosaria exclaimed in shock that it was the king. While Rosaria was watching Kim's memory in surprise, the predator had already managed to get close to her. With the help of his skill, Kim destroyed the illusion. Rosaria woke up, but she was agitated. She was breathing heavily and looking up, sweat dripping from her face. Rosaria looked at the bed, but Kim was no longer there. Rosaria turned around, because Kim, holding out a dagger, said that she was spying on other people's memories. Kim put the dagger to her neck and said it was disgusting for a queen. Kim looked at her with a smile and said that he would ask again. He ordered her to take the oath of summoning. Rosaria looked forward and laughed. She said she never expected anyone to be able to escape her welcoming embrace. However, according to her, Kim still does not understand the situation. Kim started to get nervous and sweat started dripping from his face because Rosaria asked him that he really thought he could kill her with this toy. But Kim replied that he would know when he tried. Rosaria turned around and grinned and said that this was another bluff. Suddenly she used her tentacles. Rosaria tied Kim up with tentacles and pressed herself close to him and said that she would accept the contract. She then bit Kim on the neck. The hero began to scream from such pain. While Rosaria was biting Kim, the system notified him that the terms of the contract had been fulfilled and that the oath of summoning was being recited. The devil contract skill has been replaced with the Queen's Man skill. The system also registered a new skill, full hypnosis. Rosaria let go of Kim and he fell onto the bed, losing consciousness. The system also notified Kim that his attractiveness score had increased. Rosaria stroked Kim with her tentacle and told him to get a good night's sleep. Standing over Kim, she joyfully named him the one whom the king chose. Some time passed. Kim was still sleeping, but was already in a different place. Kim barely opened his eyes because he heard someone calling him. Paul sat in front of Kim, who was very worried about him. Paul happily said that it was a great relief to him that Kim was safe and sound. Kim looked around and saw several buildings, and therefore asked where he was. Paul replied that Kim was in the hunter's zone. According to Paul, he was returning from patrols and found Kim unconscious there. Kim grabbed his head and began to come to his senses. Paul asked if something had happened to Kim. At the same time, the hero wondered whether Rosaria really sent him here. Kim opened the status window and saw a skill that allows him to summon Rosaria. He also saw the full hypnosis skill, which allows you to hypnotize your opponent. But at the same time, in the status window it was written that Kim's current mana was 130 points. Kim looked at the status window in surprise and thought that, as expected, what happened was not a dream. He mused that the contract with the devil had been replaced by the summoning skill Queen's Man, and he had even acquired a new skill called Full Hypnosis. Kim remembered the image of Rosaria and happily thought that if he summoned Rosaria, he would be able to deal with even the national forces that he would face in the Asian-friendly tournament. And the hypnosis skill given by Rosaria had an endless range of uses. Kim suddenly wondered, stunned, why she had suddenly changed her mind. Moreover, Kim remembered her last words. Rosaria, wiping her mouth of blood, told Kim to get a good night's sleep and called him the one who was chosen by the king. Kim was shocked. He wondered if she really knew the king. Meanwhile, Paul stood up and turned to Kim, asking him to listen to him. Paul spread his hands and asked Kim worriedly what he intended to do now, because, after all, at least now Kim should hire a hunter who would take on the role of a guide. Kim smiled and thanked Paul for his concern, but said that there was no need for it, because Kim had completed all his urgent matters, and so Kim decided to return home, back to his city. Then the action moves to the city hospital. The head of the Night Tramps Guild, Yu-In, was just leaving the hospital. She was adjusting her jacket when suddenly someone congratulated her on her discharge. 3 men stood in front of her, and one of them, the one with the scar, patted her and asked how she was feeling. The man with the scar is the deputy head of the Nightwalkers Guild, a rank hunter, Young Hansu. Ian, approaching them, displeasedly asked him how many people she still needed to beat to prove that she was okay. Ian finally put on her jacket. Hansu said that what's more important is that they have very interesting news for Ian. Hansu showed his index finger and said that the hunter Kim Tae-young had returned from the depths of the abyss. She asked in shock that this had really already happened. Ian calmed down and, putting her hand to her chin, asked that isn't it too early, because even if we are talking about Kim, it's too difficult to explore the depths alone. Hansu crossed his arms and smiled. He said that this is, after all, a place that has been dubbed the grave for S ranks, but the problem is not that Kim has returned. Ah-young was stunned because Hansu said that the problem is who Hunter Kim is going to meet. Ian asked in surprise that Kim was really dating someone. Hansu smiled and replied that Kim would meet with the head of the Indivisibles, one of the 4 largest guilds. And then Kim found himself right in front of the hunter Kwon Kang Hyuk. Kim looked at him nervously, because he stood calmly, looking at him. Hyuk smiled and asked if this was Kim Tae-young. Hyuk looked at him madly and suggested that they clash in battle once. This man is the head of the Indivisible Guild, S-rank hunter Kwon Kang Hyuk. Kim began to slowly move back, because Kang Hyun, from whom a scarlet aura emanated, began to confidently approach Kim. The hero knew that in front of him was a man who was called the best tank of New South Korea. There are many entertaining stories about him, such as fighting dozens of hours against monsters or slaying hundreds of monsters single-handedly. But among these stories there is one that is most famous. Khan began to gather energy into his fist. The aura emanating from him intensified. Khan said he was coming first. Kim knew that Kang was carrying out forced recruitment into the guild through a duel. The girl standing behind began to quickly approach Kang, indignantly asking him about the attack. The secretary slapped Kang with all her might and indignantly asked him where he was going to go. Kang turned dissatisfied to his secretary Kim. The dark-haired girl angrily asked him that he was really going to listen to a reprimand from the Human Rights Commission again. This girl is Kang's secretary, B-rank hunter Kim Hae-young. Kim stood in a fighting stance and watched with shame what was happening. The secretary began to ask Kang that he didn't know that if he continued in the same spirit, he would be prohibited from entering the abyss, and she would have to make excuses again. The secretary looked at Kim and greeted him. Kang was offended and upset because the secretary said that Kim probably knows about the inhumane forced recruitment of their guild leader, but they are here to officially invite the hunter Kim Tae-young to join them. Kim relaxed and lowered his hands because he realized that he was not in danger. The secretary said that if Kim expressed his intention to join, then there was no need for him to take part in the duel. Kim asked if it turns out that if he refuses to register with the guild, he will be forced to do so. The secretary began to get nervous and said that this was indeed true. But this was also a very lucrative offer for Kim. A drop of sweat ran down the secretary's face. She said that as far as she knows, Kim wants to take part in the Asian-friendly tournament. Kim continued to stand calmly, but he was surprised that she knew about this. The secretary began to talk about how they, Indivisible, are the most specialized guild in the field of abyss exploration among the 4 main guilds. They also have numerous dungeon raid schedules and absolutely support abyss exploration. The secretary exclaimed that if Kim was with their guild, he would certainly be able to compensate for the lack of his achievements. Kim looked at her calmly. At that moment, Khan put his hand on the secretary's shoulder and said that that was enough. Kang smiled madly and said that since Kim did not pay attention to such words, then he should go ahead. Kim put his hands in his pockets and announced that he had changed his mind, surprising the head of the guild and the secretary. Kang was surprised, and the secretary clenched her fist and exclaimed joyfully that she had been expecting this. Kang smiled and asked if it would be possible for Kim to join their indivisible guild. Kim grinned and cheekily asked Kang what he was talking about. Kang was furious because he did not expect such insolence. Kim came close to him and said that he would simply act using their methods. Kim angrily exclaimed that whoever wins gets what he wants. Kang smiled madly and called Kim a sucker. After some time, they found themselves at the headquarters of the Indivisibles, in the arena for duels. There were also many ordinary people there who came to watch it. Kim was surrounded by a crowd of journalists. The journalists said that they had heard that Kim was going to be forcibly recruited into the Indivisible Guild, and also asked that Kim didn't have any relations with the Night Tramp Guild, in which the hunter Yuayang is a member. Kim looked calm, despite everyone taking pictures of him and violating his personal space by handing him microphones. Journalists asked Kim if he was sure that he had any chance of winning. However, inside Kim was furious because this irritated him very much, and he just wanted to pass. Kim thought that a little more and he would be ready to tear them all apart with the help of the spirit of the King Knight. Suddenly Kim turned around and saw someone hesitantly reaching out and whining. It was reporter Kim. She was crying and screaming for Kim to give an interview to her too. She held out her trembling hand and hoped for an interview. Suddenly Kim grabbed her hand. He pulled her towards him and looked at her with a smile. Kim, looking down, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kim recalled that they met during the hunter exam. The reporter blushed and answered in a trembling voice that this was indeed true, and they had not seen each other for a long time. The rest of the journalists around took pictures of them and said that this girl was really pretending to know the hunter Kim Taehyung. The reporter was embarrassed and surprised that Kim even remembered a person like her who flashed in passing before his eyes. She thought that a person with a big soul was clearly different from the rest. Suddenly Kim shocked the reporter by pointing at her and said that he would answer all the questions later through this reporter. Kim said that as they know, due to his schedule with Kang, Kim doesn't have much time to respond to each of the reporters. All attention turned to the reporter, and Kim, smiling, waved his hand and left. Kim headed towards the arena exit. He began to walk up the steps to the arena. Kim looked forward resolutely. Kang was standing in the arena and suddenly a green dome formed around the arena. Kang's aura intensified and he exclaimed joyfully that Kim had finally appeared. Kang, scratching his chin, said that he was beginning to worry that Kim had chickened out and therefore would not come. Kim's aura also increased and he used the stone skin skill. Kim asked who else should tell this to whom. The commentator sitting above the stands exclaimed that this was the great match that they were all looking forward to. The commentator raised his hand and exclaimed that there was only one condition for victory, to bring the enemy to his knees. This person is the indivisible commentator, B-rank hunter Hai Seol. Kang took a fighting stance and bent down, ready to rush into the attack. The commentator exclaimed that they were opening the 120th forced recruitment, but suddenly realized that he wanted to say something else. Kang asked Kim if it was time to take a look at his abilities. Kim also took a fighting stance and extended one arm forward. The commentator exclaimed that the duel to recruit human rights talent begins now. Kim asked Kang to let him know that there would be no concessions. Kim immediately summoned the spirit of the King Knight. Directing the power of the King Knight's spirit towards Kang, Kim exclaimed that he would show his strength. Holding his hand in front of him and continuing to attack Kang, Kim thought that by using the King Knight's spirit at full power, he was able to suppress an S-rank monster in one fell swoop. Kim continued to hold his hand in front of him and think that even a hunter like Kang would have difficulty moving. Kim's skill had an impact on Kang, but he laughed and said that it was not bad at all. Kang, scratching his chin with his thumb, said that there was one thing. He smiled madly and said that this would not take him. Kim was shocked. With incredible speed, Kang approached Kim and was already behind him. Kim turned around in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Kang had already gathered all his power into his fist and swung. Even more energy accumulated in Kang's fist and the fist seemed to be covered with fur. Kang hit Kim so hard that he flew back, leaving a mark on the ground. Kim immediately used his chain skill. Kang ran towards Kim, but the hero decided to attack him with chains. Kang was enveloped in his purple energy. As he approached Kim, he laughed and said that Kim's pinning technique was simply amazing. Horns formed from his mana appeared on Kang's forehead. He exclaimed that if Kim thought he could stop him with something like that, then he was extremely upset. Kang destroyed Kim's chains by ramming them, imitating the strength of a bull. Kim smiled and was genuinely surprised by this, even though he had to step back. Khan then jumped and raised his knee up. While in the air, Khan was about to deliver a crushing blow, imitating the power of an elephant. Kim was in a terrible situation and knew it. A moment later there was an incredibly powerful blow. A lot of dust rose. Khan landed on one leg. He bared his teeth, looked forward and grinned. Kim stood a little further away, in a cloud of dust. Kang said he sees that Kim is a master at escaping. Therefore, Kang asked how Kim intended to defeat him. Kim stood with his head down and bent over. Kim started chuckling. Kim then raised his head and said that unless Kang had a hidden ace up his sleeve, it would be quite difficult to bring Kim to his knees. Kang began to take steps towards Kim and, grinning, said that the boy, who had absolutely no idea what was what, could only talk. Khan's face became covered with Manhwa. A terrifying dinosaur appeared behind Khan and the guild leader said that in that case, he would end the fight with this. The spectators in the stands cheered as they were able to see the latest form of Guildmaster Khan's attack. While the audience cheered and shouted that Kang was on another level, Yua Young and Nightwalker Guild Deputy Hansu sat quietly and watched. Hansu looked excitedly at Ayan, because she, while eating popcorn, joyfully said that, after all, they did the right thing by coming to see. Hansu asked her in surprise that now was the right time for such comments. Ayan looked at him as he nervously talked about how if Kim loses, he will join the Indivisible Guild. The girl calmly replied that Hansu was right here. Ahyung was a little surprised, because Hansu said that, as he thought, it was necessary to prevent the occurrence of a duel in the bud. The deputy head of the guild began to talk about how Kan's hunter skill is a blessing of wild animals. It imitates the strength of various beasts and displays enormous power in close combat. Hansu put his hand to his chin and said that even a hunter like Kim Tae-young has no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Hansu looked at Ayan in surprise, because she turned to him and, closing her eyes, told him not to worry too much about this. Taking the popcorn in her hands, Ahyung said that by watching Kim so far, she realized that he always hides at least one trump card up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Kan rushed to the attack, gathering energy in his fist. Kim looked at Kan approaching him with a smile. Ayan calmly ate popcorn, closing her eyes, and Hansu nervously watched the progress of the battle. Suddenly Hansu cried out in surprise. Something surprised him very much. Reporter Kim was also surprised and let out a surprised exclamation. The commentator was horrified and started shouting something about the head of the guild. The commentator exclaimed that the guild leader himself knelt down. Kang was on his knees, stunned, with Kim standing behind him. The guild master was stunned. He looked up and wondered what happened. Kim turned around and smiled and asked if that meant he had won. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim was explaining the situation to the Human Rights Commission and saying that it was true that the guild leader was the first to request a duel, but the opponent voluntarily accepted the challenge. All the spectators in the stands silently watched as guild leader Kang knelt. The spectators, horrified, wondered whether the head of the guild, Kan, had really lost. Other viewers angrily asked that the one who did not kneel even after completing hundreds of dungeons had actually kneeled himself. They shouted that this was a lie and they were sure that there had been a violation of the rules. Kim looked at the stands, from which came shouts that Kim had cheated. Kim sighed with displeasure, because the audience began to shout for them to have another fight, because it was unfair. Kim turned around and looked at Kang, who was still kneeling. Kim looked at the shaking Kang and thought that to some extent he expected something like this, but he never thought that he would be driven into a corner by a series of such powerful melee strikes. Kim thought that nothing else could be expected from the best tank of New South Korea. The hero recalled how Khan rushed towards him and thought that, fortunately, at the moment of the last attack, the full hypnosis mind control skill received from Rosaria worked as it should. Kim remembered how he smiled the moment Kang attacked him. At the last moment, Kim ordered Kang to kneel. Kan was shaking with anger. Khan turned blue with anger and wondered if he had really lost. He wondered how he was taken out of action, because he does not remember the last seconds of the attack. He guessed that this was a mind control skill and began to reproach himself for making such a mistake. Khan began clenching his jaw in anger so hard that his teeth were grinding. He then shouted across the arena to tell everyone to shut up. Ayan watched this calmly. Reporter Kim was horrified. The commentator was also scared. Kang stood up and shouted that he didn't know what skill this youth used, but the loss was entirely his fault. Khan exclaimed that the results of the fight were determined. Khan angrily shouted that if they were a member of the Indivisible Guild, it meant that they calmly accepted this outcome of the duel. Ahyung continued to eat the popcorn and calmly watched while Hansu was stunned. Kan shouted that if there are dissatisfied people, then let them go into the arena so that Kan personally breaks their skull. Hansu asked, stunned, that Kang had really lost. Ah-hyung looked at Kang with a smile and thought that he seemed furious that he lost to Kim. Kang and Kim were still standing in the arena and the audience silently looked at them. Ah-hyung, looking at the pleased Kim, reflected that she never expected that Kim would bring Kang to his knees in his finest hour. Ah-hyung realized that, as expected, Kim still had some hidden skills. As Ah-hyung popped the popcorn into her mouth, she thought that Kim really never ceases to surprise her every time. Hansu looked worriedly at Ah-hyung, who was nervously and quickly eating popcorn. Hansu said that Ah-hyung has a strange expression on her face. Meanwhile, Kang began to take steps towards Kim. The hero turned around and looked at him. Kang stood right in front of Kim and looked at him angrily. Kim extended his arms and said with a smile that it was a wonderful fight. Kan, throwing back his head, angrily said that he would ask just one question. Kang asked if Kim had planned to win this way all along. Kim smiled and replied that to some extent it was true. Kang bared his teeth and exclaimed that Kim knows how to ruin the mood. Then they shook hands. Shaking Kim's hand, Kang exclaimed that a promise is a promise. He began asking Kim what he wanted, assuming Kim wanted money or a unique item. Kim, holding his hand, replied that the listed options are not bad, but what Kim wants is not a material thing at all. Kang asked Kim in surprise what his desire was then. Kim just said about the Minotaur's labyrinth. Khan was stunned. Kang was alarmed because Kim happily said that he wanted to take part in the raid on that place. The action then moves to the new South Korea Players Association Tower. Taewook, standing in front of Chairman Jinhui, asked him about the Minotaur Labyrinth. Chairman Jinhui said that this is a dungeon located at the beginning of the Abyss dungeon. Jinhui said that as the name suggests, a labyrinth is a complex space with many traps. According to him, in addition, you should definitely take with you an awakened person who has the detection skill. Jinhui added that although the location is at the beginning of the abyss, it is still a place that numerous guilds and S-rank hunters have tried to clear out, but have suffered a crushing defeat. Jinhui also said that the Indivisibles had now obtained the right to raid and were preparing for the invasion in complete secrecy. Taewook excitedly asked how Hunter Kim knew about this and decided to go to such a place in the first place. Taewook worriedly asked if everything would be okay. Jinhui, sitting at his desk, replied that he could not say that there was no need to worry, because you never know what can happen in the abyss. Jinhui clasped his hands together and said that the only thing they could do was to have faith in those who were going to clear the dungeon. Taewook was very excited, and Jinhui exclaimed that he, of course, was also full of determination in his younger years. Jinhui clasped his hands together and thought seriously that what he was worried about was not the difficulty of clearing. Jinhu's gaze was serious. He was worried that the clearing of the dungeon could be interfered with by the human factor. The chairman decided to hope that his worries would be in vain. Suddenly, a panel appeared on the right hand of the chairman, and someone contacted him. The nervous girl asked the chairman to apologize for the sudden call, but justified it by saying that she had urgent business. Jinhui looked at her and asked what was so urgent. The girl exclaimed that they were contacted by the Japan Hunters Association. Taewook, meanwhile, watched the situation with confusion. The chairman asked the girl what she was saying. Jinhui said that if we are talking about the East Point auction, then this issue is over for a long time. The girl shocked Jinhui by revealing that the saint had sent an invitation to Hunter Kim. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Kang and his subordinates stood at the gate. They were in the gate control room on the association's basement floor. Secretary Kim began counting the participants in the dungeon raid. The raid participants were wearing the same equipment. There were also girls among the participants. There were also those who did not have any equipment on them. Kim stood and smiled, anticipating the successful clearing of the dungeon. Secretary Kim turned around and exclaimed that the 100 people who would go on a raid into the labyrinth of the Minotaur were assembled. The secretary looked at Guildmaster Kana, who was standing right in front of the gate. Khan smiled and exclaimed that this was great. Led by Khan, they began to enter the gate. Khan happily asked if it was time for them to face the pitiful monsters of this dungeon. Some time passed and they were already in the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Energy raged and dust flew everywhere. Many hunters fought even more Minotaurs. They acted unitedly, using the skills of healers as well as hunters with defensive skills. Kim also fought with Minotaurs. He swung his dagger, but the dagger in his hands was not the same as before. Kim easily dispatched 2 Minotaurs in an instant. Kim cut the Minotaurs into pieces so quickly that one of them even managed to scream. However, they immediately fell to pieces. Kim turned around, because Kang began to laugh and shout that Kim had excellent skill. Kang walked towards Kim, holding the monster's head in his hands. He looked at Kim smiling and asked if Kim liked the weapon he gave him. Kim showed his weapon and said that it was a good dagger. He added that he just needed to have the weapon he had used before repaired. Kim held in his hands a dagger called a slan and of a rare rank. Kang laughed and said that originally, he wanted to give this dagger to Kim if he joined the guild. Kang threw out the monster's head and said that since Kim's participation in the raid was beneficial for them, Kang thought that this would be a good reward for winning the bet. Kim thanked him for this and asked if there would definitely be no problems if they continued to go deeper into the labyrinth. The secretary approached Kim and asked him not to worry about this. Before this, Kim said that the Minotaur's Labyrinth is a place where all raids have ended in failure for 30 years. According to Kim, unless special measures are taken, the raid will not be easy. The secretary, holding a backpack, happily said that those participating in the raid of this labyrinth were veterans of their field of rank B and above. Raising her index finger, the secretary began to explain that they not only successfully suppressed the monsters without being driven back. She mentioned a person with detection skills and said that they also search and eliminate all the traps in the labyrinth using the detection skills of their guild's deputy head. The deputy of their guild was the same man who entered the labyrinth wearing a Panama hat and only an unbuttoned shirt. Kang added that although the guild deputy is still quiet, he is truly trustworthy. The secretary raised her finger and said that, moreover, several months ago they managed to find the key to completing the dungeon. Kim asked her in surprise about this key. Kim and the secretary turned around and looked at Kang. The head of the guild said that the corpse of a monster was found in the depths of the abyss, apparently from the labyrinth. Khan told about a huge corpse of a minotaur with a tattoo similar to those symbols that are found throughout the labyrinth. The head of the guild said that when he touched the corpse of the monster, its entire body, except for one single horn, immediately crumbled into dust. Secretary Kim and Kang smiled, but Kim's gaze was serious. Suddenly Kim happily started talking about what it meant. Khan confirmed this and said that if the monster is truly from this labyrinth, then with the help of the tracking skill, one can see the tracks left by that monster and simply follow them. Khan raised his head and exclaimed joyfully that in this way they could easily reach the center of the labyrinth. The raid members continued to move forward, following the deputy head of the guild, who lit the way for them. The deputy head of the guild pointed to some stairs leading up. They also had to navigate through narrow spaces, which they clearly didn't like. Then they found themselves in some spacious room. The deputy head of the guild stopped and said that they were there. Directly in front of them stood a minotaur, who, apparently, was sleeping. The man said that this is the end of the maze. This minotaur looked more like a statue, but the important detail was that it was missing one horn. Kang asked in surprise that this was really a boss monster. The deputy guild leader said that no matter how you look at it, it looks like they need to attach the fallen horn to this statue. They all noticed that the statue was missing one horn. Ken smiled happily. He shouted to the secretary and she immediately rolled a huge horn towards them. The secretary rushed past Kim, delivering the horn to the head of the guild. Kim thought that up to this point the events corresponded to the information that he possessed before the regression. The raiding party, using the horn of the Great Minotaur, reached the end of the labyrinth. Kim was alarmed because he knew what happened after that. Ken, meanwhile, happily walked with the Minotaur's horn on his shoulder. He was going to add this missing horn to the statue. Khan jumped and connected the horn to the statue. The horn immediately began to shine. The raid participants were jubilant and wondered if it was possible that they would be able to break through the labyrinth, which no one had been able to clear in the last 30 years. But Kim smiled a little, lowering his head. Khan laughed and shouted that he wanted to finally see the face of the owner of the labyrinth. In an instant, the smile disappeared from his face and he was stunned. It seemed that everything was fine, but for some reason Khan froze in place. Suddenly everything around was illuminated with light. All the raid participants looked at Khan expectantly, but he was surprised by something. A moment later, most of the raid participants disappeared, and everything around was strewn with white petals. Khan was standing on a pile of bones, and therefore, when he saw this, he let out a surprised exclamation. The secretary and some other raid participants were also stunned. However, the deputy head of the guild was unperturbed. Some of the raid participants were transported to a snowy location. The other part was carried into a stormy river. Another part was completely transported to the foot of the volcano, which began to erupt. Kim was also transported somewhere, but he was unperturbed because he expected this and realized that an activation had occurred. Kim and 4 other raid participants were transported into the jungle. Kim realized that a spatial displacement trap had been activated. The 4 raid members who had traveled with Kim were terrified. Meanwhile, the villain Shadow was reading a book. He turned the page and answered someone. In front of Shadow, sitting on a chair and reading a book, stood his subordinate. Shadow asked if that meant Hunter Kim had joined the raid in the Minotaur's labyrinth. The subordinate began to scream and apologize, saying that everything happened too unexpectedly. The subordinate was very nervous and asked what to do. He began to talk about how Mr. Shadow could order the operation to be stopped immediately. Shadow raised his hand and immediately rejected this idea, saying that everything, on the contrary, turned out very well. Shadow began to talk about how as many as 5 S-rank occultists had infiltrated the raid party. According to him, including a rank occultists, the total number is 20 people. Shadow added that both Kang and Kim, no matter how strong they are, they also have a limit. The Shadow closed the book and said that, in fact, having spent all their energy on conquering the labyrinth, they would not be able to fight the occultists hiding in the shadows. Shadow made an ominous expression on his face and exclaimed that he was looking forward to the outcome. Meanwhile, one of the members of the raid, with whom Kim moved, suggested that they first introduce themselves to each other. The blonde girl, who is an occultist, put her hand to her chest and started talking about how she is a B-rank hunter, Miranda. Kim started running towards her, exclaiming that this was a lie. Kim kicked her in the face and shouted at her not to pull the wool over his eyes. The hero knew that she was an S-rank occultist, Manhwa, who had the nickname Triple Wizard. One of the members of Kim's squad looked at him and thought that the youngest S-rank hunter, Kim Tae-young, was standing in front of him. The raid member was always curious about what kind of person Kim was. The guy wondered if Kim was a hero who always served as a strong shield on the front line, like their guild leader. The guy wondered whether, as rumors have it, Kim is the one who saved the residents of East Point, even after making personal sacrifices. The guy smiled nervously and thought that no matter what the answer was, Kim, unlike him, was definitely a great person who should be respected. The guy who was thinking about this is a member of the Indivisibles, a B-rank hunter, Park Sun-hoo, who has the skill of magic bullets. In an instant, Seong-hoo was shocked. He stood and looked at Kim, stunned, his mouth open. Milna, who is an occultist, was lying on the ground unconscious. All members of the squad looked at her and let out a surprised exclamation, because they did not understand what was happening. Sung-hoo started screaming in horror, asking what Kim was doing and calling him names. Kim showed a thumbs up and smiled and replied that he was an occultist, so they shouldn't worry too much about it. Sun-hoo was very scared and pointed a gun at Kim, not believing that this girl was an occultist. Sun-hoo shot at Kim, who stood there giving a thumbs up and shouted that Kim was crazy. Kim easily dodged the bullets and calmly replied that he was not lying. Sun-hoo was scared that he couldn't hit Kim, so he started shooting even more intensely. Seong-hoo could not even imagine that Kim would turn out to be a real madman, talking bullshit in such a crisis situation. Sun-hoo began to remember everything related to Miranda, which made him even more angry. He perceived her as a precious comrade who had been participating in raids and exploring the abyss with him for a long time. Sun-hoo clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that it couldn't be that she turned out to be an occultist. Sun-hoo rushed to Miranda and, taking her in his arms, began screaming for her to come to her senses. He shouted that he needed to quickly get away from this madman. Sun-hoo looked at her worriedly and began shouting that he would protect her at all costs. But suddenly Miranda dealt him a powerful blow to the face. From such a blow, Sun-hoo flew a considerable distance before falling to the ground. Miranda was furious, and her face was covered in blood and bruises. She called Sun-hoo a dirty pig and angrily asked him how he dared to touch her body. At this moment, the remaining members of the squad were behind Kim, attacking him. Kim repeated, he said she was an occultist. Kim turned around and smiled and said that he was right. Both members of the squad simultaneously dealt a crushing blow to Kim, causing a lot of dust to rise. The gray-haired guy was shocked. The second member of the squad was also shocked. They looked at the hole in front of them, but Kim was not there. They turned around and saw Kim walking towards them, taking out a dagger from the inside pocket of his jacket. Kim said he never expected all three to turn out to be occultists. Kim took out a dagger and strengthened himself with a stone. He said that he probably should have remembered the small fry too. Meanwhile, Miranda came to her senses and threw her jacket to the side. She tied her hair, licking the blood from her lip. Miranda said that it was so strange. Miranda stood behind the two shocked occultists. As she approached, she said that none of the members of the Indivisible Guild, with whom she spent several years side by side, could notice the catch. Miranda made a crazy grimace and asked how Kim found out about this. The hero smiled and asked her not to worry, because the problem was not at all with her acting. Miranda held her hand out in front of her. Kim said that he was simply someone who came from the future. Then Miranda grinned and called Kim, saying that he also dared to mock. Sharp claws began to appear on Miranda's fingers. The girl asked if it was all because of Kim's special relationship with Ui-yeon, since she assumed that the night tramps were able to sniff out something. She also suggested that there was a traitor among them. The claws on Miranda's fingers had grown greatly and she said that it made no difference. Rushing forward with 2 other occultists, Miranda shouted for Kim to just die here. Kim almost dodged her claw attack, but she was still able to scratch him. At that moment, a gray-haired guy appeared behind Kim, but Kim didn't worry about it and just looked at him with a smile. At the same time, the hero was attacked by another occultist. Kim jumped and the occultists missed, hitting the ground. While in the air, Kim immediately used the chain skill. First he tied up the blonde occultist. He then tied another occultist with his chains by the neck. Kim landed on and used chains to lift the occultists into the air, while wounding one of them with a dagger. Meanwhile, Miranda attacked Kim with her long, sharp claws. Kim noticed this and immediately turned around. Miranda struck, but Kim blocked the attack with his dagger. Miranda was furious and wondered how this was even possible. She looked at the smiling Kim and thought that she knew that Kim Tae-young was not so simple. Miranda's witch claw skill causes vomiting, paralysis, hallucinations, etc., as the poison gradually spreads from the moment the victim is touched. And S-rank hunters are no exception. Miranda continued to attack Kim, but he blocked her attacks with his dagger. Miranda looked at the scratch on Kim's face and thought that she had definitely scratched his face during the first attack. Carrying out many attacks, she wondered why the poison did not work on Kim. Miranda raised her hand to make her next attack, but she was already starting to worry and sweat was dripping from her forehead. Miranda was stunned because Kim suddenly apologized to her and his aura raged around her. Kim summoned the spirit of the King Knight. Kim extended his hand and smiled and said that something like poison had no effect on him at all. The system notified Kim that he had successfully resisted the witch's claws skill. Miranda continued to approach Kim. A moment before Kim made the attack, she looked ahead in shock and let out a surprised exclamation. Kim made a devastating attack, dust and tree debris flying everywhere. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.